On my 18th birthday, I realized I was going to screw up my life and become a loser. Not metaphorically, but literally, turning into a dull, tired, miserable man who just exists. No joy, no goals, no future. My name is Jung Jinli. I had just turned 18. The room was cozy, candles, cake, my parents smiling, my sister beside me. I made a simple, naive wish, to get into university and find love. I blew out the candles. And right at that moment, a flashing red screen appeared in front of my eyes. It blinked like an emergency alert, and in my head, it was as if a siren had gone off. And in the middle of the screen was a message. You are in the late stage of a midlife crisis. I thought it was nonsense. Or a mistake. Maybe it was meant for one of my parents? But they were acting completely normal. No one else saw the screen, only me. And then, it started showing me my life. First, I failed the college entrance exam. I refused to retake it. I end up in some average college, just to keep up appearances. At 19, I fall in love. I think I've found the one. But after 2.5 years, we break up. After graduation, work. No career, no growth. Just a boring job for peanuts. At 26, a so-called breakthrough. I start earning just over $10,000 a month. But even with that, I can't save up for a house. Everything goes to rent and food. At 27, I buy my first car. Used, paid for with all my savings. It feels like a victory. At 28, the first signs of balding. Pressure from everyone, get married already, don't embarrass the family. Meanwhile, I'm still in a rented apartment, eating instant noodles, clinging to the lie of career growth. At 30, marriage. Not out of love. Just because it's expected. My parents help with the down payment. My sister gives me money for renovations. At 31, my son is born. And right away, the diagnosis, congenital heart disease. At 34, the marriage starts falling apart. My wife complains I'm never home, always working. I bring home money, I'm exhausted, I'm trying. And in return, accusations, distrust, constant suspicion of cheating. At 36, I get demoted. They say it's cost-cutting, restructuring, less pay, more responsibility. At 38, I get laid off. I'm no longer young, flexible, or marketable. They replace me with someone younger and cheaper. At 43, betrayal. My wife cheats. With a fitness trainer. Young, smiling. She paid him, with my salary. At 45, divorce. She leaves. Takes half of everything. The son stays with me. But he doesn't respect me. Doesn't listen. Doesn't love me. At 47, everything collapses. My son gets into fights, ends up in trouble with the police. And then, after a heated argument with me, he steps out onto the balcony and jumps. At 48, the end. I'm alone, bald, unemployed, lonely, with the feeling that I wasted my entire life, that not a single day was truly mine, that I simply followed a pre-written path and never once stepped off it. And just then, at the lowest point of despair, a message appeared. And that's when the late bloomer system activated. It offered me a chance to change my fate. Not someday in the future, but right now, at 18. I accepted. Without hesitation. The first task was almost laughable, just make tea every day. For that, I got 100 yuan a day. If I did the task 10 days in a row, the reward doubled. After 100 days, multiplied by 10. And if I didn't miss a single day for a whole year, I could earn over 3 million. But it wasn't about the tea or the money. The system wouldn't stop there. Every day, it would give me a new task, a small step to improve my health, habits, willpower, and mindset. It was literally teaching me how to live right, so I wouldn't become the tired, broken man I saw in my future, lost, bitter, aimless. This was the beginning of a new life, from zero. Not to become a loser who just endures and drifts along, but someone who decides for himself who he wants to be. I got a second chance. And I'm not going to waste it. Looking at the system's introduction of the tragic experiences from age 18 to 48, although Jung Jinli felt a chill and trembled inside, he didn't get too caught up in it. After all, the future Jung Jinli had nothing to do with his current self. What's more, the future could still be changed, especially now that the system had arrived 30 years early. So his mindset remained quite optimistic. He decided to first brew a cup of goji berry tea and see whether the system really had the power to give him 100 yuan. Taking the thermos cup he used for drinking water at school in winter, Jung Jinli sneaked into the kitchen while hiding from his parents and younger sister who were watching TV in the living room. He rummaged out some goji berries and poured in boiling water to soak them. After waiting a few minutes, seeing the goji berries had swelled and the water had turned yellow, he braced himself and drank all the goji berry tea in the thermos, which didn't taste very good. Ding! Daily task, Soak goji berries in a thermos. 1 of 1 completed. Reward of 100 yuan has been issued. Host, Jiang Jinli. Age, 48. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Health value, 29 out of 100. Charm value, 16 out of 100. Marital status, divorced. Personal status, near death. Comeback transformation fund, 100 yuan, can be withdrawn at any time. Looking at these attributes, Jiang Jinli became even more certain the system had arrived 30 years early. Because, apart from the height, the rest of the data didn't match his current state, especially the age of 48, the extremely low health and charm values, the divorced marital status, and the personal status of being near death. Thinking about the character's life experiences introduced by the system, thinking about his 48-year-old self going through all kinds of midlife crises, then divorce and losing his son, turning white overnight, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but feel sympathetic and sigh. Bro really had it rough. But thinking about how even with such a miserable life, he still had a charm value of 16, it at least proved he was somewhat naturally blessed in terms of looks and appeal. Alright, stop it now. I can't keep immersing myself in this. My future self definitely won't be this unlucky and miserable. Jiang Jinli ignored the personal attributes and silently clicked withdraw to see how the system would transfer the 100 yuan to him. The next second, a text message arrived. The postal card really did receive a 100 yuan transfer. Right after that, the daily task refreshed. 100 steps after meals keeps you alive till 99. From now on, pick yourself up again, face the world, and embrace life. Daily task, take a 30-minute walk after meals 0/1. Task reward, +1 health point. This task reward is great. If health value is maxed out, does that mean I won't get sick in the future? Jiang Jinli put on his trench coat and walked out of the room. Mom, I ate too much tonight, I'm going out for a walk to help digestion. Jiang Jinli said as he changed into sneakers. Okay, don't stay out too late. His mom clearly misunderstood, thinking he was using it as an excuse to hang out with classmates. After all, it was her son's 18th birthday today, and it was normal to go sing karaoke with friends. Jiang Jinli knew his mom misunderstood but didn't explain much, going downstairs alone to start his walk. They lived in an employee-subsidized welfare housing unit. His father was an electrical construction worker who had worked for 20 years in the county's electric construction unit. His mother worked at the telecom service center. Although salaries in county-level units weren't high, the benefits were decent, and these were iron rice bowl jobs. When his parents retired, they could still get 2,000 or 3,000 yuan in pensions each month. Jiang Jinli's family lived on the 3rd floor. Too lazy to take the elevator, he went straight down the stairs for his walk. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was already quite dark. In the south, March wasn't too cold. The basketball court opposite the neighborhood was once again occupied by aunties. From a distance, you could hear that infamous square dance anthem by Phoenix Legend, which he was already sick of. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Jiang Jinli took it out and saw that his mom had transferred 500 yuan and earnestly reminded him to come back early and not to drink. Jiang Jinli felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, realizing just how badly he had done in life. He had grown up, yet besides his parents and sister, not a single classmate or friend knew it was his birthday and gave him a birthday wish. I admit I'm not interested in celebrating birthdays. I've never invited classmates or friends to celebrate. But as classmates and friends, couldn't you at least check my birthday and prepare a surprise for me? As he walked, Jiang Jinli muttered to himself, so much so that he didn't realize someone had been walking behind him. Today's your birthday? A girl's voice suddenly came from beside him. At some point, a figure had appeared to his right. Under the dim yellow streetlight, Jiang Jinli saw a familiar and delicate face. Their eyes met. She stared curiously at him with big watery eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly in the wind, as if scattering a sky full of stars. Jiang Jinli felt both embarrassed and annoyed, and had to complain, Tong Jiaying, are you a ghost? Walking without a sound. Tong Jiaying pursed her lips, her tone just as annoyed. Clearly it's you who had a guilty conscience, talking to yourself, so you didn't notice me walking right beside you. Oomph, women. Right now, Jiang Jinli was kind of afraid of women and didn't want to talk to them. Tong Jiaying's father was also an electrical construction worker. They had grown up together. In kindergarten and elementary school, they were classmates and often walked to and from school together. Later in middle and high school, they went to the same school but were in different classes, so they saw each other less and drifted apart. Seeing that Jiang Jinli didn't want to talk and seemed preoccupied, Tong Jiaying quickly caught up. Hey, Jiang Jinli, happy birthday. Oh. Jiang Jinli quickened his pace, replying as if escaping. Tong Jiaying, being a straightforward and unromantic girl, also sped up and asked directly, "What birthday gift do you want? I'll use my allowance to buy you one." Jiang Jinli refused. "I was just ranting earlier, you don't need to take it seriously. I'm really not interested in birthdays, and I dislike the back and forth gift giving of these boring, complicated holiday customs." Oh. Tong Jiaying didn't press further, just slowed down, took out her phone, and searched on Baidu, "What's a good birthday gift for an 18-year-old boy? Can't afford a phone or computer. He already has a watch. A game console is no good. In 3 months it'll be the college entrance exam. Giving him a console now is like sabotaging him. A fountain pen doesn't work. Jian Jili definitely wouldn't like it. I also hate how messy and troublesome fountain pens are. A scarf sounds nice, but winter's already over. So annoying, picking a birthday gift feels harder than a math test." Tong Jiaying had never given a boy a birthday gift before. She complained in her heart that boys were really hard to please. If it were a girl, she could just get a plush toy and be done with it. A short while later, Tong Jiaying arrived at the county pedestrian street. Meanwhile, Jiang Jinli completed his walk task. Daily task, 30-minute post-meal walk 1/1 completed. Reward, +1 health point. Jiang Jinli suddenly felt a warm flow rise inside him, and his body felt inexplicably light and comfortable. When he got home, his mom was surprised. "Back so soon?" Jiang Jili helplessly explained, "Mom, you're overthinking. I really just ate too much and went out for a walk, so I gave him 500 yuan for nothing? Forget it. Since it's his 18th birthday today, I won't ask for it back." After a short rest, Jiang Jili went to take a shower. At that moment, the doorbell rang. John's mom went to open the door in confusion and was surprised. Tong, you came to see Jinli?" Tong Jiaying hadn't visited Jiang Jinli's home in a long time. She explained shyly, "It's his birthday today. I came to give him a birthday gift." Oh, he's in the shower. "Come in and sit," Jiang's mom said, then shouted, "Son, Tong is here." Tong Jiaying, both awkward and shy, handed over the gift and said, I have to go home now. Auntie, just help me give this to him." John's mom warmly tried to make her stay, but couldn't. Still, she was very happy, her face lit up with a big anti-smile. After his shower, Jiang Jinli suddenly had a bad feeling. Curious, he asked, "Why did Tong Jiaying come looking for me?" As the saying goes, rabbits don't eat the grass by their own burrow, but I think it's better for a rabbit to eat the grass near its own burrow than to eat some wild grass of unknown origin outside. Old Jiang, don't you agree? Jiang Jinli felt extremely awkward at his mother's sudden hint, like sitting on pins and needles, like a fishbone stuck in his throat, like thorns on his back. His dad immediately understood and nodded, saying, "What my wife said is absolutely right. Tong is a good girl, she has good grades and looks good too." "Stop. Don't overthink it. There's nothing between me and Tong Jiaying. It's not what you think." Jiang Jili rolled his eyes. In his mind, Tong Jiaying had always been like a bro. Even if she was now looking more and more like a girl, it didn't change the brotherly bond he felt toward her. Jiang's mom scolded with annoyance, "You blockhead. A girl especially came over late at night to give you a birthday gift, and you still don't get what that means?" Jiang Jili helplessly explained, "Tong Jiaying happened to hear during our walk that today's my birthday. Then she probably felt a bit embarrassed for not doing anything, so she went to buy a gift. Don't start randomly shipping people." John's mom instantly pulled a long face, but she still didn't give up. "I still think Tong likes you. You should interact with her more and invite her over more often." Yeah. Jiang Jinli didn't want to hear his mom nag anymore and could only respond perfunctorily, then started unwrapping the beautifully packed gift box, curious what gift Tong Jiaying had actually bought him. Once he opened it, he couldn't help but complain, "No way, she's nuts, right? Who gives high school exam practice papers as a birthday gift?" "Pa!" John's mom slapped the back of his head and scolded, "You're the one who's nuts. Tong giving you those practice papers is for your own good. Did you forget the mock exam results that came out 2 days ago? Your math was a disaster, your English was only 62, and your total score was just 457. I heard Tong's score was 546, so she bought those practice sets as a birthday gift clearly because she wants you to improve and go to the same university as her. This isn't a hint anymore, she's clearly showing she likes you, dummy." Lived for 18 years and only now realized his mom is a romance brain. John's dad joked, "Tong's quite an interesting girl. This also shows she's practical and not materialistic. If you marry her, she'll definitely be a good wife and mother. You guys really have some imagination. It's a pity you're not writing romance novels on Chidian." There's also a music box underneath. John's mom took it out, opened the lid, and a soothing and lovely melody played instantly. In the center, a pair of figurines twirled around as the music played. On the lid of the music box, the words top scores in exams were printed. Zhang's mom went into romance mode again. See, Tong is confessing to you. As the old saying goes, top scores in exams and the wedding night. She gave you the practice sets in this music box because she hopes you'll catch up to her grades, go to the same university, and then get married after graduation. If you weren't my mom, I'd really want to throw out your romance brain. Off to the side, his sister chimed in too. Sis Jiaying is so romantic. Just as Zhang Jinli couldn't take any more of his parents' and sister's overactive imaginations, the system prompt popped up. Years later, you never expected that the most painful and desperate birthday of your life would include receiving a birthday gift from Tong Jiaying. You burst into tears and remembered all the moments from childhood spent with your childhood sweetheart. You suddenly wonder if you hadn't failed the college entrance exam, if you had gotten into the same university as Tong Jiaying, if you had pursued her and married her, would life have been this bad? Time-limited mission triggered, reunite with your childhood sweetheart. Mission requirement, within 24 hours, sort out your feelings and ask Tong Jiaying to have a meal and chat, so she no longer worries about you. Mission reward, 10x cashback on all expenses for the date with Tong Jiaying. What the hell, burst into tears after receiving a gift from Tong Jiaying? System, are you nuts too? Okay fine, this damn system really is nuts. Otherwise, it wouldn't have shown up 30 years early. Considering the 10x cashback reward, Zhang Jinli decided not to complain. From this, he discovered one thing: when a person is truly speechless, they really are speechless. I'm going back to my room to do practice questions. Zhang Jinli didn't burst into tears, he held back tears and returned to his room helplessly, carrying the 3 high school exam books from Tong Jiaying. Zhang's mom cheered him on. Go for it, son. Don't let Tong down. Zhang Jinli. Thanks, Tong Jiaying. Back in his room, door locked, Zhang Jinli picked up his phone and opened his WeChat chat with Tong Jiaying. The latest message was from over a month ago, on New Year's Day. She had sent him a New Year's greeting, and he replied, Happy New Year, and that was it. Tong Jiaying, are you nuts? Zhang Jinli typed, then thought it wasn't right and deleted it. Tong Jiaying, those practice books fried your brain? Still didn't feel right, deleted again. Thanks, Tong Jiaying. Not good either. If she read that with sarcasm and refused to meet up, he couldn't complete the 10x cashback task. Got your gift, thank you. You're thoughtful, I really liked it. Zhang Jinli sent the message, lying through his teeth. Very quickly, Tong Jiaying replied, Glad you liked it. I didn't know what to get you, and then heard your mock exam didn't go so well a few days ago, so I got you these 3 practice books. I did them during the winter break. A lot of questions in the mock exam were similar. If you work through them carefully, they'll really help for the next mock exam and the college entrance exam. Tong Jiaying, you're amazing. Zhang Jinli mentally gave her a thumbs up, then got to the point. You spent money on me, so tomorrow I'll treat you to a meal. Tong Jiaying replied, No need, I didn't spend much. It's not about the money, it's about friendship. Zhang Jinli continued, It's my 18th birthday. Other than my parents and sister, you're the only one who gave me a gift. I was really touched. I must treat you to a meal to say thanks. If you don't agree, that means you're looking down on me and don't see me as a friend. Tong Jiaying was convinced. Okay, I'll go. But I have makeup classes tomorrow morning, and I plan to go back to school early in the afternoon to study. Can we eat lunch instead? Sure. Tomorrow at noon, I'll let you know when it's time. Okay. After doing practice questions for over an hour, Zhang Jinli got sleepy, went out to brush his teeth and pee, then went back to bed. In the middle of the night, Zhang Jinli seemed to dream of Tong Jiaying and murmured in his sleep, No way. Tong Jiaying, you're really nuts. The plan of the day lies in the morning. People don't stop exercising because they age because they stop exercising. New daily task added, morning run 0/1. Task reward, 100 yuan for every 1 kilometer of morning run. Morning run time limited to 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Zhang Jinli was woken up by the sudden notification of the new morning run task. He was originally a bit grumpy from being woken up, but once he found out that running 1 kilometer in the morning would reward him with 100 yuan, his mood instantly improved. He jumped out of bed like a cart flip. In the daily taskbar, soak goji berries in thermos had already been refreshed, and the 30-minute walk after dinner task would reset automatically based on the end time of dinner. Zhang Jinli quickly brushed his teeth and washed his face, then snuck into the kitchen to steal another handful of goji berries to soak. Finally, holding the thermos, wearing sneakers, he quietly opened the door and headed out for a morning run. At 5:11 a.m., it was still a bit dark outside. His parents and sister were still fast asleep. Zhang Jinli walked out of the stairwell, a slight chill mixed with fresh air greeted him. The sky was a deep blue, with the morning star particularly eye-catching among the stars. The eastern sky was already turning pale, and a few streaks of dawn painted a gentle red blush on the horizon like a shy girl. The neighborhood in front of him was very quiet, with streetlights still on both sides. Light and shadow intertwined, repeatedly stretching and shrinking Jiang Jinli's passing shadow. Occasionally, early birds flew overhead, chirping lively, adding a touch of vitality to the morning stillness. 8 yuan, 9 yuan, 10 yuan. Watching the real-time updating cash reward increase in proportion to distance, Jiang Jinli felt full of motivation while running. 100 yuan per kilometer of morning run isn't that tempting to a sickly middle-aged man, but to a healthy and energetic 18-year-old like me, it's simply irresistible. Jiang Jinli decided to run 10 kilometers and earn 1,000 yuan to treat Tong Jiaying to a good meal at noon, and with the 10x cashback, he could make 10,000. Just the thought of it got his heart racing. This isn't the late bloomer system, it's the young and promising system. But Jiang Jinli overestimated himself. After running just 1 kilometer, his speed started to drop. At 2 kilometers, he began to feel a dull pain under his ribs and had to slow down to a walk. Only 2 kilometers and I'm already spent. I was dreaming too big thinking I could run 10 kilometers and make 1,000 yuan. Jiang Jinli suddenly regretted not exercising more, but it wasn't really his fault. With the college entrance exam approaching, he spent all his time studying and doing practice papers, with no time for physical training. With such low exercise volume, it was only natural that his body couldn't handle a sudden 2 kilometers run. Luckily, even walking could earn money. Jiang Jinli sipped goji berry tea from his thermos while strolling leisurely through the park. 6:30 a.m. The sky gradually brightened, and the first ray of sunlight stretched over the horizon like a golden ribbon. The leaves on the roadside sycamore trees were rimmed with gold. As the breeze blew, the leaves rustled softly. Outside the park, more and more vehicles began moving on the road. The hum of engines and occasional honks completely awakened the sleeping city. Jiang Jinli walked a full lap around People's Park and unexpectedly ran into Tong Jiaying and her father, who were also out for a morning run. Jiang Jinli? Tong Jiaying wondered if she was still dreaming when she saw Jiang Jinli at the park entrance, something almost unthinkable. Every time she was home on break, her father would take her out for a morning run to stay healthy. This habit had lasted 2 or 3 years, but in all that time, she'd never once seen Jiang Jinli out running. "Ha, Uncle Tong, you guys also have a habit of morning runs?" When Jiang Jinli saw Tong Jiaying running toward him, he instinctively straightened his back, puffed his chest, pulled in his stomach, and brushed off his half-dead, exhausted look to portray himself as someone who runs every morning. Sure enough, Tong Jiaying's father believed it. "Oh, it's Xiaoli. You're out for a morning run this early?" Jiang Jinli had come out from the left side of the park's main gate, which meant he had run a full lap around the park. Since his home was about 1 kilometer from the park, that meant he must have started his run around 5:30 a.m., while the Tong family usually started at 6 a.m. Jiang Jinli boasted, "I'm used to it. I wake up at 5 a.m. every day to run. The park is quieter at this time and the air is fresher." Tong Jiaying's dad gave him a thumbs up, praising, "Not many young people these days can get up this early to run." Then he turned to Tong Jiaying and said, "You should learn from Xiaoli. Only through discipline can you become a better version of yourself. The same goes for both studying and exercising." Tong Jiaying responded with an "Oh." Jiang Jinli, having finished pretending, was ready to leave and waved, "I ran over 10 kilometers today and I'm exhausted. I'm heading back, you guys keep running." "Okay." Both Tong Jiaying and her father looked at him with admiration, not realizing he was bragging. After they ran off, Jiang Jinli immediately dropped the act, dragging his sore and exhausted body slowly back the way he came. The morning run task showed he had completed a total of 3.2 kilometers, of which about 2 kilometers could barely count as actual running, while the remaining 1.2 kilometers was done limping with pain under his ribs and trudging with heavy legs. That's why it took him an hour to cover just 3.2 kilometers. If he told the truth, even the old grandpas who run daily would laugh their dentures out. But claiming to have run over 10 kilometers would leave them shocked. Half an hour later, Jiang Jinli returned home. His parents had just gotten up and were cooking porridge and steaming buns. Both were stunned as if they had seen a ghost upon learning their son had gone for a morning run. Then, his romance-brained mother started imagining things again inside. "This is the power of love. Forget it. Not worth explaining." After resting a bit, Jiang Jinli took a shower. Then after breakfast, he dragged his sore legs back to his room to catch up on sleep. Ding, time's up. Daily task, morning run January 1st completed. You ran a total of 4.21 kilometers today. Reward, 421 yuan. Adding the already completed soak goji berries in thermos task, Zhang Jinli happily withdrew 521 yuan and then immediately fell asleep. He didn't know how long he slept until the phone rang. Zhang Jinli woke up and saw that it was a call from Tong Jiaying, and instantly, all his sleepiness disappeared. Afraid she might cancel the meetup, he quickly explained, "Sorry, I took a nap after my run and overslept." "Where are you? I'll come find you now." Tong Jiaying was understanding. "I already went home. If you're too tired today, we can do it next time. I just called because you hadn't replied on WeChat." "No, next time," Zhang Jinli said. "I'm heading out now, wait for me downstairs." After hanging up, Zhang Jinli pounded his sore calf muscles, hurriedly put on his shoes, and rushed out to meet her. "Mom, I'm going out for a bit." Just as Zhang Jinli stepped out, his parents sneakily followed right behind him like thieves. His younger sister, Zhang Jinyu, also peeked her head out stealthily, trying to follow them and gossip. But she was ruthlessly pushed back inside by her mother's big hand and was forced to stay home and study. Zhang Jinli was exhausted from the morning run, his legs ached with every step. So this time, instead of taking the stairs, he took the elevator downstairs. His parents watched through the peephole and, once they saw him enter the elevator, immediately opened the door and tiptoed down the stairs to tail him. Earlier, Zhang Jinli had answered a call from Tong Jiaying. Although he never mentioned her name, his imaginative parents picked up on the key phrases like "heading out now" and "waiting downstairs," and instantly concluded that the caller must be Tong Jiaying. Tong Jiaying's home was in the building diagonally across. As Zhang Jinli came down, he walked over, and at the same time, Tong Jiaying also came out of her building. The sneaky parents peeked out from the stairwell and broke into a gratified anti-smile when they saw the scene. "Just as I expected. I was wondering why Tong suddenly remembered his birthday and even came over at night to give him a gift. Turns out they're already secretly together." Zhang's dad also looked pleased and a bit jealous. Not only did his brat of a son have such an outstanding childhood friend, but now he was even dating her. From growing up together to growing old together, this kind of childhood sweetheart love, mutual and affectionate, would even make gods and immortals envious. "Wow, Dad, that was beautifully said." Unnoticed, Zhang Jinyu had snuck up behind them and peeked her head out too, gasping in admiration. "Wow, your big head." Zhang's mom smacked her daughter on the butt and scolded, "Getting itchy again, huh? I told you to stay home and study, and here you are sneaking down." Zhang's dad sensed danger for his daughter and warned, "Don't wow like that. Your brother's a guy. In today's society, it's hard for boys to find a girlfriend, so we won't stop him. But if you start dating before college, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhang Jinyu pouted, thinking she shouldn't have come down to witness her brother's drama. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinli had no idea that his parents and sister were secretly spying and assuming he had scored with his childhood sweetheart thanks to proximity. He looked at Tong Jiaying walking out of the elevator and accidentally auto-aimed with his eyes. Is it because her last name is Tong? So, eternal youth and we're bros. What am I even thinking? Tong Jiaying walked out quickly. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall. A high ponytail was casually tied behind her head, with a few loose strands brushing her forehead, adding a touch of coolness and liveliness. She wasn't the kind of girl who liked to dress up, but because of her good features and high looks, even with a bare face and plain clothes, she still looked stunning and refreshing. Zhang Jinli silently turned off his internal auto-aim and said calmly, "Let's go. I'll treat you to a good meal in the city." "Okay." Tong Jiaying didn't hold back, just like when they were kids, happily following behind Zhang Jinli. But as she looked at his now much taller back, he felt somewhat unfamiliar. Ever since they stopped being in the same class in middle and high school and became aware of gender differences, they rarely stuck together anymore. Then, she noticed that Zhang Jinli was walking a bit weirdly, like he had a cramp, and asked, "Did you pull a muscle during your run this morning?" Zhang Jinli, saving face, said, "I challenged my limit today, ran more than 10 kilometers in over an hour, so now my legs are trembling." Tong Jiaying asked, "Did you apply any medicine?" "I have some medicated wine at home for blood circulation and bruises. After I run 5 or 6 kilometers, my calves get sore too, but the wine helps a lot. Then after we eat, I'll stop by your place and get some." Zhang Jinli felt crushed. He lied about running over 10 kilometers, but Tong Jiaying's 5 to 6 kilometers was probably real. No wonder she used to be a chubby girl in elementary and middle school, and now she looked slim and refined like she'd had plastic surgery in Korea. "I'll call a Didi." The bus stop was a few hundred meters away. Unless Tong Jiaying carried or supported him there, he didn't want to take another step. Tong Jiaying said, "No need for all that trouble. It wastes time going to the city and money on a taxi." Zhang Jinli replied in a domineering CEO tone, "Even 1,000 gold coins can't buy my willingness." Just follow me. At the roadside near the community entrance, the two stood on opposite sides waiting for the car. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and quiet. It was Tong Jiaying who broke the silence. Do you have a university you want to get into? Zhang Jinli answered, yeah. Like Tsinghua or Peking University. Tong Jiaying pursed her lips in disdain and couldn't help but tease, with your grades, you might get into a first-tier university if you overperform. Normally, you're only good enough for a second-tier one. So what's your most realistic target school? Zhang Jinli got serious. I'll go all out for the University of Finance. If I do well in the essay, don't mess up math too bad, and guess 60 to 70 on English, I still have hope of scoring 550. Tong Jiaying said, your English is pretty bad. Except for elementary school, I don't think you've ever passed since middle school. Zhang Jinli was surprised. Tong Jiaying, we haven't been in the same class in middle or high school, how do you know I never passed English? Tong Jiaying looked up at the sky, I heard people say it. Zhang Jinli saw right through her nervous excuse and questioned, really? Why do I feel like you've been secretly keeping tabs on my grades? Tong Jiaying quickly denied it, flustered, no way, I just heard it from others. Then let's just say you heard it. Zhang Jinli didn't press further. Just then, their ride arrived. A moment later, the two arrived at Wanda Plaza downtown. Sunday afternoon, 1 p.m. Wanda Plaza was packed with people. Zhang Jinli had already planned it all. The task said all expenses during the date with Tong Jiaying would be refunded 10x. He had over 1,000 yuan on him. If he spent it all before the time limit, that would turn into over 10,000. Zhang Jinli led Tong Jiaying toward Wanda Plaza. At that moment, the taxi fare of 21.8 yuan was auto-deducted from his phone. Then a system prompt appeared. Time-limited task, reunite with your childhood friend in progress. Current total spending, 21.8 yuan. Zhang Jinli didn't expect even the cab fare with Tong Jiaying counted. With the system counting like this, he could really get creative with using Tong Jiaying to farm rewards. Just as he entered Wanda Plaza with her and was about to switch up his strategy, a new task popped up. Enemies meet on a narrow path. Just when you finally pulled yourself together and reunited with your childhood sweetheart, you ran into your buzzkill ex-wife. Temporary task triggered. Agitate your ex-wife. Ex-wife? What the hell? Zhang Jinli quickly looked around. Since the system's description of his future experience was all in text and didn't mention anything about the ex-wife, not even her name or surname, every girl of the same age in Zhang Jinli's line of sight was a potential suspect. So many girls around, who on earth is the ex-wife? Zhang Jinli was anxious. Because the reward for this task was actually a riverside view apartment. Compared to earlier daily tasks like drinking a cup of goji berry tea for 100 yuan or running 1 kilometer for 100 yuan, the sudden temporary task of stimulate your ex-wife came with an insane reward. No time to confirm the ex-wife's identity. If she slipped away and couldn't be provoked, that riverside view apartment would be gone. So, Zhang Jinli suddenly gave a heated look to Tong Jiaying beside him, which made her heart flutter in confusion. Do I have something on my face? Tong Jiaying asked softly, thinking something had gotten on her face. Zhang Jinli didn't avoid it and directly said a cringeworthy pickup line, just a bit of beauty. Tong Jiaying was stunned, and then her cool and pretty face slowly turned red, her ears flushing pink as well. Before, Zhang Jinli always called her snot bug or fat ing, because she used to cry a lot as a kid and was a bit chubby. So in her memory, Zhang Jinli never complimented her, only teased her. It even made her feel insecure as a kid, wondering if she was truly that ugly. But today, Zhang Jinli actually said she was good-looking, and he said it in the crowded Wanda Plaza, in front of all those people. Zhang Jinli then deliberately raised his voice and asked, Tong Jiaying, you girls all like claw machines, right? I'm in a good mood today, so I'm buying out all the claw machines in Wanda Plaza for you, go wild. In an instant, all the passers-by looked at Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying. Tong Jiaying felt all those stares and immediately wished she could crawl into the claw machine beside her to hide. Zhang Jinli, are you crazy? She quickly tugged on Zhang Jinli's trench coat, nervously and speechlessly saying, are you stupid? Didn't you say you were taking me to eat? We can eat later. Zhang Jinli had to take this chance while the mystery ex-wife was still nearby. He needed to provoke her now if he wanted to get that riverside view apartment reward. Boss, give me 500 yuan worth of tokens. Zhang Jinli shouted loudly, wanting every visitor in Wanda Plaza to hear how ridiculously rich he was. Are you crazy? Tong Jiaying saw he wasn't joking and quickly pulled his coat. Zhang Jinli directly grabbed her slender, fair wrist and pulled her to get tokens, saying, I told you, I'm going to let you eat well and have fun today. So don't talk to me about a mere 500 yuan. Even 5,000, I'd still be happy to spend it. Can't help it, you're my one and only childhood sweetheart. If I don't spoil you, who will? His voice was loud, intentionally so, aimed at the nearby ex-wife, hoping these words would provoke the girl, who was still a young lady full of romantic fantasies, and thus complete the task. Tong Jiaying, like a kite, was blankly led away by Zhang Jinli, her mind stuck on the last words he said that made her heart race for no reason. You're my one and only childhood sweetheart. If I don't spoil you, who will? The surrounding girls were also drawn to Zhang Jinli's words, watching with envy and jealousy. Who could understand? Just coming to Wanda Plaza on the weekend, and suddenly being force-fed dog food, and not just any dog food, but this super enviable childhood sweetheart brand. Boss, I just scanned 500. While Tong Jiaying was still in a daze, hit hard by that heart-throbbing phrase, Zhang Jinli had already scanned and paid, buying 500 yuan worth of game tokens. Watching the boss pour out a whole basket of tokens, the onlookers cast gossip-filled and admiring looks. The boys envied that Zhang Jinli had such a beautiful childhood friend, the girls envied that Tong Jiaying had such a rich and sweet boyfriend. If he wasn't afraid of Tong Jiaying misunderstanding and getting the wrong idea, Zhang Jinli really wanted to tell the boss to make it 520 yuan worth of tokens. After all, 520, meaning I love you in Chinese numerals, would have drawn even more attention and been more effective in provoking the nearby girls. Tong Jiaying, stop spacing out. Let's go catch some dolls. Strangely, when Zhang Jinli said this, in Tong Jiaying's ears it sounded like let's go make babies, making her face and ears even redder. Nearby young couples were all triggered, the boys cursing Zhang Jinli, the girls staring longingly and resentfully at their own unromantic boyfriends. At this moment, the system prompt appeared. Ding! Temporary task, stimulate the ex-wife. Completed. Reward, 1 Riverside View apartment. The property paperwork has been properly arranged for the host. Click to claim your title deed and keys. Zhang Jinli was overjoyed. Thank you, mysterious ex-wife I've never met, let me easily earn a Riverside View apartment. Zhang Jinli truly hadn't expected that his future ex-wife would also be in the same city, and even less that what started as a date with Tong Jiaying for a cashback reward would lead to unexpectedly running into the ex-wife and triggering such an insane task reward. For a moment, Zhang Jinli even felt a bit more fondly toward his ex-wife. Tong Jiaying, you're so dumb. That's not how you catch dolls, I'll teach you. Zhang Jinli was in a great mood. He shoved in more than a dozen game tokens, then held Tong Jiaying's hand to teach her how to use the machine. Although he'd never played claw machines before, he had watched many videos and knew you had to swing the claw before dropping it. Held from behind by Zhang Jinli, hand in hand, Tong Jiaying's already red face turned as ripe as a peach, making people want to take a bite. But Zhang Jinli clearly had no such thoughts, he was just annoyed that she was bad at it and kept missing the dolls. However, even after more than 20 tries, they still couldn't grab a single doll. Damn! This isn't about my skill, it's the claw. It's too loose, totally impossible to pick anything up. They switched machines and tried over 10 more times, still nothing. The claw was so weak that it couldn't lift anything. So Zhang Jinli went to confront the boss. Boss, this is such a scam. With a claw that loose, how are we supposed to win? The boss, of course, wouldn't admit it and said it was all about skill and angle. Zhang Jinli said, then you do it. If you can grab even one from these 2 machines, I'll admit it's our fault. Otherwise, give me a refund or 2 big teddy bears. The boss got nervous, afraid Zhang Jinli would cause a scene and ruin future business. So he tried to smooth things over and finally agreed to give them 2 1-meter-tall plush bears. Zhang Jinli wasn't after a refund anyway, he needed to spend money to get cash back. So getting 2 big teddy bears was a win. Otherwise, with their skills, 500 yuan in tokens might have only gotten them a few 10 yuan factory-made dolls at best. Tong Jiaying, if anyone asks where these bears came from, say I got them for you with my amazing claw machine skills, got it? Zhang Jinli held a 1-2-meter-tall brown teddy bear and seriously told the girl beside him, who was holding a big white bear. Oh. Tong Jiaying obediently responded. She had no choice, Zhang Jinli was her only childhood sweetheart. Of course, she'd indulge him. We're eating here for lunch. I heard the steak here tastes great. On the 3rd floor of Wanda Plaza, Zhang Jinli led Tong Jiaying to a Western restaurant. This restaurant was one of the most expensive in Wanda Plaza. Usually only well-paid white-collar workers or well-off couples would come to this kind of place where the average meal cost was 200 to 300 yuan per person. Tong Jiaying saw the tomahawk steak ad at the entrance priced at 188 yuan, and thinking about how Zhang Jinli had just impulsively spent 500 yuan on claw machine tokens earlier, she quickly said, let's just go eat at Caesarea. Caesarea was also a Western restaurant. Tong Jiaying had eaten there before, and compared to this place, the prices were simply cheap and affordable. It's not that Zhang Jinli looked down on Caesarea, but even if he splurged there, he could at most spend 200 to 300 yuan. His goal today was to spend all the 1,000 plus yuan he had during this date with Tong Jiaying and earn a sweet 10x cashback of over 10,000 yuan. So, there was no way he'd take her to a restaurant where the average price was only a few dozen yuan. Besides, he wanted to use this opportunity to finally experience what it felt like to get full on tomahawk steak. Bro's got money, so we're eating here. Zhang Jinli boldly walked in. The waiter warmly greeted them, and his eyes were immediately drawn to the giant teddy bears they were carrying, still in their packaging. After setting down the teddy bears, Zhang Jinli didn't give Tong Jiaying any chance to order cheap spaghetti. He said directly, "Is the 188 yuan tomahawk steak only 500 G? Then we'll take 4. Also 1 order of cheese-baked shrimp." Tong Jiaying quickly interrupted his order and said to the waiter, "Hello, we'll just have 2 beef and tomato spaghetti, thank you." Zhang Jinli turned to the male waiter next to him and said, "She doesn't make the call, go with my order. Also add a vegetable salad and 2 glasses of freshly squeezed orange juice." After the waiter left, Tong Jiaying couldn't hold it in anymore. She frowned and said worriedly, "Are you crazy? You already spent 500 on claw machine tokens, and now you're spending this much on food. I told you I'm in a good mood today, so I want to let you eat well and play well." For the first time in his life, Zhang Jinli was spending money like water, not treating money as money. It's a pity he only had a little over 1,000 on him. If he had tens of thousands, he'd take Tong Jiaying straight to a jewelry store, buy a gold necklace for tens of thousands, and make a fortune through 10x cashback. Seeing she couldn't stop him, Tong Jiaying frowned and said worriedly, "If your parents find out, they'll scold you to death." To ease her worries, Zhang Jinli had to lie. "I might as well tell you the truth now. The reason I'm being so generous today is because I worked on a programming project during the winter break and made 20,000 yuan. So, since you were kind enough yesterday to give me a birthday present, I decided to splurge and treat you to a great day out." As expected, Tong Jiaying was much less resistant after hearing that, and she looked at Zhang Jinli with more surprise and admiration. No wonder Zhang Jinli was acting crazy today, he had made that much money during the winter break. Zhang Jinli continued, "You're the only one I've told, so keep it a secret, or my mom will nag me to death." Tong Jiaying suddenly thought of something. "So you bombed your mock exam because of the part-time job and didn't study properly during winter break? Wait, even she's helping me make up excuses?" "That's right." Zhang Jinli went with the flow, shamelessly saying, "If I hadn't slacked off on studying because of the part-time job, I could have easily scored over 500 and beaten you." Tong Jiaying's face flushed unexpectedly, and her eyes darted away. Maybe she misheard the word beat as something else. But she still had a bit of pride, and said with disdain, "If I hadn't messed up my essay and only got 10 points, and if I hadn't gotten 2 math questions wrong, I could have easily scored 600. And your highest score in high school is just 545, you've never even hit 600 once." Tong Jiaying, how can such harsh words come out of a mouth at 36 degrees Celsius? "I regret it now, should have just taken you to West Lake to eat wind." Tong Jiaying smiled smugly, "The internet's right, lies don't hurt, the truth is the real knife." Zhang Jinli looked at her with disgust. This girl was still just as annoying as when they were kids, always clinging to him and always going against him. Out of her 90 pounds, at least 80 pounds were just rebelliousness. Just then, Zhang Jinli's phone buzzed. It was a message from his high school buddy, Lin Huaiwen. "Are you at Wanda Plaza?" Zhang Jinli suddenly felt a sense of dread and typed back, "Nope. I'm home studying." "Alright then. I just saw a video in a junior high classmates' moments. Some dumbass was showing off big time at Wanda, spent 500 yuan on claw machine tokens for his girlfriend and flaunted his love in public. I watched the video and thought that idiot looked a bit like you. But then I figured, nah, can't be you. Knowing your personality, if you had such a pretty childhood sweetheart, you'd show off even harder than that guy in the video. Friendship over, idiot Lin Huaiwen. Send me the video so I can critique it." Zhang Jinli silently cursed the guy who posted that video. May all his instant noodles come with only the seasoning packet. Soon, Lin Huaiwen forwarded the video. "Look, doesn't that idiot's profile and face shape look a lot like yours? And he's even wearing a similar black trench coat. His voice also sounds a lot like yours. I really thought it was you at first." Zhang Jinli replied, "How's that me? I'm clearly better looking than him, and my voice sounds way better." Luckily, the video only showed his side profile. Even his own mom might not recognize him. But if it went viral on Douyin and someone familiar saw and recognized him, he'd experience social death for real. But there was still a big problem. The video might have only captured his side profile, but Tong Jiaying's stunning face was shown from every angle without a single flaw. So even if his mom didn't recognize him, she definitely recognized Tong Jiaying. and then he'd be exposed anyway. At that moment, Lin Huaiwen commented, "Even if you are better looking and sound better than him, you don't have a pretty childhood sweetheart who grew up with you." Jiang Jinli looked up at Tong Jiaying sitting across from him, zoning out, and decided to stop pretending. He secretly took a photo of her and sent it to Lin Huaiwen, typing, "I'm face blind. Is she really that pretty?" Jiang Jinli played on his phone while grinning foolishly. Even though he was a dumbass in Lin Huaiwen's eyes, wasn't Lin Huaiwen a clown in his eyes too? Serves you right for bad-mouthing me. Now your mind's falling apart, huh? Tong Jiaying looked at Jiang Jinli, who was grinning for no reason, and curiously asked, "What are you laughing at?" Jiang Jinli turned off his phone screen and shamelessly said, "Someone posted a video of us at the claw machine online. The comments are all saying how handsome I am. A bunch of girls are jealous and asking why someone as average looking as you gets to have such a handsome and generous childhood friend." Ha! Tong Jiaying reached out and said, "I don't believe it unless you show me." "No way. I'm afraid you'll get mentally wrecked from the hate comments." Just then, the waiter brought over the orange juice and vegetable salad. Jiang Jinli took the chance to change the subject. He didn't really like salad, but girls seemed to, so he specifically ordered it for Tong Jiaying. "Do you want to take a picture?" Jiang Jinli didn't start eating right away and asked, "Take a picture of what?" Tong Jiaying asked, "Don't normal girls take pictures when they eat out to post on their moments?" After he said it, Jiang Jinli felt like he was talking nonsense, because Tong Jiaying was like a bro. She wasn't a normal girl at all. Normal girls would dress up nicely when going out, and even just going to a movie or drinking milk tea, they'd post it on their moments. But Tong Jiaying didn't bother dressing up, and she barely posted anything in her moments all year. It was like she was disconnected from society. Besides studying, nothing else seemed to interest her much. Maybe she was triggered by those words normal girl, so she immediately picked up her phone and said, "Then I'll post one on my moments too." Up to you. If you want to post, don't eat yet, wait until the tomahawk steak and cheese baked shrimp come, then take a group photo. Jiang Jinli didn't like posting to moments either. He barely had a few posts all year. But today, he planned to post one visible only to Lin Huaiwen, just to mess with him. Tong Jiaying sat properly and obediently across from him. She didn't touch the salad or the juice. Clearly, she had decided to post a moments update to prove she was a normal girl. Soon, the tomahawk steak and cheese baked shrimp arrived. Looking at the 4 large pieces, cooked medium well with an enticing color and aroma, Jiang Jinli quietly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tong Jiaying took her phone and seriously started taking pictures. Luckily, her phone camera was good, so even without filters, the food looked amazing. But she didn't get the 9-photo grid vibe normal girls used. She just took a wide shot and was done. Then she asked a question that made Jiang Jinli speechless. What kind of caption do normal girls use for this kind of post? Whatever. If you don't know what to write, just post the picture without a caption. Oh. Tong Jiaying thought about it and added a caption. "Thank you for the generous treat. Is this okay?" She turned her phone to show Jiang Jinli, asking for his opinion. Jiang Jinli was speechless and decided to give her a live lesson. "Watch me post to my moments, learn carefully." He first took a photo of the 2 glasses of orange juice together, then individual shots of the tomahawk steak, cheese baked shrimp, and salad. Next, a wide shot of the whole table spread, then had Tong Jiaying hold the knife and fork while he took a close-up of her cutting the steak. Then, he had her raise the orange juice for a clinking last shot. Finally, he took a photo of the restaurant and a front-facing picture of Tong Jiaying to complete the 9-photo grid. He uploaded all 9 pictures in order, added a caption, and set it to be visible to selected friends. Originally, he planned to let only Lin Huaiwen see it to tease him, but now, for teaching purposes, he also added Tong Jiaying to the view list. Posted. Now you learn. Tong Jiaying quickly refreshed her moments, saw the caption, blushed, and pretended to stay calm while praising. "Wow. You're so good at posting to moments. I'll just copy your post. Normal girls post like this. So next time you go out or eat something good, just use this format and you're set." Jiang Jinli started eating heartily. Tong Jiaying secretly snapped a photo of him ignoring the knife and fork, munching straight on the steak, and then used his photo set, replacing the restaurant shot with the one of him. She posted a 9-photo grid with the same caption. "Only food and love in this world are not to be let down." After setting it so her parents couldn't see it, Tong Jiaying posted it and happily picked up her knife and fork to eat. While they were enjoying their feast, on Jiang Jinli's moments, Lin Huaiwen's mental state collapsed. He replied with envy and hate, "Idiot." On Tong Jiaying's moments, many boys who had secret crushes on her also lost their minds. Normally, if Tong Jiaying posted something, they'd rush to like and comment. But this time was different. In the 9-photo grid she posted, the last photo was a guy. And paired with the caption "Only food and love in this world are not to be let down," the hearts of those secretly in love with her were shattered. Before they could experience the sweetness of love, they first felt the pain of heartbreak. Since the photo Tong Jiaying secretly took didn't show Zhang Jinli's face, girls who were close to her started gossiping in the comments, eager to know who the love in the caption was. Zhang Jinli didn't know he had just set fire to Tong Jiaying's moments and that it was already blowing up in her class. After they were full and satisfied, Tong Jiaying decided to go back to her school dorm to store the teddy bears first, since her mom was strict and might interrogate her if she took them home, and then forbid her from hanging out with Zhang Jinli. Zhang Jinli also didn't want her parents to misunderstand and have it get back to his own parents, leading to further complications. So he happily sent her back to her dorm first, planning to take a cab home together later. 3 p.m. The two of them returned to the neighborhood. Zhang Jinli, wait for me downstairs. I'll bring you a bottle of medicated wine. Tong Jiaying didn't invite Zhang Jinli up, she didn't want her mom to find out she had gone out with him. Okay. Zhang Jinli only waited a few minutes before Tong Jiaying came back down with a bottle of medicated wine in an old mineral water bottle. Thanks, I'm heading home then. Tong Jiaying watched Zhang Jinli walk away, and a sweet smile unknowingly spread across her cool and elegant face. Ding! Time-limited task, reunion with your childhood friend, completed. Total spending for this date, 1,528. 5 yuan. Reward, 10x cashback equals 15,285 yuan. Just over 10,000 yuan meant nothing to a middle-aged man who had lived half his life and already lost hope in life. But for 18-year-old Zhang Jinli, it was incredibly exciting. Overjoyed, he immediately withdrew all 15,285 yuan. At the same time, he received a message from Tong Jiaying on WeChat. She had actually transferred 1,000 yuan to him. If this had been before the system appeared, Zhang Jinli would have shamelessly groveled and begged to be sugar-babed. But now, a mere 1,000 yuan couldn't buy his body or soul. Tong Jiaying, who do you think you're looking down on? Zhang Jinli hit refund, then sent a screenshot of his balance over 15,000 yuan, replying, "Call me daddy and I'll transfer 10,000 to you." Based on what Zhang Jinli knew of Tong Jiaying, she definitely wouldn't call him daddy just for money. After all, she had always been a headstrong girl who'd rather die than yield. But the next second, Tong Jiaying slapped him in the face. "Daddy, I don't care who the hell you are, get out of Tong Jiaying's body right now." Luckily, Zhang Jinli had experience dealing with her and quickly came up with a counter. "Typing doesn't count, I want a voice message." Tong Jiaying, "Then I'll go outside and say it." Tong Jiaying, "Have you no shame? Giving up your dignity for 10,000 yuan. Not long after, Tong Jiaying sent a gentle, sweet voice message. "Daddy, send money." "Oh, you win, Tong Jiaying. It's just 10,000, right? I dare to send it, do you dare to take it?" Zhang Jinli directly transferred 10,000 yuan to her. He didn't believe she would actually accept it. On the other end, standing on her balcony after secretly calling someone daddy, Tong Jiaying felt a sudden sweetness in her heart. The corners of her eyes lifted, her eyes sparkled brightly, and her usual icy coolness melted away into pure warmth and joy. "He really did it, I'm crying." Tong Jiaying was genuinely moved. She hadn't expected Zhang Jinli to actually transfer such a large amount of money to her. She didn't accept it either, she hit refund. "Forget it, you spend money too recklessly. I'm afraid you'll run out and cry about it later." Zhang Jinli replied with a disdainful meme. "You flipping the roles now, Tong Jiaying? Want me to remind you how you used to cry your nose out all the time? I don't even know what you're talking about." Tong Jiaying sent an innocent panda sticker, trying to play cute and brush it off. Zhang Jinli replied with a heh and stopped responding to her, happily heading home. At that moment, a system prompt popped up. "Reunited after a long time, under Tong Jiaying's earnest persuasion, you finally walked out of your sadness. From now on, you decide to cherish the present and the people around you." Triggered immediate task. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. The child wants to care for the parents, but they are no longer there. Set out immediately to go home and accompany your parents. Task reward, health value family sharing mechanism. When the host's health value is full, any extra can be added to any family member. So, is this system broken, or did 48-year-old me in that parallel timeline actually get persuaded by Tong Jiaying? Zhang Jinli didn't overthink it. His attention turned to the new task. The stated reward was even more exciting than getting a 10x cashback. He hadn't expected the system to be so powerful, it could even modify family members' health. Once he maxed out his own health value, he could share the extra with his family to improve their health too. If full health meant no sickness or pain, then not only would he and his family enjoy a healthy life, but they also wouldn't need to worry about falling seriously ill one day and draining all their savings like a bottomless pit. So, this health value sharing reward was far more valuable than any material or monetary reward. After all, no amount of money could buy a lifetime of good health for the whole family. Excited, Jung Jinli took the elevator back home. "Mom, I'm back," he called out while taking off his shoes. The house was quiet. His parents weren't home, they were probably out at the market shopping for groceries. He heard some rustling from his room and instantly knew his little sister must have snuck into his room to play on the computer while he and their parents were out. "Bro, did you go on a date with Sis Jiaying?" His sister, Zhang Jinyu, blurted out a piece of gossip that caught him off guard. He wondered, is this what they call a girl's sixth sense? But the date she mentioned was the romantic kind. His outing with Tong Jiaying was purely to complete a task, an old friend meetup, not anything romantic. So Zhang Jinli felt no guilt and retorted, "Date my ass. Stop reading those trashy romance novels." Zhang Jinyu scoffed, too scared to admit it. "We all saw you go out with Sis Jiaying. You guys were spying on me?" Zhang Jinli narrowed his eyes, a hint of killing intent flashing through them as if ready to sacrifice his sister to protect his path. Zhang Jinyu quickly passed the blame. "Not me, I didn't see anything. It was Mom who noticed something was off and went downstairs with Dad to spy on you. They said you and Sis Jiaying went on a date. Dad even said you two have this perfect childhood friend to lifelong partner love that would make even gods envious." Zhang Jinli sneered. "What love? I just didn't want to owe her a favor, so I treated her to lunch." "It's not what you think, scumbag," Zhang Jinyu said with contempt. "If I didn't have Sis Jiaying on WeChat, I might have actually believed your nonsense." Zhang Jinli was speechless. "Wait, how does that make me a scumbag?" Zhang Jinyu opened WeChat, scrolled down to a moment's post from an hour ago by Tong Jiaying, and read aloud with envy, "In this world, only food and love must not be let down." "How do you explain that post?" Zhang Jinli. "Sis, why are you friends with Tong Jiaying on WeChat?" "And Tong Jiaying, how shameless. She copied my moments caption that I posted just to mess with Lin Huaiwen, and now even my sister is misunderstanding everything. And she even posted that secret photo of me eating steak without asking. Now I've shot myself in the foot. There's no way to explain this cleanly. I'm telling you, it's all a misunderstanding. I just treated her to a meal, nothing romantic at all, believe it or not." "Scumbag. Fine. I can't explain this anymore. I'll transfer you 500 yuan, just don't let Mom and Dad see Tong Jiaying's post." Zhang Jinyu's eyes lit up, but then she shook her head. "Nope, you're my own flesh and blood. I need more. I'll add 100. At least 300. 200, no more. Then I'll screenshot this and send it to Mom. Tell her you ate Western steak with Jiaying at lunch, and she'll skip cooking dinner for you." "Fine, you win." Zhang Jinli pretended to be heartbroken as he transferred 800 yuan to his sister and threatened, "I sent you the money, now you'd better keep it secret. Otherwise, I'll tell Mom you sneaked on the computer again and read those filthy, disgusting beastman romance novels." Zhang Jinyu quickly denied it 3 times. "I didn't. I would never read that stuff, don't frame me." Zhang Jinli scoffed. "Heh, dirty girl. You read it, but now you won't admit it? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never underestimate a once scummy older brother." After threatening his sister, Zhang Jinli went back to his room and clicked to claim the reward of the Riverside View apartment obtained from the Provoke Ex-Wife task. Claim complete. Host may go to the sales office below to pick up the property certificate and keys, or fill in a delivery address to have the sales office mail them. Seeing the address of the sales office provided by the system, Zhang Jinli was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected that the Riverside View apartment reward from the Provoke Ex-Wife task would actually be in the provincial capital. And it was in a pretty decent area too. Zhang Jinli searched online, and even with the recent slight dip in housing prices, this Riverside View apartment rewarded by the system still costs 30 to 40,000 per square meter. So the total value of this Provoke Ex-Wife reward was 4 to 5 million yuan. That meant he was now technically a millionaire. Once the college entrance exams were over, he could go check out the apartment. It was even conveniently close to the university town. Feeling pleased with himself, Zhang Jinli decided to reward himself with 2 rounds of gaming. Half an hour later, his parents returned from grocery shopping. As soon as she heard the keyboard clacking when walking in the door, his mom, while changing her shoes, shouted, "Zhang Jinyu, playing on the computer again, huh?" A voice came from inside the room. Zhang Jinyu's annoyed reply, "I didn't. It's my brother on the computer." "Oh, then I wronged you." Maybe because the college entrance exam was only 3 months away, and also because her son seemed to be dating Tong Jiaying, whom she liked a lot, their mother double-standard hard and didn't scold her son at all for playing games. After realizing his parents were back, Jung Jinli closed his game of PUBG, where cheating was rampant, exited completely, shut down the computer, and went out to complete the spend time with parents task. In the system described miserable future, his parents had worried themselves sick over him. Looking at his current 40-something-year-old parents, Jung Jinli could hardly imagine what they would be like at over 70. Nor could he imagine, if his future really developed as described, how sad and disappointed his parents would be in their old age. Especially since the wife he married, lazy, unfilial, and promiscuous, was someone they had urged him to marry via blind date. They'd definitely feel regret and guilt. Jung Jinli didn't understand what his future self was thinking, but he definitely understood what his parents would feel. "Mom, help me apply some medicine." Jung Jinli took out the bottle of medicinal wine given by Tong. His mom looked concerned and asked, "What happened?" "Lack of exercise. I ran a few kilometers this morning and my calves are sore. Help me apply some, this stuff smells too strong for me." Hearing this, his mom looked at him with disdain. "Do it yourself. I hate the smell too." "Mom, you've changed. Am I not still your most beloved eldest son?" "Sorry, I love your dad the most. You two siblings were both accidents." "System, can we renegotiate this? Change the spend time with parents task to run away from home?" In the end, his sister was more useful. Jung Jinli bargained and paid his sister 200 yuan to apply the medicine and massage him. Gotta say, the medicinal wine from Tong was pretty good. After a few rounds of rubbing it on his sore calves, his skin started to feel warm, and the muscle soreness turned into a warm, comfy sensation. Not long after, his mom's voice suddenly came from the kitchen. "That's weird, I haven't used goji berries in my soups lately. Why is the jar we bought for New Year almost empty?" Hearing that, lying on the sofa with his feet on a stool while enjoying the massage, Jung Jinli quickly blamed someone else. "They say, when people hit middle age, they put goji berries in their thermos." "No doubt, Dad used them." Dad quickly defended himself. "It wasn't me. I only brew tea in my thermos." Jung Jinli doubled down. "Come on, Dad, just admit it. It's nothing to be ashamed of. From now on, you can soak goji berries openly. No need to hide it." Dad protested. "It really wasn't me. Your mom must have misremembered." Jung Jinli, with a straight face, said, after careful judgment, "It seems Dad's telling the truth. Looks like Mom really did remember wrong. Otherwise, we've been robbed. Unless Jinyu here mistook the goji berries for snacks and secretly ate them? Did I really remember it wrong?" Mom mumbled and didn't dwell on it. The missing goji case was closed. Jung Jinli secretly sighed in relief. His first time soaking goji berries, he'd used too much and now Mom had noticed. Next time he'd have to buy more and stash them away. After all, soaking goji berries in a thermos not only improves health, it also makes you rich. 4:30 p.m. Mom finished cooking dinner. At 2 o'clock, Jung Jinli had eaten 2.5 tomahawk steaks. Half of one was what Tong Jiaying couldn't finish, and he helped her with the aftermath. So excluding the bones, he'd eaten about 2 pounds of beef, plus cheese-baked shrimp. He wasn't very hungry now. But to complete the spend time with parents task, he still sat down and ate with his parents and sister as usual. After dinner, Jung Jinli and his sister packed up and prepared to go back to school for evening study. Both were boarding students. His sister was in her final year of middle school, attending the county's experimental middle school. Jung Jinli studied at the city's #1 high school, the best in the area, and usually took the bus to school. At that moment, his phone buzzed. Tong Jiaying messaged, "What time are you heading to school?" Yesterday, when Jung Jinli invited her to lunch, she said she had tutoring in the morning and planned to go back to school early in the afternoon, so she was only free at noon. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Turns out, she couldn't go to school early today, so she messaged him, apparently wanting to take the bus with him. "Leaving now." Jung Jinli had just sent the message when Tong Jiaying replied instantly, "Then I'll go with you." "Oh no, did I mess up? Could it be that Tong Jiaying really has feelings for me?" Jung Jinli admitted that Tong Jiaying had really transformed into a cold, goddess-like beauty. But because they grew up together, he never had any inappropriate thoughts about her. At the very least, not once had he fantasized about her during any of his many solo activities. Even in his wet dreams, he had never dreamed of Tong Jiaying. It's like when an older sister is very pretty, but the younger brother just isn't attracted to her, in fact, thinks she's ugly. "Mom, Dad, I'm heading to school." Jung Jinli put on his shoes, grabbed his backpack, and headed out. His sister wasn't in a rush, her school was only 2 kilometers away, and Dad usually drove her on the electric scooter around 6 p.m. After saying goodbye to his parents and stepping out the door, the system finally popped up a notification. Ding! Immediate task. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. The child wants to care for the parents, but they are no longer there. Completed. Reward granted. New feature unlocked. Health value family sharing mechanism. Host, Jiang Jinli. Health value, 30. Health value family sharing, 3 people, captured from household registration data. Jiang Jinli opened the profiles for his parents and sister, and found that the system had pulled data from 30 years in the future. And 30 years from now, his parents' health values were only in the low 20s. Yesterday, after his post-dinner walk added 1 health point, he had clearly felt a warm, comfortable current flow through his body, proof that health points really worked. But since the system used future data, seeing those low health scores gave him a sudden chill, like the whole family was seriously ill. It was a little scary to look at. But recalling that in the system's future logs, his parents and sister were still alive 30 years later, he relaxed. After going downstairs, he hesitated for a moment, then sent a WeChat message to Tong Jiaying. "I'm heading out now." She instantly replied, "Then I'll head out too." Jiang Jinli suddenly thought of how Tong Jiaying used to follow him around like a little tail when they were kids, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake her off. So he couldn't help but reply with 3 words. Little tail follower. At dusk, the afterglow scattered. Jiang Jinli walked toward the entrance of the neighborhood, and Tong Jiaying happened to come out from the building diagonally opposite his home. She had clearly taken a shower, so she had already changed into the school uniform she needed to wear for tomorrow's flag-raising ceremony. The blue and white uniform of No. 1 high school had always been criticized by students, but the winter uniform that looked tacky and ugly in the students' eyes looked cool and pretty on Tong Jiaying, like a female lead walking out of a school-themed anime. She walked quickly, her high ponytail swinging in the air, with a few loose strands of hair brushing against her face, adding a touch of lazy charm. "Jiang Jinli, wait for me." Tong Jiaying called softly, and the familiar line suddenly gave Jiang Jinli the illusion of traveling back to childhood. He responded and looked over. The warm yellow halo of the setting sun was a bit dazzling, so he couldn't clearly see Tong Jiaying's face, but this backlit hazy feeling gave off a beauty that stunned the entire dusk. When Tong Jiaying caught up, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but complain. "Didn't you say you were going to school early this afternoon to review?" Tong Jiaying complained, "Isn't it because you messed up my schedule?" She used to go to school around 4 o'clock, because if she left half an hour or an hour later, the bus would be especially crowded. She didn't like the feeling of being squeezed in a bus, especially when there were unfamiliar boys standing next to her, and some of them were even perverts, deliberately getting close to her. But if she squeezed onto the bus with Jiang Jinli, she wouldn't have to worry about creepy guys coming near and taking advantage of her. "And that's my fault?" "It is your fault." Alright, a real man doesn't argue with a woman." Jiang Jinli knew that girls were often unreasonable, his sister was the same, so he didn't bother arguing. Tong Jiaying smiled sweetly, grabbing the backpack straps in front of her chest and asked, "Did you apply the medicated wine? Feeling any better?" Jiang Jinli replied while walking, "Gotta say, the medicated wine from your house works pretty well, but the smell is a bit strong. I offered my sister 100 yuan and she still didn't want to apply it for me. Only when I added another 100 did she reluctantly help. You should have asked me. I'd only charge 50 for that kind of small task." Tong Jiaying just said it casually, but Jiang Jinli said, "Okay, then after the morning run tomorrow, help me apply it." I brought the medicated wine. Among the daily tasks, morning running was the easiest way to make quick money, 1 kilometer for 100 yuan. It could train the body and earn good money. So Jiang Jinli brought the bottle of medicated wine Tong Jiaying gave him, deciding to keep up the morning runs during school too. If he could earn 100, he would. Tong Jiaying asked curiously, "You also do morning runs at school?" Jiang Jinli started bragging, "Whether at home or school, rain or shine, I get up at 5 every day to run." Tong Jiaying's cool, pretty eyes were suddenly full of admiration, instantly becoming a fangirl, and decided right then I'll start running in the mornings at school too. Jiang Jinli suddenly regretted showing off. Tong Jiaying was a freak who could run 5 or 6 kilometers at once, while he was already exhausted after running just 2 kilometers this morning. If she ran with him, wouldn't he be exposed? But since he had already bragged, he couldn't take it back. He could only play it by ear. Anyway, a man's mouth is full of lies. Fooling Tong Jiaying, Jiang Jinli was good at that. The two walked with their backs to the setting sun, looking at their long shadows stretched out by the light, heading to the bus stop a few hundred meters away. At the bus stop, more than a dozen students who lived nearby were waiting for the bus, mostly high schoolers from number 1 or number 2 high school. Some were even familiar faces, since they were peers living in the same area, so there was a high chance they went to the same school. A few had even been classmates in elementary or middle school. But if they weren't that close, they'd only nod or casually greet each other. While waiting for the bus, The daily task 30-minute walk after dinner showed as completed. As the task reward was given, health +1, Jang Jinli felt a comfortable warm flow in his body again. The sore leg muscles from the morning run seemed to ease a lot. Soon, the bus arrived. Everyone scrambled to get on. Jang Jinli took an unusual route, taking Tong Jiaying with him to the back door to grab the corner spot inside. "Give me the card." Jang Jinli took the bus card from Tong Jiaying, then asked, "Anyone else getting on from the back door want to swipe together?" Several people handed him their cards, and Jang Jinli gave them to a student sitting in the front, asking them to pass the cards one by one to be swiped. The student squeezed in the front helped swipe all the cards, then returned them one by one. Jang Jinli took his and Tong Jiaying's cards, then returned the rest to the nearby students. The bus started moving, shaking slightly. Tong Jiaying leaned against the corner. If she hadn't been with Jang Jinli, she would probably be squeezed at the front of the bus, next to who knows what kind of people. With Jang Jinli in front blocking, she didn't have to squeeze next to strangers, and didn't need to worry about some creepy guys deliberately brushing up against her. This made her feel especially at ease. Screech! Suddenly, the bus braked hard. Tong Jiaying fell straight into Jang Jinli's arms. The tip of his nose caught a whiff of jasmine scent. Who knows what shampoo she used, but it smelled really good. But Jang Jinli wasn't in the mood to enjoy the fragrance in her hair, because the soft curves she usually hid were now pressed tightly against him. Tong Jiaying is seducing me. She definitely did it on purpose. Jang Jinli quietly took a deep breath, his eyes looking out the window, trying to distract himself. But the more he tried to distract himself, the more he thought about Tong Jiaying, to the point where her soft curves made him react down below too. Shit. This can't be. I actually reacted to Tong Jiaying? Jang Jinli quickly reached out to press down on Tong Jiaying's head, pushing her away. "Tong Jiaying, did you do that on purpose?" Tong Jiaying's pretty face turned slightly red, explaining, I didn't hold on to the handrail just now. You must be taking revenge, deliberately crashing into me. No, it was an accident. Thud. Again, you really did do it on purpose. You just want to crash into me and inherit my ant credit pay. I didn't hold the handrail just now either. Ha, women. Jang Jinli put his right hand in his pocket, casually adjusting his little brother that had bounced up from the crash. Just like that, with ambiguous tension in the air, the bus reached the intersection near number 1 high school. Like in childhood, Tong Jiaying followed behind Jang Jinli, heading toward the school gate. "Jiaying, you just got to school too?" Suddenly, footsteps came from behind, and a boy, a little nervous and excited, greeted Tong Jiaying. Jang Jinli turned his head in response, silently mocking, "What kind of dumb question is that?" Out of politeness, Tong Jiaying gave the male classmate a cold, expressionless smile. Then she hurried to catch up with Jang Jinli while shouting, "Jang Jinli, wait for me." Jang Jinli was bad. He deliberately teased the lovesick fool who had a crush on Tong Jiaying. "I don't want to wait for you. Who told you to crash into me so many times just now?" Tong Jiaying said, "It wasn't on purpose. It's the driver who kept braking suddenly, that's why I bumped into your arms." Jang Jinli scorned, "Excuses. If you had held onto the handrail properly, would you have bumped into me again and again? So you did it on purpose, taking the chance to take revenge on me and lust after my body, taking advantage of me. I did not." Watching the two flirting and bickering, the boy who just mustered the courage to talk to Tong Jiaying suddenly felt like a total clown. "Wait, I forgot to buy goji berries. Tong Jiaying messed me up." Jang Jinli suddenly stopped, and Tong Jiaying, who was following right behind him, bumped into him again with a thud, but this time it was his back. "Jang Jinli, you did that on purpose," Tong Jiaying complained. Jang Jinli said, "I need to go out for a bit, I forgot to buy something." Seeing that Jang Jinli wasn't doing it on purpose, Tong Jiaying asked, "What do you need to buy?" Jang Jinli lied, "Stationery, and something to eat and drink." Tong Jiaying looked confused. "Can't you buy those at the school store?" The problem was the school store didn't sell goji berries. Jang Jinli casually came up with an excuse. "The school store has limited options, and the prices are kind of high." "Oh, then I'll go with you." As soon as Tong Jiaying said that, Jang Jinli immediately complained, "Tong Jiaying, why are you becoming a tag-along again? It's already dark. I'm not letting you come with me. Just tell me what you want, I'll buy it for you." "Okay." Tong Jiaying thought for a moment and said, "Then buy me a pack of gel pens. In exchange, I'll help you rub your legs and apply medicine tomorrow." "Deal." Jang Jinli quickly walked out of the school. As she watched his back disappear, the gentleness on Tong Jiaying's face gradually turned into a cold look that warned strangers to stay away. The classmate who had tried to chat with her earlier now looked like an ugly duckling, and passed by her awkwardly and quickly. No wonder Tong Jiaying seemed so cold, so she already had someone, which was why she was so indifferent to the boys in class. Or maybe Tong Jiaying saved all her sweetness and gentleness for her boyfriend, so she came across as cold and unapproachable to others. At the school gate, some students, too lazy to squeeze into the bus, had taken taxis directly. So Jiang Jili also took a taxi to Wannan Mall, which wasn't far. Inside the mall, Jiang Jili went straight for the goji berries and bought a jar of high-grade ones that were relatively expensive. Then he went to the stationery section and bought 2 packs of gel pens. On his way out to pay, he saw all kinds of milk drinks on display. He thought of how he didn't like pure milk when he was little, but Tong Jiaying loved it, so he picked up a box of pure milk. At checkout, Jiang Jili suddenly regretted it. Wait, why did I suddenly want to buy her pure milk? Forget it, let's treat it as payment in advance for her helping me rub my legs and apply medicine. He took a taxi back to school. Jiang Jili messaged Tong Jiaying on WeChat, I'm downstairs at the girls' dorm, come get your stuff. From the 3rd floor balcony, Tong Jiaying received his message and quickly came out, tiptoeing and craning her neck to look down. Seeing that Jiang Jili seemed to be holding a box of milk, she immediately got excited and ran downstairs. Is this pure milk? Is it for me? She knew Jiang Jili didn't like drinking pure milk, but she did. So even though she knew he bought it for her on purpose, she still asked. Wanman Mall was having a milk sale. I got you a box. Consider it payment for helping me rub my legs and apply medicine after our morning run tomorrow. As he spoke, Jiang Jili handed the box of milk to Tong Jiaying, then took out a pack of gel pens and gave them to her. Then I'll wake up at 5 tomorrow morning and run with you, said Tong Jiaying. Jiang Jili reminded her, you don't need to get up that early just to follow me. Don't lose sleep and end up too tired to focus in class. Tong Jiaying said, I won't. I always wake up after 6 hours of sleep for morning runs at home. Then I stay alert all morning, nap for an hour or 2 at noon, and feel energetic in the afternoon too. Up to you. Just don't mess up your sleep and studies trying to compete with me. After handing her the milk and pens, Jiang Jili planned to return to the dorm, take a shower, and then go to evening study. Otherwise, if he showered after the evening study, he wouldn't be able to sleep early and wouldn't wake up at 5 for his money-earning morning run. As soon as he entered the dorm, his bunkmate on the top bed, Lin Huiwen, immediately said with envy, jealousy, and hate, the idiot is back. In the dorm, the other roommates had already heard from Lin Huiwen's gossip about how Jiang Jili showed off at Wanda Plaza today and had a Western meal date with Tong Jiaying, so they all started chiming in. Old Jiang, you really kept this well hidden. It's one thing that the class beauty from class 1 is your childhood friend, but to find out she's also your girlfriend and you didn't leak a single clue. I was wondering why the cold class beauty from class 1 always smiled at me. Turns out she was smiling at the dog next to me. And I thought she liked me. Jiang Jili, explain why the post where you showed off your relationship only let Lin Huiwen see it, and not the rest of us. Jiang Jili explained helplessly, you all misunderstood. Tong Jiaying is indeed my childhood friend, but we're not dating. And that post I made was only visible to Lin Huiwen on purpose. I was trying to mess with him because he called me an idiot earlier. So you and Tong Jiaying aren't a couple? Nope, I don't believe it. If you're not a couple, why did you spend 500 yuan for her to play the claw machine? And say that dumb line in public? Because I ran into a girl I really disliked at Wanda Plaza who was trying to hit on me, so I used Tong Jiaying to get rid of her. Hearing this, Lin Huiwen finally felt relieved. As long as you're still single, I'm at ease. But somehow, someone in the dorm spread what he said, and during the evening study, it ended up being passed around and eventually reached Tong Jiaying. All we can say is, the world is big. But sometimes, it's really small. Jiaying, is what they said true? That post you made, did you use him to make the guys who like you give up? Tong Jiaying answered calmly, but her heart was already filled with sadness and grievance. So all of this was just one-sided from me? He bought me milk tonight just because he used me and felt guilty. So he wanted to make up for it? Jiang Jili, I hate you. From now on, I'm never talking to you again. In class 3, grade 12, during the last evening study class, Jiang Jili was working on a practice exam, a birthday gift from Tong Jiaying. Suddenly, the system prompt popped up. Since being diagnosed with breast cancer during postgraduate entrance exam prep, Tong Jiaying became insecure and withdrawn after surgery. She never married. After reuniting with you today, she used up all the courage she had built over half a lifetime to send you a confession message. But you hadn't recovered from your failed marriage and the loss of your child. Fearing you'd drag her down, you turned her down. She thought you rejected her for her flaws, and left the country overnight, never to be heard from again. Instant task triggered, find Tong Jiaying, clear up the misunderstanding. No way, is the future Tong Jiaying this miserable too? Jiang Jinli stared blankly at the sudden task that appeared, and an inexplicable pain rose in his heart for Tong Jiaying, who had grown up with him. Diagnosed with breast cancer during graduate school entrance exam prep, according to the timeline, if Tong Jiaying takes the exam in her senior year, that means she'll be diagnosed in 4 years. Low self-esteem and withdrawal after surgery, never married in this lifetime. She thought I despised her flaws. Jiang Jinli seemed to understand something. According to the task information revealed by the system, after being diagnosed with breast cancer, Tong Jiaying must have had part of her breast removed during surgery. Thinking about how well developed and full she looked today while squeezing on the bus, and then suddenly getting sick and losing part of that, it was understandable that she'd feel self-conscious, not dare to fall in love, and even less dare to be honest. Jiang Jinli suddenly remembered the health point family sharing unlocked earlier. If I married Tong Jiaying and made her a part of my household registration, then once my health points were full, I could give the extra ones to her. If her health points were also full, maybe she wouldn't get breast cancer? Or maybe I could find a way to get her checked early, get early treatment, so the illness wouldn't worsen, and she wouldn't have to go through a large surgery that affects appearance and causes her to withdraw and feel inferior. Forget it, no need to think about that now. There's still plenty of time. He would definitely prevent this from happening to Tong Jiaying in the future. The priority now was to complete the task and get the reward. Find Tong Jiaying and clear up the misunderstanding. This task was based on what happened 30 years in the future. Back then, after her confession was rejected, Tong Jiaying left the country overnight and cut off contact. So for the 30 years later version of him, finding Tong Jiaying in a foreign country wouldn't be easy. But now, at age 18, he could find Tong Jiaying anytime. But there was a problem. There was no misunderstanding between them. So what was there to clear up? He couldn't just create a misunderstanding first and then fix it, right? If the misunderstanding got too big and made Tong Jiaying mad, she might bite. Just as Jiang Jinli was racking his brain on how to misalign the timeline and complete this misunderstanding task 30 years early, the bell rang, signaling the end of evening study. Jiang Jinli had come up with a plan. He walked out of the classroom and looked toward class 1 at the end of the hallway. Tong Jiaying was walking this way with a chubby-faced girl. Looking at Tong Jiaying's cold and serious face, Jiang Jinli suddenly had a bad feeling. Her expression didn't look right. Tong Jiaying, I need to talk to you. Jiang Jinli stopped her. But Tong Jiaying acted like she had swallowed a bomb. She pushed him aside and said coldly, I'm busy. I don't want to talk to you. Jiang Jinli? What the hell? Why did she suddenly change her attitude? She wasn't like this earlier when she followed me to school all cheerfully. Is there a misunderstanding somewhere? Wait, misunderstanding? No way it's that coincidental, right? Could it be that the things I said to Lin Huaiwen in the dorm got back to her, and now she's mad and ignoring me? Crap, that must be it. Otherwise, why would Tong Jiaying suddenly flip like that? Thinking of this, Jiang Jinli quickly pulled out his phone and opened her moments. The post she made at 2 p.m. in this world, only food and love cannot be let down, was indeed deleted. Looks like someone blabbed and passed on what I clarified to my roommates. That's why Tong Jiaying suddenly gave me the cold shoulder and didn't want to talk to me. Jiang Jinli felt helpless. Earlier he had wondered how to complete a task to clear up a misunderstanding when they had none. Well, now there was a misunderstanding. To finish the task, Jiang Jinli ignored all the gossiping eyes around him and quickly caught up with Tong Jiaying. He grabbed her left hand, pulling her as he explained. You suddenly giving me the cold shoulder means someone betrayed me. I admit I used you today at Wanda Plaza, so you have every right to be mad. Being dragged by the hand in front of everyone, Tong Jiaying was both embarrassed and angry. I didn't. Let me go. I won't. Even if you bite me like when we were kids, I'm not letting go. Jiang Jinli, like some overbearing CEO, ignored the strange stares and kept going. It was wrong of me to use you to mess with that girl at Wanda Plaza, but everything I said at the time was from the heart. What did you say? Tong Jiaying, unable to shake him off and hearing his mix of dominance and tenderness, had no choice but to follow him downstairs. Even if it wasn't for the task or the reward, Jiang Jinli still wanted to clear up the misunderstanding. Plus, after the system showed what Tong Jiaying would go through in the future and how faithful she remained to him, his just friend's lens completely shattered. He suddenly felt that Tong Jiaying really was great. No wonder his parents liked her so much. He said, you're my only childhood friend. If I don't spoil you, who else should I spoil? Or do you think I'm some rich idiot trying to show off by giving you 10,000 yuan? As soon as he finished speaking, the wall in Tong Jiaying's heart and her sadness began to fade. Her cold, serious, pretty face gradually turned soft and shy, making her look very lovable. Lin Huiwen, who had been following and watching the drama, couldn't help but curse when he heard Zhang Jinli gave Tong Jiaying 10,000 yuan. Damn you, Zhang Jinli, turns out you're a damn rich kid. The boys in class 1 who had a crush on Tong Jiaying and were hoping to see Zhang Jinli embarrassed felt a pang in their hearts. Unless your family is super rich, what high schooler can throw out 10,000 yuan just to win over a girl? Now can you calm down and stop being mad at me? Zhang Jinli turned to look at Tong Jiaying's increasingly flushed and pretty face. Tong Jiaying's voice buzzed with frustration. No, who told you to use me as a shield without my permission? That answer actually meant she had already forgiven him. Zhang Jinli couldn't help teasing. Tong Jiaying, do you like me? Is that why you're angry? Tong Jiaying immediately denied it. No way. You always complain about me and bully me, how could I possibly like you? Zhang Jinli pulled his ultimate move. Guess I was overthinking it. I thought you also ahem, never mind, sorry for being rude. From now on, I'll keep my distance so people don't get the wrong idea. After saying that, Zhang Jinli let go of her right hand. A complete role reversal. Tong Jiaying froze, then hurried to catch up and explain. It's not like that. Zhang Jinli, wait for me. Ha. Now you're the one who needs to explain and clear up the misunderstanding. Little Tong Jiaying, gotcha. Jiaying, slow down. Her best friend had just warned her when Tong Jiaying, in her panic, took 2 steps in one, suddenly twisted her ankle and fell. If there hadn't been someone in front to block her, she would have crashed headfirst into the wall. Be careful. You bumped into me. The girl Tong Jiaying bumped into also stumbled, almost falling, and complained unhappily. Sorry, Tong Jiaying didn't expect this accident either. She didn't even know why she suddenly got so nervous and anxious, rushing after Zhang Jinli to explain herself. Tong Jiaying, are you stupid or what? Zhang Jinli didn't expect her to actually fall. He quickly came back to help her up and frowned. Did you twist your ankle? It's nothing. Tong Jiaying was both embarrassed and socially dead at that moment. Only Zhang Jinli ignored everything around them, squatted down, held her obviously sprained right ankle and twisted it slightly, making her grimace in pain. Zhang Jinli, it hurts. You're really something. My leg hasn't even healed yet, and you said you were going to help me rub and apply medicine, and now you twist your ankle yourself. The task hadn't been completed yet, which meant the misunderstanding between them hadn't been cleared. Zhang Jinli simply half-squatted and said, come on, get on, I'll carry you to the school infirmary. Okay. Tong Jiaying, embarrassed and shy, lay on his back, putting her hands on his shoulders, hugging around them. As Zhang Jinli carried her downstairs, he teased, Tong Jiaying, did you turn back into fatting? Why are you so heavy? Tong Jiaying shamefully protested, no way. I only weigh 87 Jin. 87 kilograms maybe? As soon as Zhang Jinli said that, his right shoulder hurt a little. Tong Jiaying bit him in protest. Hiss. Tong Jiaying, are you a dog? You just bite when you disagree. Their flirty bickering made all the surrounding students envious. The boys in class 1, who had been secretly in love with Tong Jiaying because of her beauty, all now wanted to tear Zhang Jinli into pieces. What happened to childhood friends can't beat the new girl? Why do they look like an old married couple? Class 3 students were also jealous and envious, especially Zhang Jinli's dorm mates like Lin Huiwen. Before evening study, Zhang Jinli had just said he and Tong Jiaying were only childhood friends, not a couple. And now, shamelessly, he was feeding them all a giant bowl of dog food right in front of everyone. At the school infirmary, Zhang Jinli carried Tong Jiaying in, briefly explained the ankle sprain, and the school doctor uncle opened a bottle of medicinal spray and suggested going to the hospital for an x-ray. I'll apply the medicine first. Bear with it. Zhang Jinli unwrapped the medicinal spray, sprayed it around Tong Jiaying's right ankle, and then, without minding the strong smell, started massaging her soft and pretty foot. Ow ow ow. Tong Jiaying patted Zhang Jinli's shoulder, eyes watery from the pain. Zhang Jinli said in disgust, serves you right for being this grown and still falling down the stairs. Tong Jiaying murmured in grievance, it's because of you. Zhang Jinli scoffed, don't throw mud at me, I'm not taking the blame. Tong Jiaying pouted, you left me behind all of a sudden. That's not fair. We're just childhood neighbors and friends. You don't belong to me. How can me not talking to you be called leaving you behind? By your logic, when I stopped you earlier and said I had something to say, and you ignored me and walked off, wasn't that also leaving me behind? Tong Jiaying endured the ankle pain and explained, I was just really mad then. Who told you to use me as a shield and deceive my feelings? Then are you still mad now? Zhang Jinli was puzzled, he thought the misunderstanding had been cleared, so why hadn't the task been completed? Tong Jiaying lowered her head slightly, her brows furrowed in pain. Her makeup-free, delicate face was like a budding pink lotus, and she whispered, since you carried me here to the infirmary, I forgive you. Ding. Instant task, find Tong Jiaying and clear the misunderstanding, completed. Reward, intimacy-based cashback unlocked. Automatically bound to Tong Jiaying. From now on, the host will receive 1 in 10x cashback on every expense she makes. Note, guiding Tong Jiaying to spend intentionally will count as violation and deactivate the function. Tong Jiaying, I declare you are my goddess. The goddess of wealth. Zhang Jinli immediately said, since it's still early, I'll ask the doctor to write a leave slip and take you to the hospital for an x-ray. Tong Jiaying refused, no need, it's just a sprain. It'll heal in a few days. What if it's a torn ligament or something? If you end up limping, you won't be able to marry. Zhang Jinli said while picking up her right shoe and squatting with his back to her. Tong Jiaying immediately lay on his back again and said, if I can't marry because I limp, I'll blame you and make you take responsibility. Tong Jiaying, have some shame. Nope, selling human organs is illegal. Zhang Jinli was speechless. He held her thighs from below and carried her out of the infirmary, reminding her, quit joking, call a cab to the hospital. Tong Jiaying quickly took her phone from her pocket. Normally, she didn't bring it to class, but today was an exception because of Zhang Jinli. Are we going to Runmin Hospital? Yeah. Done, I've called a car. Zhang Jinli waited at the school gate carrying her. Within a minute or two, the ride arrived. Runmin Hospital wasn't far, and they quickly reached the main entrance. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 12.6 yuan, triggered 5x intimacy cashback, received 63 yuan. 1 hour later, the test results were done. Tong Jiaying had a sprained ligament, nothing serious, and a few days of rest would heal it. Registration fee, 10 yuan, 3x cashback, 30 yuan. CT scan, 450 yuan, 7x cashback, 3,150 yuan. After insurance, the meds cost only 16.5 yuan, 6x cashback, 99 yuan. All in all, because of Tong Jiaying's accident, Zhang Jinli profited 3,342 yuan. Zhang Jinli, being sly, suddenly thought, what if Tong Jiaying twisted her ankle every day? Wouldn't that mean he could earn 100,000 a month doing nothing? At this moment, Tong Jiaying's regretful voice came, Zhang Jinli, I can't run with you tomorrow morning. It's already past 10:30. We won't get back to the dorm till 11. I won't wake up early to run either. Now that he'd made over 3,000 yuan, Zhang Jinli wasn't as excited about the 100 yuan per kilometer morning run task. Men are just quick to lose interest in old things. Just like Tong Jiaying, before, Zhang Jinli always disliked and avoided her, but now she was irresistible. Thinking of this, Zhang Jinli suddenly suggested, it's so late. How about we stay at a hotel tonight and go back to school tomorrow morning? Wouldn't that be moving too fast? Tong Jiaying wasn't mentally prepared. Zhang Jinli rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I just don't want to bother the dorm warden and roommates this late. I didn't mean anything inappropriate. Tong Jiaying shyly asked, then, 1 room or 2? If you're worried I'll misbehave, then 2 rooms. If not, just 1 room with 2 beds. Oh. But somehow, whether it was on purpose or not, when Zhang Jinli carried her into the hotel room and turned on the light, there was only 1 bed. Tong Jiaying immediately said, oh no. There's only 1 bed? I must have chosen the wrong room. Should I cancel and book another? You think I'll believe you made that kind of mistake? Tong Jiaying, I didn't expect you to be this kind of girl. Just admit it, you've wanted me for a long time, haven't you? Zhang Jinli could only complain in his heart. He didn't dare say it aloud, in case the mood got too suggestive. A man and woman alone in a room, one thing could lead to another. If it went that far, he'd be totally under her control, and once it got out, her parents would probably skin him alive. Forget it, you'll have to deal. Tonight you sleep on. Good night, Maka. Tong Jiaying gritted her teeth. Zhang Jinli, you really have the nerve to make me sleep on the sofa. Zhang Jinli responded righteously, you're the one who booked the wrong room. You have to pay for your own mistake. I'm tired and don't want to carry you down to change it. If you don't want the sofa, sleep on the floor. Or, if you're not afraid something might happen, you can come share the bed. But I'm a restless sleeper, I toss and turn. If you don't believe me, try it. Then I'll try. Tong Jiaying hopped over on 1 foot, looking like she feared nothing. What? You're really going to try? If I were afraid, I wouldn't be Tong Jiaying. She really does want my body. When Zhang Jinli was little, he often napped with Tong Jiaying, but sleeping together after growing up was a first. Zhang Jinli, move over. Zhang Jinli, if you don't behave while sleeping, I'll tell your parents. Zhang Jinli, I can't fall asleep. Tong Jiaying, you're so annoying. Can you shut up and sleep? You're yelling at me. I even feel like hitting you. If you hit me, I'll tell your parents. Childish. After bickering for a while, the two who were already sleepy gradually fell asleep. At 6 in the morning, the alarm rang. Tong Jiaying woke up before Jiang Jili. They had turned on the heater while sleeping, so at some point during the night, the blanket had been kicked off. Then at some unknown point, Jiang Jili had turned from sleeping on his back to sleeping on his side, with his right hand resting on Tong Jiaying's chest and his right leg draped over her legs. Totally misbehaving, Tong Jiaying grabbed his arm and bit him. Ow! Tong Jiaying, are you crazy? Jiang Jili was fully awake. His right forearm had 2 rows of deep bite marks, with the ones where her canines were being the deepest and most painful. That's for not behaving while sleeping. Tong Jiaying sat up, slapped his leg that was on her legs, then pressed the switch at the bedside to turn on all the lights. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, Jiang Jili supported Tong Jiaying to the hotel canteen for a free buffet breakfast. At 6:30, Tong Jiaying took a taxi back to school. Jiang Jili complained that walking with her was too slow. Seeing that the room booking and taxi ride had earned him several hundred yuan in cash back, Jiang Jili decided to tough it out and carried her to class. Along the way, many students' eyes were drawn to them, especially those from their class who knew them. I'm exhausted, walk in yourself. Jiang Jili put her down at the back door of class 1, patted his sore lower back, and returned to class 3. Feeling the strange looks from classmates, a blush of embarrassment spread across Tong Jiaying's cool and pretty face. Her closest friend in class, also her deskmate, quickly came to support her and quietly gossiped. You didn't come back to the dorm last night. Don't tell me you stayed overnight in the hospital? Tong Jiaying softly replied, after the checkup, it was almost 11, so I stayed overnight at a hotel. Chun Yuan's gossip fire instantly lit up. So you two spent the night together at a hotel? Tong Jiaying explained, we just stayed the night at a hotel. It's not what you think. Class 3. Lin Huaiwen was gossiping too. Holy crap. You didn't come back last night. Don't tell me you used the excuse of taking Tong Jiaying to the hospital to trick her into going to a hotel? Jiang Jili said disdainfully, trick what? It was already late when we left the hospital, the school and dorm were locked, so we had no choice but to stay at a hotel. Lin Huaiwen gossiped, so did you get 1 room or 2? Jiang Jili openly admitted, 1 single bedroom. I told Tong Jiaying to sleep on the couch or the floor, but she absolutely refused and insisted on squeezing into the bed with me. Beast. Lin Huaiwen couldn't imagine how great it must be to sleep next to a girl like Tong Jiaying. Jiang Jili kept bragging, and she didn't sleep well, her hands and feet kept moving all night. I didn't sleep well at all. Damn it. Lin Huaiwen instantly regretted asking. Jiang Jili, feeling pleased, cashed out the cash back from Tong Jiaying's spending. Last night's cab to the hospital, 12. 6 yuan to 5x cashback equals 63 yuan. Registration, 10 yuan to 3x equals 30 yuan. CT scan, 450 yuan to 7x equals 3,150 yuan. Medication, 16. 5 yuan to 6x equals 99 yuan. Hotel room, 180 yuan to 4x equals 720 yuan. Cab back to school, 13. 4 yuan to 2x equals 26. 8 yuan. So far, Tong Jiaying's cashback total reached 4088. 8 yuan. Tong Jiaying is amazing. Jiang Jili withdrew it all, 4088. 8 yuan was instantly deposited into his bank card. Before morning reading began, with no teacher present yet, Jiang Jili transferred 2,000 yuan to Tong Jiaying, hoping she'd keep spending so he could earn more. But Tong Jiaying rejected it and replied, I still have money, you don't need to send me any. Jiang Jili sent another 2,000, just take it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for sleeping with you. Tong Jiaying, don't say nonsense like that, people might misunderstand. Jiang Jili, if you don't want people to know, don't do it. Just say it, did we sleep together last night? Tong Jiaying, that was normal sleep, not that kind of sleep. Seeing she rejected the 2,000 again, Jiang Jili lowered the amount and sent her 1,314 yuan. Anyway, to others, it's the same thing. He typed, just take the money, or I won't care about you anymore. Tong Jiaying finally accepted it, then typed, Jiang Jili, are you trying to keep me? If anyone's getting kept, it's me. Jiang Jili didn't reply, put down his phone, and took out his English textbook to prep for morning reading. English was his weak subject. If he wanted to get into a top university, his English had to improve significantly. According to the system's future preview, he would fail the college entrance exam. His final score was around 400, only enough for a decent junior college. After morning reading, the whole school gathered on the square for the flag-raising ceremony. Because of her twisted ankle, Tong Jiaying didn't go downstairs. But she also didn't stay in the classroom. She supported herself on the corridor railing and hopped to the middle balcony of the teaching building, looking down at the students lining up for the flag raising. She quickly found Jiang Jinli in the crowd. Whether by coincidence or connection, Jiang Jinli looked up and happened to make eye contact with her. Tong Jiaying immediately raised her hand to wave. Jiang Jinli ignored her, not wanting to interact. Ignoring me. Tong Jiaying pouted and limped back to the classroom. Where is she? Did she get mad and leave because I didn't respond? Seeing that Tong Jiaying was no longer on the balcony, Jiang Jinli complained in his mind, women are so unreasonable. Monday morning, class 3 had 2 math and 2 English classes. Math teacher was their homeroom teacher, old Zhou, who was reviewing their first mock exam. This time your scores can only be described as terrible, especially Jiang Jinli. Being named suddenly, Jiang Jinli frowned. Many people did badly on the math exam, but old Zhou picked me as a negative example. Someone must have talked behind my back. Less than 3 months till the college entrance exam. I hope all of you will focus on your studies and not on puppy love. I knew it. Jiang Jinli was both speechless and wronged. If someone wants to accuse you, they'll always find a reason. Jiang Jinli didn't bother defending himself. No one would believe him anyway. Soon, it was 8 a.m. Ding! Time's up. Daily task, morning run January 1st completed. Today's run, 2 kilometers, reward, 102 yuan. Didn't expect that without even running, just from walking around, he could earn 102 yuan. At that moment, a new daily task popped up in the system. Daily task, live and learn, read for 1 hour every day. Reward, +1 memory. When memory reaches 100, gain photographic memory. Note, current memory equals 57. This really was a case of a pillow being delivered right when he needed to nap. Jiang Jinli, come carry me after school. After the 3rd class, Tong Jiaying suddenly sent a message. Jiang Jinli immediately refused. No. Let your bestie help you. Tong Jiaying, can you really bear to see me limp along supported by someone else? Totally can. Jiang Jinli replied, this morning the homeroom teacher even called me out, saying I failed the mock exam in math because I was in puppy love and didn't focus on my studies. But I don't think I'm in a relationship. So it must be because I carried you to the hospital, and then carried you to school this morning, and the homeroom teacher saw that and misunderstood us. So I need to keep my distance from you, or else everyone at school will think we're dating. Tong Jiaying didn't reply for a long time, probably thinking about whether they were now in a relationship, or just childhood friends. Calling it a friendship, yet they held hands, he carried her on his back, and they even slept together last night. Calling it a relationship, but they hadn't confessed their feelings, hadn't kissed, or done anything intimate like real couples. In short, the best phrase to describe their current relationship was more than friends, not yet lovers. After the 4th class. Sure enough, Jiang Jinli didn't go to class 1 to carry Tong Jiaying after school. When Chen Yuanyuan supported Tong Jiaying limping past the corridor of class 3, Tong Jiaying glanced at Jiang Jinli's seat and saw that he really left her and ran off, which made her feel a bit hurt. She thought Jiang Jinli was just joking, and would still come carry her after school, but she had overestimated him. Downstairs, Lin Huiwen gossiped curiously, you're not going to carry your childhood girlfriend? Don't tell me you're scared old Zhou will report to your parents? Jiang Jinli said, if old Zhou really reports to them, my parents will probably laugh in their sleep. Also, let me clarify again, Tong Jiaying and I are just pure childhood friends. We're not in a relationship. Heh, Lin Huiwen scoffed, if I still believe you, I'm a dog. Jiang Jinli lifted his right hand, slung his arm around Lin Huiwen's shoulder, and asked, Dogwan, do you know who ratted me out? Last night I only explained my relationship with Tong Jiaying in the dorm, but by evening study it had spread to class 1 and reached her ears. And this morning old Zhou called me out, must be someone badmouthing me behind my back. Lin Huiwen thought for a moment and said, I don't know who blabbed, but I suspect Yang Hong. Yang Hong was the class monitor, math rep, and dorm leader. Because of his bossy bureaucratic style, most people found him annoying. So his popularity in class and in the dorm was pretty bad. You could even say that aside from the teachers, almost no one liked him. Forget it, not worth digging into. I'll amaze the whole class with the 2nd mock exam next month. Let's see what old Zhou says then. Based on reading 1 hour a day and earning 1 memory point, by next month Jiang Jinli's memory would increase from 57 to over 80. Even if he didn't reach photographic memory, he'd still have a huge advantage over others. Then with massive practice and memorization, he didn't believe his score in the 2nd mock could still be bad. After eating lunch in the cafeteria, Jiang Jinli suddenly received cashback from one of Tong Jiaying's intimacy-based purchases. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 12 yuan, triggered 10x cashback,
120 yuan credited. Tong Jiaying is amazing. Mom will never have to worry again that I'm not eating or sleeping while at school. Goji berries in the thermos, morning runs, and cash back from Tong Jiaying's spending. Now Jiang Jinli was earning at least a few hundred yuan daily. If he pushed himself harder with morning runs, earning 1,000 a day wasn't impossible. This system is simply too awesome. Speaking of goji berries, he hadn't had any today, and hadn't completed that daily task. After returning to the dorm after lunch, Jiang Jinli secretly opened his locker, grabbed a handful of goji berries from his bag, tossed them into his thermos, and went out to fill it with hot water. For the next 3 days, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying didn't have any more public displays of affection, just a few occasional WeChat chats. Jiang Jinli started getting used to waking up early, getting up at 5 every morning, running for an hour, and returning to the dorm to wash up. Tong Jiaying's sprained right ankle was mostly healed. If Jiang Jinli hadn't stopped her, she would have joined him for a morning run today. Ding! Time's up. Daily task, morning run January 1st completed. Total distance today, 13 kilometers. Reward, 313 yuan. Can't even spend it all, there's just too much money. Jiang Jinli never imagined that one day he'd suffer the pain of having too much money to spend. Now his bank card balance had already passed 20,000 yuan, and was still increasing by hundreds each day. And during the past 3 days, no new tasks had appeared in the system. Currently, there were only 4 daily tasks that refreshed. Goji berries in thermos. 30-minute walk after meals. Morning run. Live and learn, read an hour daily. Evening. After eating dinner in the school cafeteria, Jiang Jinli walked to the track field to complete the 30-minute walk after meals task. It seemed like Tong Jiaying had secretly figured out his school routine. After dinner, she also headed to the track, catching up with Jiang Jinli walking under the sunset. Are you still running tomorrow morning? Tong Jiaying asked. Jiang Jinli, afraid he'd lose to her freshly healed ankle, said, injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. Your foot's not fully recovered, so don't move or run too much. Tong Jiaying explained, I'm already fine, it doesn't even hurt when I run. That's just your illusion. Anyway, until the weekend, don't use your foot unless necessary. I don't want to carry you home again on Friday when we have break. Hearing this, Tong Jiaying's eyes lit up, like she was actually planning to do that. Jiang Jinli gave her a speechless look. Tong Jiaying, are you sick? You're not seriously thinking of making yourself limp just so I'll carry you home on Friday, right? Tong Jiaying said, no way. How could I? Do I look that dumb? Your eyes just now totally gave you away. Jiang Jinli said in disdain, I'm warning you. If you really do that, I won't care whether you live or die. Tong Jiaying gave up on the self-injury idea and backed off. Then on Friday after school, wait for me so we can go back together. I don't want to squeeze the bus alone. Fine. Jiang Jinli had no choice but to agree. Tong Jiaying pushed further. Also, I want to go to your house this weekend to review. Stop right there. My parents and sister already think we're dating. If you come to my house on the weekend, won't they totally believe it? Jiang Jinli flatly refused. No. Studying with you will only distract me. You don't want me to get distracted and fail to get into my dream college, right? All right. Tong Jiaying looked a bit disappointed, but she understood. Because if she studied with Jiang Jinli, she'd probably get distracted too. Then, are you going to Wanda Plaza this weekend? Not sure. If I want to go to Wanda to buy things, can you go with me? Shopping? Of course I have to go. Jiang Jinli instantly agreed, sure. The glow of the setting sun stretched their shadows long and far. Tong Jiaying, smiling brightly, became the most beautiful sight on the evening track. Even Jiang Jinli, who used to bicker and complain about her constantly, felt his heart flutter a little as he looked at her sweet, genuine smile. Tong Jiaying is seducing me. Thursday morning. Aside from the dorm auntie who opens early and the uncles and aunties working in the cafeteria, 99% of students and teachers at number 1 high school have never seen the campus at 5 a.m. Jiang Jinli was so disciplined, he scared himself. Waking up at 5, he headed straight to the track. Morning run was the most direct and effective daily task to earn money. After 5 consecutive days of morning runs, Jiang Jinli was no longer the weakling who would collapse after running just 1 or 2 kilometers. Now, he could run 3 to 4 kilometers non-stop, and if he pushed himself, 5 or 6 kilometers wasn't impossible. He had barely reached Tong Jiaying's basic level for morning runs. After running for half an hour, the dark blue sky gradually became brighter, and in the distance, a blurry figure walked toward the track. Jiang Jinli didn't even need to look to know it was Tong Jiaying coming for him. Even though Tong Jiaying had agreed yesterday not to run with him this week, she still used the excuse of having taken his money and needing to help him massage and apply medicine to show up. After another half hour, Zhang Jinli managed to run 5 kilometers in total, getting close to Tong Jiaying's usual 5 to 6 kilometers per hour pace. Zhang Jinli, it's 6 o'clock. I'll go get porridge for you at the cafeteria, then help you with your feet in medicine. Oh. Zhang Jinli couldn't run anymore either and headed back to the dorm. 6:10 a.m.
His roommates were still asleep. Since morning reading starts at 7, many students sleep until 6:30, then rush to grab breakfast and barely make it to class on time. Back at the dorm, Zhang Jinli brushed his teeth, washed his face, wiped off the sweat, changed into clean clothes, and went to the cafeteria. Tong Jiaying had already gotten breakfast for him, and he earned another 100 plus yuan in intimacy cashback. When he got there, he ran into a boy walking over to Tong Jiaying with breakfast, trying to chat her up.
Hi, I'm Zhong Maonan from class 7, grade 11. Are you in the same grade, or are you a senior or junior? Zhong Maonan was quite well known at school.
He had performed magic at the last 2 New Year's Eve parties, so as number 1 high's famous magician, and being decent looking, he was liked by many girls. But it wasn't until he woke up early to get breakfast today that he saw a beautiful girl he'd never noticed before.
Sorry, this seat is taken, Tong Jiaying said coldly.
Zhong Maonan suddenly sitting in Zhang Jinli's spot annoyed her, and her already cool face instantly became icy and full of disdain.
Zhong Maonan got up and said, sorry. Then the seat next to you should be empty, right? Can I sit beside you? No. Tong Jiaying rejected him bluntly. Her slightly furrowed brows clearly showed how annoyed she was.
But Zhong Maonan still shamelessly sat down next to her. Don't get me wrong. I just think your look and vibe match the assistant image I had in mind. I have a magic show at the Youth Palace soon, and I want to invite you to be my assistant. He thought Tong Jiaying didn't recognize him, otherwise, she wouldn't be so cold. He was already tired of the girls who chased after him. He wanted to try winning over a more difficult, cool beauty, but Tong Jiaying was still full of disgust. Sorry, I'm not interested in magic, especially the kind that relies entirely on props.
Anyone can perform that kind of magic. Now Zhong Maonan was upset too.
Just as he was about to argue, Zhang Jinli arrived and sat right across from them.
He said, that's not right. The most important thing in magic isn't the props. Saying anyone can perform it is the biggest insult to a magician. A kindred spirit, bro. Zhong Maonan replied, exactly. This classmate is right. Props are just tools. What matters most is the magician's sleight of hand. Zhang Jinli shook his head, you're wrong too. What's most important for a magician isn't props or skills, it's a thick skin. But Tong Jiaying knew Zhang Jinli wouldn't say anything decent. Zhang Jinli said with disgust, Tong Jiaying, did you laugh on purpose so I'd eat your saliva? I think you want to eat my saliva, that's why you're trying to make me laugh.
Tong Jiaying said, while pushing the breakfast she got for him toward him.
Zhong Maonan's face looked terrible at this point. He thought Zhang Jinli was helping him out, but he turned around and called him thick-skinned. He also thought Tong Jiaying got 2 breakfasts for her dorm friend, not for her boyfriend. No wonder she was so cold to him earlier, turns out she had a boyfriend, and now they were mocking him together. Ha, the more you slander me, the more it proves that my brilliance makes you feel inferior. That's why you envy me and insult me. Zhong Maonan said coldly, stood up with his tray, and walked away. Zhang Jinli asked, Tong Jiaying, do you know him? Is he really that famous at school? Tong Jiaying shook her head, nope. He said he's Zhong Maonan from class 7, grade 11. Have you heard of that name? Zhang Jinli shook his head too, never heard of him. Seems like he's so desperate for fame that he thinks he's really popular. Tong Jiaying said, that's what I thought too. That's why he had the confidence to chat me up and invite me to be his magic show assistant at the Youth Palace. Youth Palace? That's nothing. I've got a speech coming up at the United Nations. Wow. Really? If he's serious, then I am too. The two kept bantering, while Zhong Maonan gritted his teeth, wishing he could smash his tray over their heads. Too bad it was still early and the cafeteria wasn't crowded, otherwise, him getting shut down and mocked would have become the school's hottest gossip. With the annoying fly gone, Zhang Jinli started digging into his breakfast.
Tong Jiaying had gotten him 2 tea eggs, a bowl of lean pork porridge, and 2 leek buns. She only got herself 1 tea egg and a bowl of porridge, maybe because Zhang Jinli had teased her the other day about turning back into fat ing, so now she didn't dare eat too much. As the saying goes, if a girl weighs less than 100 jin, she's either flat-chested or short. Tong Jiaying, you're only 87 jin and at most 6 meters tall. If you don't eat more to grow, you'll just stay short and flat. Tong Jiaying huffed, I'm 64 meters. I'm not short, and I'm not flat. Zhang Jinli said, I don't believe it. Unless you let me see for myself. Pay. Shameless. Tong Jiaying shot him a disgusted look, just like the one she gave Zhong Maonan earlier. Only this time, her eyes also carried a touch of flirtation.
In the blink of an eye, a week had passed.
Before, senior students in grade 3 had to attend makeup classes on Saturdays, but due to strong opposition from many students, and with many parents also against it, the Ministry of Education issued a rule that Saturdays, Sundays, and national holidays must be given back to students as rest time. Schools are not allowed to use tight study schedules as a reason to organize extra classes. Friday afternoon after school, Tong Jiaying, carrying her pink and white backpack, ran happily toward class 3. Her high ponytail swayed in the air, and the obvious bounce of her full chest caught the attention of many boys and made many girls jealous and envious. They genuinely felt that God was unfair. Why would he give Tong Jiaying not only beauty, but also a devil-like figure, and even the talent of a top student? So, which window exactly did God close for Tong Jiaying? Class 3. The physics teacher, Old Deng, was still dragging the class after the bell, continuing to explain the problem on the board.
Tong Jiaying was waiting outside for Zhang Jili to finish school.
In the classroom, Lin Huaiwen, sitting at the front left, quietly reminded Zhang Jili, "Your wife is waiting for you." Your wife. Zhang Jili instinctively wanted to deny it, but then he thought Lin Huaiwen would never be able to marry such a beautiful wife in his life anyway, so he might as well let it be. Alright, she's my wife, my wife. Even if he said Tong Jiaying wasn't his girlfriend now, no one would believe him. No choice. This past week, Tong Jiaying had been so close to him that anyone could tell they were like a couple, even more intimate than most actual couples.
Tong Jiaying waited outside for 2 minutes before class 3 was finally dismissed.
Zhang Jili quickly packed up his books, picked up his bag, placed his chair on top of the desk, and walked out the back door.
Old Deng is so annoying, always dragging class.
Now we'll have to wait for at least 2 or 3 buses before we can squeeze on one at the station. Zhang Jili was hinting to Tong Jiaying, don't take the bus, just take a taxi. A bus ride costs only 2 yuan, but a taxi ride home costs at least 20.
If lucky enough to trigger 10 times cashback, that's a 200 yuan profit.
But Tong Jiaying just wanted to squeeze the bus with him. Being able to squeeze on after 2 or 3 buses is already good. I used to stay and study in the classroom for half an hour after school, then waited for 3 or 4 buses to pass until it wasn't so crowded before heading home. No wonder I never saw you on the bus after school. I thought your dad came to pick you up. Seeing that Tong Jiaying had no intention of taking a taxi, Zhang Jili stopped hinting. He didn't want the system to judge him for deliberately guiding her spending, which would cancel the intimacy cashback. Outside the school gate, Zhong Maonan deliberately parked the second-hand MG convertible he bought during winter break at the school gate to show off and impress girls. Among the many parents waiting in their private cars to pick up kids, Zhong Maonan, still a high schooler, stood out with his red convertible, drawing lots of attention. "Away, over here!" Zhong Maonan shouted loudly. Students walking out of the school gate or waiting for their parents all turned to look, once again getting a dose of his show-off act. He really enjoyed this feeling of showing off. Even though the second-hand MG convertible cost him only 120,000 yuan, to students who didn't know much about cars, especially girls, he looked like he was flaunting a million-yuan ride. Just then, Zhang Jili and Tong Jiaying walked out the school gate and saw Zhong Maonan soaking in the pleasure of showing off.
Zhong Maonan saw them too and deliberately drove over, intending to show off and humiliate them.
True loyalty shows in hard times. When you're down and out, some stay with you, others step on your face to show off.
Ding! Face slap mission triggered. Expose the poser and slap them in public.
Complete the task, rewarded with a random luxury car worth over 1 million.
Holy crap!
Thanks to Master Zhong the magician for showing off in my face. Zhang Jinli walked over excitedly. Zhong classmate, you're awesome. You're just in 11th grade and already driving a convertible sports car. That makes us seniors who still take the bus look real bad.
TSK, I really liked the way you mocked me in the cafeteria yesterday.
Zhong Maonan felt smug and proud. I've got over 500,000 followers on Douyin.
I don't even bother replying to people who offer thousands for a performance. You think I'm joking with you? A bumpkin like you has the nerve to look down on me? You even said my performance at the Youth Palace was crap. Well, you're crap.
Zhang Jili said, yesterday morning, I didn't recognize a great figure.
If I had known you were so amazing, I definitely wouldn't have said those things and offended you. Tong Jiaying looked at Zhang Jili suspiciously, not knowing what scheming thoughts he was cooking up this time.
Zhong Maonan thought Zhang Jili had backed down and regretted it. His vanity was satisfied. He glanced at Tong Jiaying, still cold-faced, thinking, this icy senior really knows how to pretend. She must regret it now, must be dying to sit in my front seat, just pretending to be aloof and noble. Zhang Jili then asked, by the way, you're only in 11th grade.
Don't tell me you're underage and driving without a license? Jong Maonan replied, I just turned 18 during winter break. So I got my license then and immediately bought this car. Jiang Jinli admired, impressive. This car looks super expensive. Must have cost a lot, right? Zhong Manan said coolly, not that much. It's a domestic convertible, not that pricey. Fully paid, it was under 400,000. The system required exposing and slapping him in public, so all this showing off was fake. Jiang Jinli leaned in. When he saw the odometer read over 30,000 kilometers, he immediately knew how to expose and embarrass Zhong Manan. He feigned surprise. You can get a convertible sports car for 400,000? Don't tell me this is secondhand? Zhong Manan sneered, bumpkin. This is the MG Cyberster. A new high-end model can be registered for under 400,000. Jiang Jinli chuckled. I thought you wouldn't dare admit it was a beat-up MG. And you call it a new high-end car for 400,000? Next time before bragging, at least spend some money to roll back the mileage. It's already got over 30,000 kilometers on it, who knows how many hands it's passed through. And you still have the nerve to call it new and show off? Or did you buy this over winter break and drive 1,000 to 2,000 kilometers every day without eating or sleeping? Zhong Manan's face changed instantly. Then Lin Huaiwen came over too. I was already roasting this guy last Friday. He drives a second-hand junk MG and still dares to show off like it's a million yuan supercar. Other car-savvy boys joined in. MG with over 30,000 kilometers, second-hand market price is barely over 100k. Down payment of just 10 to 20k and you dare to flex at the school gate? Lin Huaiwen added, he's the biggest poser in number 1 high. Calls himself the school's magician, the Lu Qian of number 1 high. But to us, he's just a clown. After getting exposed in public for driving a second-hand car, Zhong Maonan completely broke down. His face looked like he'd eaten poop. He was so mad his molars almost cracked. Even if I bought a second-hand car, it's still better than you broke losers who can't even afford one. Ding! Face slap mission, expose the poser, slap them in public, completed, hashtag. Reward, Yang Wanyu 9 times 1, hashtag. Jiang Jinli's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the random million-level luxury car to be the flashy sports car with insane presence and the ability to dance. Now it was Jiang Jinli's turn to show off. I just turned 18 a few days ago and haven't taken the driving test yet. Otherwise, I'd instantly buy a million yuan supercar and teach you a lesson. Zhong Maonan laughed mockingly. You, a broke loser, think you can just buy a million yuan supercar? What if I really can? Jiang Jinli took out his phone to record it as evidence. Without thinking, Zhong Maonan replied, if you can buy a million yuan supercar, I'll live stream myself eating sh*t. Alright, it's on video now. Don't worry, I'll give you at most 2 months. You'll be eating well by then. Jiang Jinli's confident tone made Zhong Maonan inexplicably uneasy. His right eyelid started twitching non-stop. Even Lin Huaiwen was stunned by Jiang Jinli's confidence. He wondered, could Jiang Jinli secretly be a super rich second gen? Could he actually afford a million yuan supercar? The rewarded Yang Wanyu 9 from the task had already been legally and properly purchased under Jiang Jinli's name by the system. He could pick up the car at the 4S dealership in 20 days. And to make Jiang Jinli's ownership of a house, car, and other cash rewards legitimate, the system also specifically completed Jiang Jinli's identity profile. In addition to the identity of a programmer, Jiang Jinli now also had the title of a stock god. However, the programmer title was earned by Jiang Jinli in the future through self-learning. At just 18 years old now, he hadn't studied programming at all. So if someone really grilled him for details, he wouldn't be able to explain, and the system would be exposed. Zhong Maonan is annoying, but being able to drive a convertible to and from school at 18, and earning money through magic shows, already puts him ahead of 99.9% of high schoolers. After exposing and slapping Zhong Maonan's face, Jiang Jinli gave an objective evaluation of how impressive he actually was at a young age. If the system hadn't come 30 years early, and if Jiang Jinli had followed his original life path, he wouldn't have been able to afford his first car, even a cheap second-hand one, until after graduating from college, working for a year or two, and reaching the age of 25 or 26. Compared like that, it was clear that even at the same age of 18, Zhong Maonan was indeed way ahead of them. No wonder he was always showing off. He was the type that made people want to punch him. Lin Huaiwen was also secretly jealous of Zhong Maonan and said sourly, he was just born into a good family. His parents were willing to spend money to support his interest in magic. Otherwise, no matter how talented he is, if his parents only forced him to study and didn't support him, he wouldn't be where he is today. That's true. Jiang Jinli agreed. If my parents had sent me to become a trainee idol back then, I'd already be famous across the country.
Then the manure boys and chicken brother would have to step aside when they saw me, saying the waves behind push the ones ahead die on the beach.
Tong Jiaying rolled her eyes, thinking, don't you know whether you even have what it takes to be an idol?
Lin Huaiwen asked curiously, Zhang Jinli, were you serious when you made that bet with Zhong Maonan?
Are you secretly some rich second generation?
Zhang Jinli replied, when you're out in the world, your identity is what you say it is, your bragging is what you do yourself, your flexing is all self-performed. So just listen, don't take it seriously.
Lin Huaiwen said gloomily, it's not like I want to take it seriously. But damn, nothing you say is ever true.
You kept saying you and Tong Jiaying are just childhood friends, but a few days ago you guys even got a room talk. Bye.
My bus 17 is here.
He forgot Tong Jiaying was right behind him and quickly stopped his dirty words, then ran toward the bus stop.
Zhang Jinli glared at Lin Huaiwen's back and said disdainfully, you're slandering me. What do you mean nothing I say is true? Then he turned and asked, Tong Jiaying, do you believe him or me?
Tong Jiaying answered objectively, emotionally, I'll believe you.
But logically, I believe him. Friendship over. Tong Jiaying, go squeeze the bus home by yourself. Zhang Jinli was disappointed. The consequences were serious. But Tong Jiaying was grinning happily. Friendship over? Great. I never thought of you as just a friend anyway.
Even so, when bus 13 came to take them home, Zhang Jinli still reminded her, Tong Jiaying, the bus is here.
Let's go.
At the bus stop, a crowd of students swayed like zombies, already rushing toward the door before the bus had fully stopped.
Tong Jiaying, take the back door.
Zhang Jinli didn't want to waste time waiting for the next bus. He ran up to the back door and squeezed in, becoming the backdoor gatekeeper. A bunch of students were packed around like dumplings. Zhang Jinli shouted for the students inside to move deeper, while making space for Tong Jiaying to squeeze in front of him.
Normally, Tong Jiaying wouldn't get on a bus this crowded.
But with Zhang Jinli there, she didn't hesitate to squeeze right into his arms. The bus doors closed, and there was barely any standing space left. The overcrowded bus slowly pulled out toward the next stop. The driver reminded them over the speaker, students who boarded from the back, please pass your cards forward to scan.
Don't lean on the doors.
Zhang Jinli pulled his bus card from his pocket. Tong Jiaying also handed him hers, which she'd taken out of her phone case.
Tong Jiaying, why are you tugging on my sleeve? I can't reach the handrail above.
Tong Jiaying let go of his left sleeve.
Then I won't pull you anymore, I'll just hold on to you.
Saying that, she wrapped her arms around Zhang Jinli's waist and hugged him.
The ambiguous embrace made the nearby boys green with envy.
Zhang Jinli suspected she did it on purpose. She definitely just wanted to touch him. Feeling her soft body in his arms, and the faint fragrance from her smooth black hair under his nose, Zhang Jinli kept repeating in his mind,
don't look, don't look, she's just a buddy, just a buddy.
Even though he tried to control himself, his body still reacted instinctively with rising heat. Tong Jiaying was trying to make him lose control, trying to blur the line between childhood friends and lovers. Zhang Jinli stuffed his right hand in his pocket and discreetly adjusted his little buddy, who seemed to be getting motion sick and about to throw up. Fortunately, after 2 stops, some passengers got off, and the bus wasn't so packed anymore. Tong Jiaying, now embarrassed, let go of him and grabbed a vertical pole nearby. The pole Zhang Jinli had been holding suddenly wasn't under so much pressure and slowly sagged down.
20 minutes later, they arrived at their stop. Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying got off and walked back to their neighborhood. Zhang Jinli, are you going out for a walk after dinner? Will you still run in the park tomorrow morning? Still getting up at 5 to run? Zhang Jinli, can't you say more than one word to me? Tong Jiaying gave him a side eye.
She told him to say one more word, and he literally just said one more.
They parted ways and went home separately.
When Zhang Jinli got home, his parents weren't back from work yet. They would be back at 6. His sister had gotten home half an hour earlier and had already cooked rice and washed the vegetables.
Bro. Seeing him return, Zhang Jinyu immediately asked gossipingly, did you insist Jiaying break up? She deleted that post on her moments.
Zhang Jinli said helplessly, I already told you we're not dating, so how could we have broken up?
Zhang Jinyu reasoned, I don't believe it.
You must have been a scumbag and hurt her feelings. That's why she deleted the post.
You're full of crap.
Keep talking nonsense and I'll stab you like Nanny Rome. Zhang Jinli walked away in annoyance to wash his hands, then began cooking with the veggies his sister had washed. When his parents came home from work, during dinner Zhang Jinli said, Dad, Mom, I have something important to tell you.
His mom's eyes lit up instantly. Are you and Tong Tong together now? Forget it. I suddenly don't want to tell you anymore. I'm really not dating Tong Jiaying. If you don't believe me, you can ask her.
Zhang Jinli wasn't lying, because their current relationship was still in the more than friends, not yet lovers stage. Even though he could feel that Tong Jiaying did have feelings for him, she hadn't confessed yet, and their ambiguous closeness was similar to how they got along when they were younger.
Holding hands, hugging, sleeping together. They used to do that a lot when they were kids. Now, they only did it occasionally. So unless Tong Jiaying confessed and admitted she liked him and wanted to date, he wasn't in a hurry to break the ambiguous tension. And Tong Jiaying had strict family rules, especially her mom, who was extremely controlling. So even if she really was in a relationship, she wouldn't dare reveal it before the college entrance exam. Otherwise, her mom would definitely break them up. Seeing her son speak so seriously, John's mom looked at him with disgust. So this is the important thing you wanted to say? Of course not, Zhang Jili said. What I wanted to say is that during winter break I worked on a programming project and made tens of thousands of yuan. So you don't need to give me living expenses anymore. Also, I plan to sign up for a driver's license tomorrow. John's mom was shocked. Wait, what did you just say? You worked on what during winter break? Earned how much?
His father and younger sister also looked over in shock, completely distracted from eating. Zhang Jinli followed the persona refined by the system and explained, it was a programming project. I've already made a bit over 10,000, and if it gets bought out for a flat price, I could make at least 1 million. I didn't do well on the first mock exam because I spent winter break secretly working on this big thing, so I didn't have time to review. John's mom was both shocked and couldn't help scolding him. It's not like our family doesn't have money to send you to college.
What's most important right now is to focus on studying and get into a good university.
John's dad felt a little ashamed. His son hadn't said anything, then suddenly made tens of thousands in under 2 months, while his own 2-month salary only added up to about 14,000 or 15,000. He couldn't help but envy his son. So that's why your mock math exam score was so bad. Now it makes sense.
But your mom is right. It's not like we're too poor to pay your tuition. You don't need to be focused on making money right now.
Once you're in college, with this skill, you can apply for entrepreneurship support there. As for the driver's license, there's no rush.
The college entrance exam is less than 3 months away. Getting a license takes a month or two. Better to wait until after the exam so it doesn't affect your studies.
His younger sister Jiang Jinyu finally understood why her brother had spent 800 yuan last Sunday to bribe her into keeping quiet about his date with Tong Jiaying at Wanda Plaza. Thinking about how he made 20,000 yuan and only gave her 800, Jiang Jinyu felt totally shortchanged and decided to blackmail her brother for at least another 1,000 yuan later, or she wouldn't feel satisfied.
Zhang Jili said, the project's done now. I don't need to spend much time on it anymore. As for the driver's license, I'm doing it to balance work and rest to give my brain a break. Otherwise, if I only focus on studying, I'll burn out. Anyway, I promise you that my second and third mock exams will definitely improve, and I'll at least make it into a second-tier university, probably even a top-tier one.
John's mom still disagreed. No driving license for now.
Wait until after the entrance exam or until college. That won't be too late. Getting a license now means spending time learning to drive and studying for the written test. How could that not interfere with your exam prep? Besides, even if you get the license now, you don't have a car to drive. It's pointless to waste time on this at such a critical time.
Zhang's dad nodded. Exactly, what your mom said is what I was going to say. Zhang Jili knew his parents wouldn't be so easy to fool, so he pulled out the trump card. The thing is, the programming project I did is related to a car company. If I have a license, they might even send me a car. If I'm thick-skinned enough, I might even get a 1 million yuan luxury car. Upon hearing this, John's mom immediately changed her tune. Old Jiang, hurry up and call Old Li to sign our son up for driving lessons.
Huh? Oh, okay.
John's dad hadn't expected his wife to switch sides so fast. He grabbed his phone and scrolled through contacts while asking, son, you're not just bragging, right? You, a high school student, actually made a programming project that a car company is interested in? And not just any company, but one that sells 1 million yuan cars?
Jiang Jinli vaguely replied, I can't tell you the details.
I can only say it's a smart driving related project. As for the car company, Dad, you've heard of BYD's Yangwang series, right? The Yangwang U8 and U9 are both 1 million yuan luxury cars.
If I get my license, I could definitely snag one.
John's dad was dumbfounded. You sure you're not messing with us?
Look, I've got nearly 30,000 yuan in my account now.
I wasn't going to tell you guys because I was afraid you'd say I wasn't focusing on school.
But if I don't say anything, I feel really stuffy inside, so I might as well come clean.
Zhang Jinli almost believed his own lies.
As for whether his parents believed them or not, well, once he pulled up in a young Wang Yu9 blasting music, they'd have no choice but to believe it. John's dad found old Lee's number and asked, "Honey, are you sure we're really letting him get a license now? A test is a test, no harm in taking one more." John's mom said, then picked up her phone and posted in the happy loving family group chat, "Sigh, this kid Jinli just won't listen. His mock exam scores dropped so much, and now he won't even study properly, just busy with all kinds of nonsense." Last Saturday was her son's birthday. She posted a video in that group chat. Except for one aunt who sent a 500 yuan red envelope, none of the other relatives responded, despite all the favors she'd done for them at the telecom office with exclusive deals. Now that she was complaining in the group, the aunts suddenly came out one by one. "Are you being too strict? Maybe Geely is rebelling? I told you before not to buy him a computer. Look what happened, lost all motivation. Luckily my Zihan is obedient, scored 507 on the mock exam. With a bit more effort, maybe he'll get into a top-tier university." John's mom sent a voice message and sighed, "Yeah, I really shouldn't have bought him that computer. Now look, he secretly worked on a programming project during winter break. If I hadn't found tens of thousands suddenly showing up in his bank card, I wouldn't have even known his score drop was because of that." Suddenly, the group chat went quiet. The aunts instantly shut up. John's mom was extremely pleased and picked up her chopsticks again, ignoring the eye rolls from her husband and kids. "Why are you all staring at me? Look at your food. Eat up." Zhang Jinli, 666. When it comes to bragging, mom beats Zhong Maonan by a mile. After dinner, Jiang Jinling went downstairs to complete the 30-minute walk after dinner task. Tong Jiaying's family ate dinner relatively late, so by the time Jiang Jili finished his walk and came home, Tong Jiaying had just finished eating. She sent him a WeChat message asking if he wanted to go out for a walk. Jiang Jili complained, "I already finished dinner and took a walk. I'm back home getting ready to shower and study." "Oh, okay." Tong Jiaying had no choice but to go out and walk by herself to get some air. When Jiang Jili got home, his dad immediately said, "I checked for you. Old Lee's son from the building next door runs a driving school with someone else. If you sign up with him, it's only 4,500 yuan, and 5,200 for automatic transmission." Jiang Jinli asked, "What's the fastest I can get the license?" His dad replied, "Depends on the person. If you pass every test the first time, you can get it in as little as a month. Then I'll go sign up tomorrow and take a look." Jiang Jinli felt he could definitely pass in one go, since he was really good at karting and already had decent driving experience. He figured he'd learn quickly. After showering, Jiang Jinli took the initiative to study English vocabulary. Ever since the lifelong learning daily task came out, he'd completed it 5 days in a row and gained 5 points in memory. He could really feel his memory improving. Now he was much more efficient at memorizing words. He was confident that he could break his personal record in the next 2 mock exams. Before the college entrance exam, he was sure his memory would reach full marks. By then, with photographic memory, he believed he could finally break the curse of always failing English. In that case, scoring over 500 wouldn't be a problem. Maybe even 600. After memorizing English words for 2 hours, Jiang Jinli got ready for bed. The morning run task still had to be done. It wasn't just for money, it was about discipline and health. He used to be a shut-in who only studied or played games. His physical condition and athletic ability were as bad as an old man's. But ever since the system appeared, and since he started morning runs for 6 straight days, he'd never felt this physically comfortable and energetic. Even his mental state was much better than before. So, Jiang Jinli decided to take his sister for a morning run tomorrow to encourage her to start exercising too. "Go to bed early, don't secretly stay up reading novels. Tomorrow morning I'm waking you up for a run." Jiang Jinyu was addicted to reading and said, "No, I don't want to run, I want to sleep in." Jiang Jinli said, "I'll give you 5 yuan for every 100 meters, 50 yuan for 1,000 meters. A normal person can easily run 5 to 6 kilometers in a morning. If you can do that, you can easily earn 200 to 300 yuan. So, do you want to earn money or not?" "Really?" When it came to money, Jiang Jinyu was interested. "So if I run 10,000 meters, do I get 500 yuan? Jiang Jili said, "It's 5 yuan per 100 meters. However far you run, you get paid for it, no limit." Jiang Jinyu immediately closed her novel app. "Dear Big Brother, please turn off the lights for me. I want to sleep early and run early, thank you." The next day, it was still dark. Jiang Jinyu was sleeping like a log when her brother suddenly pulled her out of bed. She looked at her phone and grumbled, "Bro, are you crazy? It's only 5 a.m. and it's still dark outside. The morning is the best time." This is when running feels the best, the air is the freshest. For the sake of money, Jiang Jinyu got up rubbing her sleepy eyes, washed up, changed into sportswear, put on sneakers, and followed her brother down for a run. She didn't have a clear sense of 1,000 or 10,000 meters, just knew 1,000 meters was 1 kilometer and 10,000 was 10 kilometers. She felt she should be able to run several kilometers on her first try, but not long after leaving the complex, before even reaching the front gate of People's Park, she was already half dead. "Bro, my stomach hurts, I can't run anymore," Jiang Jili complained. "You only ran 900 meters and you're already done? Jiang Jinyu, you're seriously useless." "What?" Jiang Jinyu felt the sky collapse. "I ran so far and it's only 900 meters? Jiang Jinli said, "It's about 1 kilometer from home to the front gate of People's Park. I'm counting it as 900 meters for you, if anything, I'm being generous." This was too hard. Jiang Jinyu complained. "Didn't you say normal people can run 5 or 6 kilometers easily? That's why I said, you're too useless. You can't even do half of what a normal person can, shows how weak you are." Jiang Jinli could now run 5 to 6 kilometers non-stop, so he spoke confidently. Jiang Jinyu didn't care how far she could run now, she just hoped walking back home would count as a kilometer too, so she could at least say she ran 2 kilometers and earn 100 yuan. Otherwise, she'd be so frustrated. At the park gate, Jiang Jinli told his sister to walk around nearby while he ran laps inside. Not long after, while strolling and enjoying the flowers and fresh air, Jiang Jinyu bumped into Tong Jiaying and her dad, who were there for a morning run. "Jiaying sis." Jiang Jinyu thought Tong Jiaying came to meet her brother secretly, but when she saw her dad running beside her, she dropped that thought and said, "Hi Uncle Tong." Tong Jiaying was a bit surprised too. She looked around and asked, "Where's your brother? Did he leave you and run off on his own?" Jiang Jinyu tattled, "Yeah. He said I'm useless, just ran from home to the park gate and couldn't keep going. Then he ditched me here to walk around alone." Tong Jiaying asked, "How long has your brother been running in the park?" Jiang Jinyu guessed, "Probably about 20 minutes. Then he should be finishing a lap soon. Let's run in the opposite direction and meet him halfway." Tong Jiaying seized the perfect opportunity to ditch her dad and took Jiang Jinyu to run the other way. "Jiaying sis, can I ask you something?" Now walking through the park with Tong Jiaying, Jiang Jinyu couldn't hold back her curiosity. Tong Jiaying asked, "What is it?" Jiang Jinyu asked, "Are you and my brother dating, and then had a fight and broke up?" Tong Jiaying nearly tripped and sprained her foot again. She asked back, "Did your brother tell you that?" Jiang Jinyu shook her head. "I asked him, but he kept denying it. That's why I wanted to ask you." Tong Jiaying asked again, "Then why do you think we're dating and broke up?" Jiang Jinyu said, "Last Sunday, I saw my brother waiting for you downstairs at your building, then you went to Wanda Plaza to eat Western food. You even posted on your moments saying something about only food and love can't be let down. So I was sure my brother was dating you. But then you deleted that post, so I thought maybe you two had a fight and broke up?" Tong Jiaying was embarrassed. "When did you add me on WeChat? How come I didn't know?" Jiang Jinyu replied, "I added you from a group chat. It's been half a year." Tong Jiaying was confused. "Group chat? What group?" Jiang Jinyu got embarrassed and mumbled, "It was the reader group for the book Beloved Pet of the Beast World." In an instant, Tong Jiaying felt like the sky had collapsed. She didn't expect her secret of loving female-targeted spicy romance novels to be discovered by Jiang Jinli's little sister. Little Goldfish, did you remember wrong? I usually don't like reading novels, and I've never joined a novel readers group. Tong Jiaying tried to argue. Jiang Jinyu was also straightforward. I didn't remember wrong. Back then, the author suddenly wrote a harem, and you joined the group to scold the author, saying a good Beast World farming pure romance story suddenly turned into a Beast World hybrid stud novel, and then the author kicked you out in anger. That's when I added you on WeChat. At the time, I even asked if you had any good pure romance novels to recommend. You remember now, right? Jiang Jinyu had added Tong Jiaying on WeChat, and later discovered through browsing her moments that this book friend was actually the neighbor's sister who used to stick to her brother and often played with her as a child. Tong Jiaying selectively lost her memory. No impression at all. You must be mistaken. Thinking about it, she simply let her cousin take the blame. Alright, my phone used to be played with a lot by my cousin, and she especially likes reading novels, so it must have been her secretly using my WeChat to join the reader group and scold the author. Jiang Jinyu saw her obviously guilty and avoiding eye contact, and knew she was lying. Jiang Jinyu didn't expose her on the spot and chose to return to the main topic. So did you and my brother date, then break up? Tong Jiaying, no. Jiang Jinyu kept gossiping. You didn't date, or you didn't break up? Tong Jiaying answered, neither. Your brother just treats me as a close childhood friend, so we don't count as dating. Even if we have a fight and ignore each other, it's not considered a breakup. I see. Jung Jinyu said, so you two are childhood sweethearts, grew up together, and are too familiar with each other, so even if you like each other, you're too embarrassed to say it. At that moment, Jung Jinli had almost finished a lap around the park and ran into Tong Jiaying and his sister. How did you two end up together? Jung Jinli still didn't know his sister had already gone to gossip with Tong Jiaying about their relationship, and even less that Tong Jiaying also liked reading those silly smutty romance novels like his sister. I happened to meet Little Fish Sister at the park entrance and brought her from the opposite direction to meet up with you. As she spoke, Tong Jiaying waved her hand and continued jogging in the opposite direction, planning to meet up with her father and then run back the same way. Seeing Tong Jiaying acting clearly odd and unnatural, Zhang Jinli couldn't help asking his sister, "Did you say something to Tong Jiaying?" Zhang Jinyu didn't hide it. "I just asked Sister Jiaying if she dated you and then broke up." "What did she say?" Zhang Jinli asked curiously. Zhang Jinyu decided to play matchmaker and answered, "Sister Jiaying admitted she dated you and admitted you had a fight, so she deleted that moment's post, but she didn't admit breaking up with you." "Are you sure that's what she said and not just you making stuff up?" Zhang Jinyu acted all serious. "If you don't believe me, you can catch up and ask her." Zhang Jinli thought for a bit and decided to drop it. Even if Tong Jiaying did say that, as long as she didn't confess, and they didn't officially confirm their relationship, then they couldn't be considered a couple. On the other side, Tong Jiaying took out her phone from her pocket, scrolled through the contacts, found the one marked book friend Fish Bubble, and resisted the urge to delete and block it, changing the note to Little Goldfish. Goldfish is a homophonic nickname for Zhang Jinyu. She used to call her Little Goldfish Sister. 7 in the morning. Zhang Jinli brought his half-dead sister back home. This morning jog lasted exactly 100 minutes. Zhang Jinli ran 4 kilometers in total, while his sister only actually jogged about 1 kilometer, plus another kilometer walking back from the park. "Let's just say you ran 2 kilometers this time. Do you want to continue tomorrow?" Zhang Jinli asked. His sister immediately reacted, "No more. I suddenly realized I'm not interested in money anymore. Waking up early to jog so hard, almost lost half her life, and only earned 100 yuan. Might as well stay up reading novels during the holiday and sleep in naturally. Giving up already? Not planning to stick with it? You could earn 200 or 300 a day jogging. Unless it's 2,000 or 3,000, I'd rather die than go jogging with you again." Loser. Zhang Jinli didn't push her. After breakfast, their dad took him downstairs to meet Old Li's son. Zhang Jinli knew Old Li's son from the next building. After all, they lived in the same community and ran into each other often. "I've already transferred the driving school fee to Old Li's son. You'll go with him to the driving school to handle the formalities, and he'll arrange a coach for you." "Okay." Zhang Jinli originally planned to pay for driving lessons himself, even thinking he wouldn't mind spending a few extra thousand as long as he could get the license faster. After all, the one thing he had most now was money. Old Li's son was named Li Yongsheng, 26 years old, 8 years older than Zhang Jinli. It's said that Xianxing Driving School was co-founded by him and others with money from Old Li 2 years ago. At that moment, Li Yongsheng was standing in front of a black Mercedes E300, smoking a cigarette and exuding pressure. That Mercedes E300 was bought just before this past Chinese New Year, proving that the driving school's business was decent. It took just 3 years to afford a Mercedes. Though it was only a 400 to 500k Mercedes, in this neighborhood, it was already the flashiest car. "Greet him," Zhang's dad reminded. Zhang Jinli gave a perfunctory Uncle Li and Brother Shang. Li Yongsheng grunted, threw away his half-smoked cigarette, got into the driver's seat, and signaled Zhang Jinli to get in. Zhang Jinli opened the back door and sat in the back. Li Yongsheng slowly drove the Mercedes out of the neighborhood. Old Li asked, "Isn't Xiaoli taking the college entrance exam in June? Why is he suddenly learning to drive now? Isn't he afraid it'll affect his studying?" Zhang's dad didn't brag, replying, "Studying intensely all the time isn't good either, so I let him learn to drive to balance work and rest." "That's true." Old Li started bragging, "These days the college entrance exam doesn't change your fate anymore. There are college grads everywhere. Many can't even make decent money after graduating. So it was actually a good thing that Ah Sheng didn't go to college. Otherwise, it would have cost over 100,000 for 4 years, and in the end, even after 2 or 3 years of working, you just earn that back. Might as well invest that money directly into a business." "That's what I thought back then, so I used the money for Ah Sheng's college to help him start the driving school. This kid made it work. 3 years in, not only made the money back, but also made some profit and bought a Mercedes." Old Li started bragging again about his son's Mercedes. John's dad suddenly realized why his wife told him to call Old Li to enroll their son in driving school. It was to show off. He thought for a bit and said, Shelly also made some money during winter break from part-time work, so he wants to learn to drive, maybe buy a BYD. When he gets into college, he can drive himself to school. The Yang Wang series is BYD's luxury brand, so saying BYD isn't wrong. Then Shelly's got promise, already saved enough for a BYD down payment while still in high school. In old Lee's mind, Jiang Jinli had maybe made a few thousand from a part-time job, added to New Year red envelopes from family, saved 10 to 20,000, enough for a cheap BYD's down payment. Yeah. Shelly's really promising. Jiang's dad smiled proudly, suddenly imagining his son driving home a million-yuan BYD Yang Wang after getting his license. Old Lee and his son's expressions would definitely be priceless, probably wouldn't dare to brag about their Mercedes anymore. I heard your grades are pretty good. You're guaranteed for second-tier university and might even get into a first-tier one. On the way to the driving school, Li Yongsheng was driving the Mercedes with one hand while asking. Jiang Jinli was sitting in the back seat, scrolling through subject 1 questions on his phone, and said, seeing is believing, hearing is unreliable. My grades at best can only get me into a second-tier university, most likely just a vocational college. So all those people saying I have excellent grades are just spreading rumors and setting me up to fall. Li Yongsheng said, getting into a second-tier university is already pretty good. Back when I took the college entrance exam, I couldn't even score 300 points, so I started working early. But I'm kind of glad my grades weren't good and I didn't get into college. Otherwise, I'd have wasted so much money to suffer through 4 years of university, and in the end, couldn't even find a job that pays 5,000 yuan a month. Nowadays, there are so many college students. What's the point of a bachelor's degree? Can't even find a decent paying job. In the end, they're forced into factories, forced to do food delivery. Jiang Jinli agreed, true. More and more families can afford to send their kids to college, so there are more graduates, and the job market gets tougher. Li Yongsheng had a smug look, his tone full of sarcasm. Look at this, my driving school was hiring a front desk clerk for 3,000 yuan a month, and so many college students were scrambling to apply. Just think about it, 4 years of college, tuition plus living expenses, that's at least 100,000 yuan, right? Then you graduate and find a job that pays 3,000 a month. Even working hard for 3 years might not make up for the money spent on college. So it's better not to go to college at all, don't you think? Jiang Jili said, that depends on what kind of university and what major. If it's a regular school and you're just there for a diploma without learning much, then yeah, it's not worth it. Li Yongsheng started showing off, that's what I thought back then. So I didn't bother repeating the exam or going to college. I just went out to work early. See, college graduates come out at 22 or 23, but I was already a boss running a business at 23. Now I'm 26. I don't make a ton, but making 100,000 to 200,000 a year is easy. How many college grads earn over 10,000 a month right out of school? If your dad didn't have money and connections to give you cash and help you start a driving school with others, with just a high school diploma, you wouldn't even meet the interview requirements at most companies. Where does your sense of superiority even come from? Jiang Jili really wanted to snap back at Li Yongsheng in his mind, but thinking he still needed this driving school to get his license, he held back the urge. He was too lazy to listen to more bragging, so he changed the topic directly and asked, by the way, Brother Shang, I want to get my license as fast as possible. If I pass all the tests on the first try, what's the fastest I can get it? Li Yongsheng replied, you have to book appointments for the tests. After passing subject 1, the earliest you can book subject 2 is 7 days later, and even then it takes a few days to get a slot. So if you pass all 4 subjects on the first try, the fastest would still be about 2 months. If you want it faster, you'll have to cut the line. Like, we can get you booked for subject 1 tomorrow, then cut the line for subject 2 a week later, and then do subject 3 and 4 together in half a month. That way, if you pass all at once, it'll take just over 20 days to get your license. But cutting the line costs money to pull strings. Your dad signed you up for the regular class. The fast-track class costs 2 or 3,000 more. Jiang Jili said directly, then I'll pay the difference. Switch me to the fast-track class. Li Yongsheng didn't care much. Better call your parents and talk it over. Don't want them saying I'm ripping off a neighbor. Jiang Jili said, no need. I've got plenty of money. My parents won't care. Looks like you got a lot of red envelopes during the new year. Li Yongsheng teased, since you want to switch to the fast-track class, just pay the extra 2,000 when we get to the school. 4,500 plus 2,000, getting a license will cost 6,500 yuan. If the system wasn't giving him free money every day, Jiang Jili really wouldn't want to spend that much. He opened AMAP on his phone and searched for driving schools, and found that the cheapest ones near the county only charged 3,800, and most were around 4,000. So clearly, Li Yongsheng didn't give him any neighbor discount. Soon, Li Yongsheng, still acting all high and mighty, drove the Mercedes E300 to Qiangqing driving school with one hand. He had rented a plot of land at the national highway entrance leading to the city to start the school with others, so the site was pretty basic. The office was a metal prefab building, and the student rest area was just a metal shed. Under the shed were 4 training cars. Outside, 2 were slowly driving along the Subject 2 simulation route, and another was practicing reverse and side parking. Hard to imagine such a basic setup, looking like an amateur driving school, could break even in 3 years and still make enough profit to buy a 400 to 500k Mercedes? Zhang Jinli and Li Yongsheng entered the metal office. Maybe Li Yongsheng noticed the look in Zhang Jinli's eyes, or maybe his pride couldn't take it, so he explained on his own. This is our branch school. The site lease can only go for 5 years max, so there's no point wasting money building up a fancy branch, in case the lease expires and they jack up the rent. A branch school? If I hadn't checked the map and seen there's no second Qiangqing driving school location, I might have believed your nonsense. Zhang Jinli saw through it but didn't say anything. The site doesn't matter, what's important is that the school has connections with the traffic police testing center so students can cut in line. Exactly. Because of those connections, our students can get their licenses in as fast as a month, or normally in 2. So even if this place looks shabby, our reputation and student numbers are solid. If you have any classmates who want a license, you can refer them. I'll give you commission, 200 yuan per person. As he spoke, Li Yongsheng led Zhang Jinli into the prefab office. Inside sat a man around 30. Li Yongsheng greeted him, then pulled a camera from the desk drawer and said, "Take off your jacket and stand by the wall. I'll take your ID photo here so you don't have to go out and pay for it." Zhang Jinli had forgotten he had ID photos at home and hadn't brought them, so he followed the instructions, took off his jacket, and stood by the wall for the picture. As the shutter clicked, a system notification popped up. Time is a butcher's knife. Looking at the photo you took abroad with Tong Jiaying, the 48-year-old you now looks like an old man in his 60s or 70s, hair already turning white, expression worn and weathered. Ding! Triggered transformation mission, old man's comeback, starting with a makeover. Mission complete, reward plus 10 charm points, makeover fund 100,000. What the hell, an old man makeover comeback mission? And how come the character situation introduced in this mission is related to Tong Jiaying again? If the timeline speed is the same, then based on the last task find Tong Jiaying and clear the misunderstanding, it means that 30 years later I found the overseas Tong Jiaying and cleared up the misunderstanding, and we even traveled abroad together and took pictures, all in just 5 days. Take a look at the photo. If it's okay, I'll use this one to set up your file. This photo will be the ID photo on your driver's license. Zhang Jinli looked at the photo where his hair was a bit messy and not beautified or edited, and said, "My hair's a bit messy because it's long. Let me fix it and take another one." Li Yongsheng had to take another photo for him, and then used that photo to create his file. He said, "Tomorrow there are 3 students taking the Subject 1 test. If you've gone through the practice questions and are confident, you can go directly and cut in line for Subject 1 tomorrow." Is this the speed of the fast track class? Zhang Jinli said, "Then I'll take Subject 1 tomorrow. Many Subject 1 questions are common sense. The hardest part is traffic police gestures." Compared to college entrance exam questions, Zhang Jinli felt these multiple choice questions could be passed easily with 1 round of practice. Alright, fill out the info. After setting up your file, I'll arrange for a fast track coach to teach you. A moment later, Zhang Jinli officially started driving lessons. Even though Li Yongsheng's driving school looked shabby, the coaches were all young people in their 20s or 30s, so there was no generation gap in communication, which was a plus. Zhang Jinli had a lot of go-kart driving experience, so he quickly picked up basic operations like turning the steering wheel, pressing the clutch, and braking. He didn't need to sit under the shed practicing turning like other beginners, he was directly arranged for in-car training. He sat in the back seat watching another fast-track student practice. After that student finished 1 round, it was his turn. Watching Zhang Jinli get into the driver's seat, adjust the seat backward, then adjust the mirrors smoothly, Coach Yang couldn't help but ask, "Have you learned to drive before?" Zhang Jinli replied, "No, I learned from watching videos." Since Zhang Jinli said he hadn't learned before, Coach Yang immediately began nagging, explaining the basic driving techniques. Zhang Jinli humbly responded the entire time, "Alright, just drive around to get a feel for it." After Coach Yang said that, Zhang Jinli turned on the ignition, started the engine, slowly released the clutch while gently pressing the gas, and smoothly started moving. "Not bad, good control of your foot pressure," Coach Yang praised. Most beginners either release the clutch too fast or hit the gas too hard.
causing the car to stall on their first try. But what surprised the coach more was that Jung Jinli didn't just drive around for the feel. He drove along the lane and directly tried parallel parking, successfully completing it in one go. No way, you already know how to parallel park, and you say you've never learned to drive? Coach Young didn't believe it at all. Jung Jinli, annoyed by how slow the training cars were flooring the gas pedal, couldn't even brake 20 miles per hour, said, I really haven't learned before, but I've driven go-karts many times. So driving a car now feels like a bigger go-kart. From the passenger seat, Coach Young peeked at the textbook perfect parallel parking and said, looks like you don't even need lessons, just drive a few rounds to get familiar with the road test process, and you're ready to take the test. Jung Jinli thought the same. He had a great sense of direction, and even his first reverse parking attempt succeeded. He also passed right-angle turns and S-curves without touching any lines. The only thing he failed once was stopping and starting on a hill. He stalled the car once. But on the second try, there was no stall. Clearly, he had talent for driving. Coach Young didn't even follow in the car anymore. He let him drive on his own and returned to the tin roof office to drink water, saying to Li Yongsheng, your neighbor is a naturally gifted driver. He said he played with go-karts before, never learned cars, and after getting in, I didn't even have to teach him, he passed all of Subject 2's items in one go. I feel like he could take the Subject 2 test right now and pass. Li Yongsheng was surprised and said, maybe that's the talent of a top student. That kid goes to know. One high school, has pretty good grades, and is considered one of those model kids in the neighborhood. Coach Yang sighed, if all the students were like him, our job would be so much easier. But Li Yongsheng didn't think so. If all the students learned this easily, they'd feel like it's not worth spending this much money on driving school. True. Coach Yang nodded, then I'll let your neighbor kid drive a car by himself and go teach the other students. Li Yongsheng nodded, since he doesn't even need lessons for Subject 2, just give him a car to practice with freely. Otherwise, he might go home saying I'm stingy with gas, paid 6,500 yuan but didn't even get to learn properly. Before he realized it, an hour had passed. Jung Jinli reverse parked perfectly into the spot under the shed. His talent made the other students who had been learning for days green with envy. If only the speed could be faster. Jung Jinli got out of the car to take a break. Just then, Tong Jiaying messaged on WeChat, are you home? Jung Jinli recorded a quick video on site and typed, I'm at the driving school. Tong Jiaying immediately replied with a question mark emoji, the college entrance exam is in just over 2 months. Aren't you afraid this will affect your prep? Are you secretly taking driving lessons behind your parents' backs? Jung Jinli replied, I'm only doing this because my parents agreed, so I signed up for driving school. Tong Jiaying couldn't understand. Why would they agree? It's a long story. Anyway, I'm not doing this behind their backs. Then Jung Jinli typed, you looking for me because you want to go to Wanda at noon? Perfect, I was going to eat lunch there, maybe buy some clothes and get a haircut. And also finish the old man makeover comeback mission and claim that 100,000 yuan reward. Just thinking about it was exciting. Even though the earlier rewards were a Riverview house worth over 1 million and a Yangwon U9, those were still just items. This mission gives a solid 100,000 in cash as a reward, just the thought made his heart race. Tong Jiaying replied right away, then I'll take a cab to the driving school to pick you up? Okay, I'll wait for you. Jung Jinli sent his location to Tong Jiaying. So half an hour later, just after 11 o'clock, Tong Jiaying couldn't wait and came rushing over. A white BYD Chin pulled into the driving school, and out came a youthful and pretty girl. At this time, there were already many students at the school. Just under the shed, 5 students were lined up for lessons, and they were all guys. They all looked at the girl getting out of the car. One guy in his 20s sighed, finally a female student, and such a young and pretty one at that. But the next second, the young and pretty female student happily waved and shouted, Jung Jinli. Who's Jung Jinli? The male students instantly felt disappointed. They thought this beauty had come to learn to drive, but she was here to find someone. Jung Jinli had just gotten out of the parked car. He hadn't expected Tong Jiaying to be so eager and show up so soon, so he quickly jogged over. And then those male students got hit with another blow. Not only was the new guy a fast learner, his girlfriend was also so damn pretty, it was just unfair. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 18.6 yuan, triggered 7x cashback on intimate spending, 130. 2 yuan credited. At Wanda Plaza, Tong Jiaying once again exploded a bunch of gold coins for Jung Jinli. Tong Jiaying cheerfully said, this time it's my treat. What do you want to eat? Jung Jinli couldn't ask for more. The more Tong Jiaying spent, the more cashback money he got. Unfortunately, Tong Jiaying wasn't a rich woman, and her usual spending was pretty average. Basically, she only exploded a few hundred yuan worth of gold coins each day. So lately, Jiang Jinli had been seriously thinking about how to turn Tong Jiaying into a rich girl who spends money like water. If he directly transferred money to her, Tong Jiaying wouldn't accept it. Even if they were dating, and he transferred money under the name of supporting her, she wouldn't easily take it. Maybe a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, under persistent persuasion, she might reluctantly accept it, but with her personality, after taking the money, she would always try to repay it in other ways. For example, after their morning run, she'd give Jiang Jinli massages, rub his legs, and apply medicated wine. Or like today, treating him to a meal. It's still early, I plan to get a haircut first. Jiang Jinli asked, what hairstyle do you think looks good on me? Tong Jiaying said, you're good looking, any hairstyle would look good. Nice, you've got taste. Jiang Jinli gained a wave of emotional value. Near Wanda Plaza, there was a well-reviewed hair salon, so Jiang Jinli decided to go there for a cut and style. Before, whenever he got a haircut, he was very casual, he let the barber do whatever, just told them not to cut too short. This time, he planned to get a side-parted layered cut. He felt his looks paired with that style would definitely level up his handsomeness. Upon entering the salon, the front desk girl immediately asked, handsome guy, haircut? Do you have an appointment or know any stylists here? Jiang Jinli answered, no, first time here. Nowadays, even slightly bigger hair salons played class games, different stylists charged different rates, and the top stylist was the most expensive. Even in this small county, the top stylist here charged 180 yuan just for a cut. Now that Jiang Jinli was rich and confident, he just picked the most expensive top stylist for his haircut, and asked, Tong Jiaying, do you want to change your hairstyle? My treat. Tong Jiaying shook her head, no, I want to let it grow longer. Jiang Jinli asked again, then how about washing your hair? Tong Jiaying still shook her head, I washed it last night. Jiang Jinli, then dye it? Tong Jiaying, isn't long black straight hair nice? Besides, school doesn't allow hair dyeing. Alright then. Jiang Jinli went to wash his hair, then sat at the top stylist's station, looking at the handsome guy in the mirror, feeling amazed, how could a man be this good looking? The stylist asked, handsome, do you have a hairstyle in mind? Jiang Jinli answered, I'm planning to get a side-parted layered cut. While combing his hair, the stylist said, your hair is pretty soft. For this style, a perm is needed to fluff it up a bit, then it'll look good. How much does the perm cost? You're a student, right? For students, I'll give you a deal altogether, it's 350 yuan. If the system hadn't appeared before, Jiang Jinli definitely wouldn't have wasted this much on a hairstyle. Alright, go ahead. The stylist got started immediately and soon finished cutting the hair, then started the perm. Maybe because Jiang Jinli looked like a student and was wearing normal clothes, didn't look like a rich second generation at all, the stylist didn't even bother trying to upsell a membership. When the perm was done and the styling completed, a cashback notification popped up in front of Jiang Jinli. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 350 yuan, triggered 9x cashback on intimate spending, 3,150 yuan credited. Tong Jiaying had secretly paid. Jiang Jinli pretended not to notice. Looking at his super handsome self in the mirror after getting the perm and layered style, he left the chair satisfied and walked over pretending to pay. The front desk girl saw him take out his phone to scan and quickly said, handsome, your girlfriend already paid. Girlfriend? Oh, got it. Jiang Jinli looked at Tong Jiaying walking over and said, not again next time. Or people will think I'm some kept man living off a woman. Tong Jiaying replied, then when you spent 500 yuan on game tokens for me to catch dolls last week, and treated me to nearly 1,000 yuan of Western food, wouldn't others think I'm being kept by you? Hearing that, the stylist finally realized he misjudged. He tried to catch up and persuade Jiang Jinli to buy a membership, but Jiang Jinli had already walked out with Tong Jiaying. Leaving the salon, Jiang Jinli decided to eat lunch with Tong Jiaying first, then go buy clothes. Now the old man makeover comeback mission was halfway done, the hairstyle makeover was complete. Next was to buy new clothes to upgrade his broke student vibe. This Korean barbecue place looks busy, wanna try it? Jiang Jinli asked. Sure. Tong Jiaying listened to whatever he said. But compared to the Western restaurant from last week, this Korean barbecue was clearly much cheaper. Even though Tong Jiaying tried ordering a lot, the total bill was only 248 yuan. Jiang Jinli had transferred her 1,314 yuan that day, and now she hadn't even spent half of it, leaving her no real chance to use her own stash to treat him. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 248 yuan, triggered 3x cashback on intimate spending, 744 yuan credited. There are a lot of men's clothing stores on the third floor. Whatever you want to buy today, it's on me, just don't go over 8,000 yuan.
Tong Jiaying's tone suddenly had the vibe of a little rich woman. Zhang Jinli got the hint. Seems like Tong Jiaying's private savings totaled 8,000 yuan. Then I won't hold back. Come on, it's just us. Tong Jiaying was really generous. She thought about how Zhang Jinli earned 20,000 during winter break and had willingly sent her 10,000, even though he did it after she called him daddy. Seeing that 10,000 yuan transfer really moved her. So she was also willing to spend all her savings on Zhang Jinli. Thinking there were only 2 months left until graduation, Zhang Jinli decided to buy a stylish suit. After browsing in the store, Zhang Jinli finally thought a charcoal gray suit looked the best. He went into the changing room, put on the charcoal gray suit, and when he came out, Tong Jiaying's eyes clearly lit up. In her mind, Zhang Jinli used to be the rogue handsome type. Now in his suit, he looked tall and dashing, like a young, handsome, overbearing CEO. The suit fit especially well, outlining Zhang Jinli's fairly slender figure. The slightly open collar of the white shirt underneath added a touch of casualness. Zhang Jinli looked at his deep-featured self in the mirror and was amazed. He didn't expect his makeover version to look this handsome, and this was without makeup. If he put on makeup, he truly felt he could debut as an idol. Zhang Jinli smugly said, "Damn, I'm handsome. This one it is." Tong Jiaying was stunned by his looks too, dazed for a while before rushing to pay. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 3,599 yuan, triggered 6x cashback on intimate spending, 21,594 yuan credited. Ding! Makeover mission, old man's comeback, starting with style, completed. Reward, plus 10 charm, 100,000 makeover fund. Two good news popped up back to back, and Zhang Jinli was so excited inside, he decided to properly treat Tong Jiaying in return. Host, Zhang Jinli. Age, 48. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 64 kilograms. Health value, 37. Charm value, 26. Marital status, divorced. Makeover funds, 125,618. 2 yuan. Withdraw all. Today Tong Jiaying triggered a lot of gold coins, plus the 100,000 yuan reward from the old man makeover comeback mission, and now Zhang Jinli had a total of 150,000 yuan in his account. Tong Jiaying, I'm taking you to buy a few outfits. Zhang Jinli turned around, face full of excitement and joy. However, Tong Jiaying seemed frozen, staring at him blankly, with even a bit of glistening liquid at the corner of her mouth. Hey, Tong Jiaying, are you dumb or what? Zhang Jinli secretly rejoiced. Could it be that because the system rewarded 10 charm points, he became even more handsome and stunned Tong Jiaying with his looks? Tong Jiaying suddenly snapped back to her senses, her cheeks instantly flushing red. She awkwardly swallowed, heart pounding like a drum, as if it were about to leap from her chest. Maybe it was the new hairstyle, but the more she looked at Zhang Jinli, the more she felt he looked even more handsome. So handsome that she almost drooled. Why you, what did you just say? Tong Jiaying lowered her head, her voice soft as a mosquito, her fingers nervously twisting her clothes. Zhang Jinli said, I said I'm taking you to buy a few outfits. Tong Jiaying immediately shook her head. No need, I still have lots of clothes I haven't worn. Zhang Jinli retorted, the clothes you usually wear are too plain, wasting your good looks and figure. And if you don't have a prettier outfit for the graduation photo, I won't even want to take a picture with you. As his voice fell, a system notification popped up again. Enemies meet on a narrow road. You didn't expect that just after returning from abroad with Tong Jiaying, while shopping with her, you'd run into your ex-wife's toxic bestie. Ding! Instant mission triggered, slapped the ex-wife's bestie in the face. Mission reward, 10x cashback on face-slapping spending. Well now. Zhang Jinli raised his eyebrows, secretly delighted. Last week he and Tong Jiaying came to Wanda Plaza and ran into the so-called ex-wife. This time they ran into the ex-wife's bestie? The point is, he still didn't know who the ex-wife was or what she looked like. Originally, Zhang Jinli was ready to splurge, planning to treat Tong Jiaying well by buying her some high-end pretty dresses, and also get a couple outfits for his sister. But with this mission, not only did he not have to splurge in vain, he could even make money off it. Just as Zhang Jinli walked out of the men's clothing store to see who the ex-wife's bestie was, a familiar figure came into view. Zhong Manan had one hand in his pocket, and next to him was a girl dressed flamboyantly. She wore a tight blue and white dress, with exquisite makeup that gave off a mature and seductive vibe, a strong slutty and fake feel. Zhang Jinli had a thought, could this be the so-called ex-wife's bestie? Well, isn't it the great magician Zhong? Here with your girlfriend for some shopping? Zhang Jinli greeted him on his own, his tone carrying a trace of mockery. Zhong Manan, upon hearing Zhang Jinli's voice and seeing Tong Jiaying beside him, finally recognized him. He frowned,
Confused as to why just a change in hairstyle made Jiang Jinli look like he had plastic surgery, suddenly so handsome it made him jealous. He didn't want to respond to Jiang Jinli, but upon seeing Tong Jiaying, and thinking of how she had rejected and ridiculed him the other day, he came up with a plan and said, "She's my junior high classmate. I have a magic show next week at the Cultural Palace, and she's my assistant. So I brought her here to buy a formal dress and a Gucci bag as a gift." What a coincidence! Jiang Jinli smiled slightly. "I also plan to buy a formal dress for Tong Jiaying. Why don't we go together?" "Sure." Zhong Maonan didn't refuse. A few days ago, Jiang Jinli embarrassed him in the cafeteria with Tong Jiaying, and then exposed his MG convertible as a second-hand car, humiliating him. Now he wanted to use this chance to show off and slap Jiang Jinli in the face. Originally, he planned to buy the junior high classmate a dress and bag worth 1 or 2,000 yuan. But now he didn't mind spending 10 or 20,000 to show off. After all, spending that much would likely get her to become his girlfriend, and then there'd be a first time, second, third, even hundreds of times, so spending 1 or 2 grand to get the girl was worth it. As for Jiang Jinli, seeing how cheaply he was dressed, Zhong Maonan didn't believe at all that he was some rich kid. So this time, he was going to show off big time, win the girl, and slap Jiang Jinli in the face. The four of them entered a high-end women's boutique focused on dresses. The store was lavishly decorated, and the dresses displayed on mannequins in the window were all worth tens of thousands. Wow, these dresses aren't cheap. Jiang Jinli had his eye on a purple gown, thinking it would look amazing on Tong Jiaying. He checked the tag, 12,888 yuan. Tong Jiaying was also startled by the price, tugged Jiang Jinli's sleeve, and whispered, "These are too expensive. Let's go to another store." Zhong Maonan immediately mocked, "If you can't afford it, get lost. Don't accidentally stain something and not have the money to pay." Then he picked up a white gown priced at 3,588 yuan and bragged, "Black and white match well. This white dress goes with my tuxedo. Ying, try it on. If it fits, I'll buy it." Jiang Jinli leaned over for a glance and scoffed, "Only 3,588? Doesn't suit your great magician vibe?" Zhong Maonan chuckled coldly, "Pity you can't even buy her a 1,000 yuan dress. Or rather, you don't even have the money." "I don't have money?" Jiang Jinli acted like he'd heard the world's biggest joke. "She only has 8,000 yuan and was willing to spend 3,599 to buy me a suit. Why wouldn't I be willing to spend a few thousand, or tens of thousands, on her?" He picked up the purple gown he had just looked at and handed it to Tong Jiaying to try on. Tong Jiaying quickly waved her hands. "It's too expensive. Don't waste that much money just to compete with him." "I'm not competing with him, he's a clown. I don't take him seriously." Jiang Jinli continued, "This dress suits your image and temperament. I liked it the moment I saw it. Whether it costs thousands or tens of thousands, I'm buying it for you." He pushed the reluctant Tong Jiaying toward the fitting room. The saleswoman was happy. She loved watching young men fight over girls and show off. Zhong Maonan sneered, "Fake it till you make it. Let's see if you can actually pay for that dress." Soon, the suspected ex-wife's bestie came out wearing the white dress. She looked a bit like Meng Zi, who once joked about herself having a fake bitch look, and this girl had an even more intense vibe, with an overtly provocative feel. To be fair, the white dress did make her look better. She went from a 7 out of 10 to an August 10th. "Maonan, do I look good?" Ren Ying asked coyly. Zhong Maonan's eyes lit up. "Looks great. This one it is." But just as he finished speaking, another fitting room door opened, and Tong Jiaying stepped out in the purple gown, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Her aura was cold yet elegant. The dress outlined her perfect figure beautifully. As Su Song once said, "Purple is full of charm." Tong Jiaying looked like she could freeze time. Even Ren Ying was stunned, feeling like a duckling in comparison to a swan. Jiang Jinli was stunned too. He didn't expect her to look this breathtaking in the dress. And she wasn't even wearing makeup or had her hair done. Comparison kills. "Tong Jiaying, this is too much. That girl standing next to you looks like an ugly duckling next to a swan." Jiang Jinli's words were brutal. Ren Ying clenched her teeth but had no comeback. Zhong Maonan had nothing to say either. Jiang Jinli swallowed and said, "All right, Tong Jiaying, go change back before Zhong Maonan starts drooling." "Drool my ass." Zhong Maonan was ready to buy the dress for Ren Ying to show off, but now suddenly it seemed ugly, or rather, Ren Ying seemed ugly compared to Tong Jiaying. So he didn't want to spend the money anymore. Jiang Jinli mocked, "Didn't you say you'd buy it? Why aren't you paying yet? Don't tell me you're too cheap for 3,588 yuan. Zhong Maonan snorted, "What's 3,588 yuan? Let's see if you can afford the 12,888 yuan dress." Soon, Tong Jiaying changed back. Zhang Jinli didn't give her a chance to object and said directly, "Miss, we'll take that gown. Also, please match her with a pair of heels."
Hearing this, Zhong Maonan's face darkened. This guy really seemed to have money and was really willing to spend big to get the girl.
Ren Yingying looked at Zhang Jinli, then at Zhong Maonan, and suddenly lost interest in Zhong Maonan. Tong Jiaying was still hesitant. She'd never bought anything over 1,000 yuan in her life, let alone something over 10,000. But Zhang Jinli, in full CEO mode, firmly had her try on the heels.
Then he picked another 10,000 yuan dress and asked, "Tong Jiaying, do you think this dress would suit my sister?" Tong Jiaying nodded, her heart was in chaos. She could tell Zhang Jinli was serious, really planning to spend this much on her. Zhong Maonan frowned even more. He could also tell Zhang Jinli wasn't faking it, he really had money.
"Sir, these heels go really well with your girlfriend's outfit, but they're a bit pricey, 3,999 yuan.
Is that okay?"
"Sure."
Zhang Jinli didn't even bother correcting that Tong Jiaying wasn't his girlfriend and said boldly, "We'll take the 2 dresses and the heels. Please total it up. 12,888 plus 3,999 plus 15,888. Total comes to 32,775 yuan.
Alright, scan the code." Zhang Jinli pulled out his phone to pay, then looked at the speechless Zhong Maonan and Ren Yingying and said smugly, "What's wrong, great magician Zhong?
Cat got your tongue? Heh, you can only feel proud for now.
After all, that money of yours is either borrowed or stolen from your parents, but definitely not earned by yourself." Zhong Maonan, whose wallet wasn't strong enough, could only rely on his words, trying to regain some dignity with talk.
Zhang Jinli clicked his tongue in amazement, as expected of someone studying magic.
"Your improvisation skills are quick, your skin is thick, and your mouth is tough."
Zhong Maonan let out a contemptuous snort. "What? Did I say anything wrong?"
"Oh, yes. Zhang Jinli deliberately went along and provoked him. "My money is all borrowed or stolen from my parents, unlike you, who earns everything with your own ability.
So don't tell me you're hesitating to buy a 3,588 yuan dress as a gift?" Sure enough, Zhong Maonan was provoked. "You think I'm like you?
I have over 500,000 followers on Douyin. Just one live stream earns me 3 to 4,000. Saving face, he ended up spending 3,588 yuan to buy that white dress for Ren Yingying.
Zhang Jinli smirked and continued provoking. "Next, is great magician Zhong heading to Gucci to buy a bag too? Perfect timing, I was planning the same."
Zhong Maonan's face turned uglier, but he still forced himself to say, "Since you're so desperate to show off, I'll go along with it. Let's see how you wrap things up later." After speaking, he took Ren Yingying and walked out of the dress store, heading toward the Gucci boutique. Tong Jiaying furrowed her brows and, looking worried, tugged on Zhang Jinli. "Don't spend recklessly just to compete with him, it's not good."
"Don't worry, I know what you're worried about."
Zhang Jinli smiled, leaned toward her ear and whispered, "Let me tell you a little secret. I earned a 1 million cut from my programming project, so this windfall must be celebrated with some luxury."
"Really?" Tong Jiaying's eyes widened in shock. Zhang Jinli chuckled and teased, "Sweet daughter, when have I ever lied to you?" Tong Jiaying's face instantly flushed red, and she pinched him. "Ow! Tong Jiaying, why are you pinching me?" Zhang Jinli complained, "Did you forget how you called me daddy the other day?" His dirty words made Zhong Maonan, walking ahead, grit his teeth.
He cursed in his heart, these 2 shameless dogs are really playing wild. He decided that once he got Ren Yingying, he'd also make her call him daddy. But thinking about how Tong Jiaying looked better and had a better figure than Ren Yingying made him feel very bitter. Tong Jiaying pinched Zhang Jinli and then said seriously, "Even if what you said is true, you can't just waste money like this." Zhang Jinli patted her shoulder. "Relax, I know what I'm doing. And besides, a fortune teller once told me that when unexpected wealth comes, I must spend some of it or I'll end up losing both wealth and luck. I don't really believe in superstition, but just to be safe, I think it's better to spend a bit. So don't feel guilty." Even without Zhong Maonan trying to show off, I would have still spent some today buying luxuries for you and my family. Now Tong Jiaying believed him, and her worries faded. She gave up the idea of returning or refunding anything. But the gifts were too extravagant, and she felt overwhelmed, thinking the only way to repay Zhang Jinli's affection was to give herself to him. She thought about it and blushed uncontrollably, blaming those smutty romance novels for corrupting her once pure and innocent self. At the entrance of the Gucci store, Zhong Maonan stopped, staring coldly at Zhang Jinli, trying to pressure him with reverse psychology. "There's still time to regret it. Gucci is a well-known luxury brand. Don't blow all the money your parents worked their whole lives to save. You'll regret it when they tie you up and beat you for pretending to be rich. You think I'm you? Driving a 100,000 yuan second-hand convertible, bragging that you bought it new for over 400,000.
You weren't born rich, but you love pretending to be. In the end, you just end up looking stupid while trying to act rich. While mocking, Jung Jinli deliberately bumped Zhong Manan's shoulder as he passed, then walked into the Gucci store, determined to spend a few more tens of thousands before completing the task. Zhong Manan's face turned darker, his fists clenched tight, knuckles turning white. Ran Ying, standing beside him, frowned. Looking at Zhong Manan's increasingly bitter expression, she became convinced that what Jiang Jinli said was true. Because lies don't hurt, only the truth cuts like a knife. She didn't expect that convertible, which looked expensive, to be a second-hand car worth just 100,000 yuan. Thinking about how she proudly rode in it, took selfies, and posted on Douyin to show off, she suddenly felt embarrassed. Tong Jiaying, do you think this shoulder bag would suit my mom? Jiang Jinli picked up a brown shoulder bag priced at 25,888 yuan and asked. Tong Jiaying wasn't sure. I don't know much about these things. Why don't you send a video to ask auntie? Forget it. If I ask my mom and she finds out this thing costs over 20,000, she definitely won't let me buy it. Not wanting to waste time, Jiang Jinli said, let's just get it. If my mom doesn't like it, it can sit at home and collect dust. Then he asked, see any bags you like? I'll get one for you too. No need. Tong Jiaying quickly waved her hands. He had just spent over 10,000 yuan on a dress and heels for her, which already made her feel overwhelmed and in debt. If he bought her a designer bag too, she'd have to give him a bunch of fat sons just to repay him. The thought made her feel so shy, her cheeks turned red. She silently blamed all those steamy female-targeted novels for corrupting her. I think this black one suits you. Jiang Jinli made the decision on the spot. Hello, I'll take both of these bags. The store manager had never seen a customer like Jiang Jinli so fast. She wondered where this rich kid came from. He looked so ordinary, wore no brand names, but spent faster than any second-gen rich kids. Buying over 50,000 yuan worth of bags just like that, clearly his pocket money was in the six figures. Hello, that's 51,776 yuan in total. Both bags cost 25,888 yuan. Seeing that Zhong Maonan and Ren Ying hadn't left yet, Jiang Jinli quickly paid before they ran off and the face-slapping mission ended. After successfully paying, Jiang Jinli finally relaxed and looked at Zhong Maonan and Ren Ying with amusement, as if they had just eaten shit. Why's your face so sour, great magician Zhong? No money to show off for the girl? Want me to lend you some so you can flirt properly? Idiot, I can't be bothered with you. Zhong Maonan snorted coldly and turned to leave. He regretted everything. He had planned to spend 10 or 20,000 to flex and humiliate Jiang Jinli, but Jiang Jinli, with his shameless wealth, pressed his face into the dirt and rubbed it raw. As he walked away, Jiang Jinli kept taunting, hey, don't go. Great magician Zhong, weren't you going to buy a Gucci bag for your classmate? Why are you leaving before buying? Ren Ying stood there awkwardly, unsure if she should follow Zhong Maonan. Then Jiang Jinli looked at her and sincerely said, seems like Zhong Maonan isn't willing to buy you a bag. That's kind of my fault, so to apologize, pick any bag, I'll get it for you. Ah, really? Ren Ying's eyes lit up. She had figured it out. Zhong Maonan was just a fake rich kid who bragged all day, while this guy was the real deal. And he was taller and better looking than Zhong Maonan. If only Tong Jiaying wasn't so beautiful and intimidating, she might have tried flirting with Jiang Jinli herself. But she wasn't happy for more than 3 seconds before Jiang Jinli suddenly mocked, just kidding. Only a fool would spend money on a gold digger. Ding. Instant mission, slap the ex-wife's bestie. Completed. Total face-slapping spending, 84,551 yuan. 10x cashback reward, 845,510 yuan. Jiang Jinli looked at the mission reward, and a smile unconsciously lifted the corners of his mouth. He cheered silently in his heart, awesome. At the same time, Ren Ying, who had been hurt and humiliated, ran out with a red face and teary eyes, looking utterly wronged. Tong Jiaying gently tugged at Jiang Jinli's sleeve, her tone carrying some blame, and she softly said, you went too far with your words, you made her cry. Jiang Jinli shrugged and replied calmly, I was just telling the truth. If she weren't a gold digger, how could she have gotten close to Zhong Maonan? How could she have seen money and gotten greedy, thinking I'd really let her pick any bag she wanted? His tone carried clear contempt, especially after learning from the system mission that Ren Ying was the toxic bestie of his future ex-wife. His impression of her hit rock bottom. Tong Jiaying heard what Jiang Jinli said and thoughtfully nodded. She no longer felt sympathy for Ren Ying, who had cried from the insult, because she wasn't that kind of gold digger. So that morning, even though she knew who Zhong Maonan was, she had been completely averse and disgusted by his attempt to hit on her. But what she didn't expect was that the childhood friend she had grown up with, Jiang Jinli, had silently made a fortune,
and even bought her a designer dress and bag worth tens of thousands. In Rening's eyes, she might also seem like a gold digger.
Jiang Jinli, they both left after being humiliated. Why don't we return the stuff? Tong Jiaying truly felt overwhelmed by the gifts.
She was also worried that if she brought such expensive dresses and Gucci bags home, her mom would see them, question where they came from, and then interfere in her personal life. Jiang Jinli wasn't the stingy type, especially after earning more than 800,000 from this mission. He casually scoffed, "Return what? It's only natural for a father to buy clothes and bags for his daughter." Tong Jiaying was holding so many shopping bags with both hands that she couldn't even free them, otherwise, she definitely would have pinched Jiang Jinli again to stop him from saying such embarrassing things in public that could easily be misunderstood. She also wanted to see how long Jiang Jinli could keep up this tough guy act. She believed Jiang Jinli liked her. Otherwise, he wouldn't treat her so well or buy her such expensive things. But Jiang Jinli didn't confess directly. Instead, he kept teasing her as a daughter, using fatherly love as a cover for the romantic tension between them.
Seeing that Tong Jiaying didn't speak, Jiang Jinli added, "The dress is for your graduation photo and prom. Later I'll buy you a couple of everyday outfits too."
"No, that's already enough." Tong Jiaying spoke in a pleading tone, "If you keep doing this, I'll feel too pressured. I don't even know how to accept such expensive gifts." Jiang Jinli knew Tong Jiaying wasn't materialistic and didn't care much about material things. That's why, even though she was so beautiful and had a great figure, she didn't dress up like typical girls or buy lots of clothes. So Jiang Jinli understood her anxiety and concern, and he joked, "Once you called me dad, you became my daughter for life. From that day on, fates will begin to turn. So don't feel pressured, my good daughter. I'll keep buying you all kinds of."
"Hey, Tong Jiaying, mind your manners. How can you just bite someone in public?"
Tong Jiaying, holding a ton of bags, had no free hand, so she just bit Jiang Jinli's right shoulder.
Jiang Jinli was speechless. Tong Jiaying really didn't have any ladylike behavior, huh? What a waste of that pretty face.
And she didn't just pretend, she really bit him. Hard. Those little tiger teeth seemed to pierce his jacket and sink into his flesh. "That's for taking advantage of me."
Tong Jiaying huffed softly.
Feeling the stares from nearby tourists, her face turned bright red. She looked up at Jiang Jinli with those big watery eyes, full of charm, and softly pleaded, "I really don't need more clothes.
Can we go back now?"
Seeing this, Jiang Jinli didn't make things difficult for her. He didn't want to overwhelm her to the point that she got flustered and confused. To ease her concerns, Jiang Jinli even showed her his bank balance. "Look, I really made $1 million. There's still over 900,000 in my account.
So I wasn't lying.
Even if you don't accept this whole daughter act, we still have a childhood friendship.
Didn't I say it before? You're my one and only childhood friend. If I don't spoil you, who else would I spoil? So don't feel pressured, okay?"
Tong Jiaying mumbled softly, "How could I not feel pressured?" Jiang Jinli thought for a moment and said, "If you really feel overwhelmed, then when I get tired, you can give me massages and back rubs.
And help me review English so I can improve my grades, deal?"
Tong Jiaying nodded and said quietly, "Even if you didn't buy me all these expensive things, I'd still help you."
"I know."
Jiang Jinli took the chance to set up a long-term plan, "But I just couldn't help it. I want to spend money on you. So if I ever get rich, don't forget your old pal."
"Okay."
Tong Jiaying finally felt relieved. She secretly swore to herself, "When I'm richer than you in the future, I'll keep you too and make you call me daddy." "All right, tomorrow morning I have to go take the subject 1 driving test, so I need to review more questions tonight. I won't go running tomorrow morning," Jiang Jinli reminded her.
Tong Jiaying was surprised. "Didn't you just sign up for driving lessons today? How can you take the test so soon?"
Jiang Jinli said, "You know that old man in our neighborhood who loves to show off? I'm learning to drive at his son's driving school. I paid a bit extra to skip the line and avoid the appointment wait."
Tong Jiaying was amazed. "You can skip the line for that?"
Jiang Jinli sighed, "That's why they say money makes the world go round. Normally, if you pass all the subjects on the first try, it takes 2 months to get a license. But if you spend an extra 2,000 or 3,000, you can skip the line and finish everything in a month."
Tong Jiaying was eye-opened.
Just then, Jiang Jinli's phone buzzed several times. He pulled it out and saw it was a message from his little sister.
Mom bragged too hard in the family group chat. Second aunt suddenly came to visit, obviously to expose her lies.
"Don't come home this afternoon, or when mom's bragging gets exposed, second aunt will mock her nonstop. Seriously, you only said you made a few tens of thousands, but mom exaggerated and told everyone you made hundreds of thousands. Most people hide their wealth, mom's the opposite, and she always exaggerates everything. Anyway, don't come back before second aunt leaves, or mom's face will be thoroughly slapped by her competitive sister-in-law."
Jiang Jinli read the messages and couldn't help but smile. Such a rare chance to show off, how could I miss it? Let's go, just in time, there are relatives at home. Jiang Jinli made a huge profit today. Without waiting for Tong Jiaying to order a taxi and get cash back, he directly called a Didi on Alipay. At the same time, in the women's clothing store where they had bought the dress earlier, Reninging didn't stay with Zhong Maonan. She walked back in alone, holding the dress that Zhong Maonan had just bought for her. Hello, I don't want this dress anymore. Please help me return it. The shop assistant looked at her with a face full of disdain and said unkindly, sorry, no refunds after sale. If the size isn't right, we can exchange it for another one. Reninging frowned and said firmly, I don't want this dress. If you're not willing to refund the full amount, I can compromise, just return 3,000 yuan to me. At that moment, the store manager suddenly agreed, alright. Xiaowan, check if the dress is stained or damaged. The shop assistant checked and said it wasn't stained or damaged. Reninging looked hopeful and thought to herself, well, I didn't lose out coming here with Zhong Maonan. At least I made 3,000 yuan for nothing. The manager said, okay, the refund has been processed. Any other issues? Reninging took out her phone and asked, are you giving me cash or transferring to my WeChat? The manager grinned mischievously and said, I refunded via the original payment method, meaning, whoever paid online earlier, the money went back to them. Reninging lost her cool, but I'm the one who came back to return it. You should have refunded me directly. The manager sneered, little girl, if you've shopped online before, you should know that refunds are always processed back through the original payment method. Our store does the same through our system. Reninging knew they were doing this on purpose. Furious, she shouted, then I don't want to return it. Give me the dress back. The manager chuckled, sorry, the money's already refunded. And it was refunded at full price, we didn't take advantage of you. So now the dress no longer belongs to you. If you regret it and still want it, pay again. You did that on purpose. Reninging trembled with anger, her face flushing red. The manager dropped the pretense, little girl, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Let me give you some advice, be more honest in life. If you stay greedy and materialistic, you'll regret it someday. Reninging knew she was in the wrong and could only grit her teeth and swallow the loss, storming out in embarrassment. The assistant looked at her retreating figure and silently gave the manager a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Zhong Maonan, seeing the sudden refund of 3,588 yuan, was stunned at first. Then, realizing what had happened, he laughed angrily, Reninging, impressive. Right after, Reninging messaged him, Maonan, did you get the refund? I returned the dress you gave me because I don't want people thinking I'm a gold digger. Ha! Zhong Maonan sneered in his heart. If Reninging wasn't a gold digger, why didn't she leave with him earlier? The most ridiculous part was when Jiang Jinli said he'd buy her a bag and let her pick one freely, she immediately got excited and asked if he was serious. Anyone with eyes could see how realistic and materialistic she was. So Zhong Maonan couldn't be bothered with her and directly blocked her. A girl of Reninging's level, if he tried a little harder, he could get one like her anytime. A moment later, Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying returned to their residential area by taxi. Tong Jiaying got out of the car with 3 shopping bags, inside were the dress, high heels, and the Gucci crossbody bag. Well, I'm going home now. Right now, all she could think about was how to deal with her mom at home. She could say the dress and heels were for the graduation party, claiming she bought them with her roommates. When asked about the price, she could lie and say it cost around 1,000 yuan, and her mom probably wouldn't scold her for overspending. As for the Gucci bag worth over 20,000 yuan, she could only pray her mom didn't recognize the brand. Jiang Jinli said goodbye to Tong Jiaying and carried the suit she bought for him, the dress he bought for his sister, and the Gucci bag he bought for his mom back home. Mom, I'm home. After taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, Jiang Jinli hadn't even pulled out his key yet when his voice had already entered the house. His sister Jiang Jinyu thought, crap, did big bro not see my message? Coming home now would mean getting caught by second aunt and mom's bragging would be exposed and totally backfire. Jiang Jinyu silently felt bad for her mom for 3 seconds. She knew second aunt was a snobbish show-off, always acting superior. So when she suddenly came from the city today with her son, it was clearly to check if mom's bragging in the group chat was real. As for that happy-loving family group chat, Jiang Jinyu didn't even want to comment on it. It was filled with relatives from the Jiang family line, some were doing great in big cities and looked down on those still living in the hometown. They barely said anything in the group. Then there were relatives who had houses in the local city and looked down on those still living in the countryside or who couldn't afford a house in town. Second aunt was one of them. When she heard the voice, second aunt immediately smiled and said, looks like Jinli is back from driving school. Jiang's dad glanced secretly at his daughter, as if to ask, "Didn't I tell you to warn your brother not to come home?" Jiang Jinyu replied with her eyes, "I did, but I think he didn't check his phone." Jiang's mom was frozen with embarrassment, suddenly regretting showing off and exaggerating in the group chat, which made that nosy second aunt come to expose her. "Oh, second aunt is here." Jiang Jinli opened the door and acted like he didn't know she was there. Second aunt quickly said with fake admiration, "I heard from your mom that you earned several $100,000 from some programming job during winter break, so I brought Hao over during the weekend to learn from you." "Several $100,000? Jiang Jinli pretended not to know. Second aunt smiled. "What? Didn't you do some programming and make several $100,000? That's what your mom said in the family group. Unless your mom lied to us?" Jiang Jinli gave his mom a blaming look. She was so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole with her toes. "Mom, oh mom, will you dare to brag and lie again in the future?" Jiang Jinli sighed and said, "My mom did lie to you all. I knew it. You're just a high schooler." Just as second aunt was about to mock him, Jiang Jinli interrupted loudly. "My mom is too modest. I actually earned $1 million, but she said several $100,000, as if I'd become a millionaire and relatives would shamelessly ask me, a junior, to lend them money." $1 million? Are you kidding your aunt? Jinli, stop teasing your aunt. What you said is even more exaggerated than your mom. A mocking smile hung on second aunt's lips. She absolutely didn't believe Jiang Jinli could earn $1 million at such a young age. Sitting next to her, Jiang Haoyu, the cousin who attends a private elite middle school, couldn't help but mock too. "Are you talking about $1 million fun beans or something?" Jiang Haoyu is the same age as his sister Jiang Jinyu, 3 years younger than Jiang Jinli. He's currently in the 3rd year of middle school and will start high school in September. Jiang Jinli never had a good impression of second aunt's family. There wasn't much familial affection between them. That's because second uncle wasn't a blood uncle, he was just a cousin of Jiang Jinli's father, so the two families weren't close. Usually, they only met during holidays or family banquets. If it weren't for mom showing off in the family group chat last night, there's no way second aunt, such a snob who despises the poor and worships the rich, would have come over on her own. Looking at his cousin, who was playing on his phone while mocking him about the fun beans, Jiang Jinli couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain and said casually, "Then just think of it as $1 million fun beans." After speaking, he handed the shopping bags in his hand to his sister and mom. "Jiang Jinyu, I bought this dress for you. See if you like it." "Mom, I bought you a Gucci shoulder bag. I was afraid if I bought something too expensive you wouldn't use it, so I got a cheaper one. It only cost a little over 20,000. Hearing that, mom froze awkwardly again. Her son clearly inherited her love of bragging. A bag that costs over 20,000 is considered cheap? If she didn't know exactly what her son was capable of, she might have believed his bragging. After all, he only said he made a few thousand last night, so there's no way he would spend over 20,000 on a bag for her. Suddenly, second aunt reached out and took the bag, mocking, "Let me see what a 20,000 yuan bag looks like. The most expensive bag I've ever carried cost 18,000. But the moment she touched it, her expression visibly froze. The quality. The texture. Why does it feel real? At this point, Jiang Jinyu had already taken out the dress, her eyes full of delight. "Brother, this dress is so pretty. It must have cost a lot, right?" Jiang Jinli calmly acted cool. "Your dress is cheaper than mom's bag, only cost 15,000. Before second aunt could question it, Jiang Jinyu started doubting her brother. "Are you sure it's 15,000 and not 150? Second aunt chimed in smartly, "Whether it's 15,000 or 150, we'll know if we check the receipt or the payment record." This. Jiang Jinli hesitated, because if he showed the receipt, it would expose the fact that he also bought a dress and bag for Tong Jiaying. Sure enough, seeing his hesitation, second aunt became convinced he was lying. "Jinli, don't blame your aunt for being harsh, but a person should be honest. Don't brag just to feed your vanity and ruin your own reputation. Auntie makes a good point, your words really are harsh." Jiang Jinli didn't care anymore. He pulled out the receipts and handed them to second aunt, sighing, "I just wanted to stay low-key and live like an ordinary person, but all I get is doubt and mockery. Since aunt wants to see the receipts and payment records, then I'll show them. Just hope you're not too shocked. Here, this is the receipt for my sister's dress, and this is the one for mom's branded bag. A few of the items are pre-orders and will be delivered in a few days. Also, here's the Alipay bill. Auntie, don't tell me you're going to say the receipts are fake, and the payment info is fake too?" Looking at the receipts and the payment records on Jiang Jinli's phone, second aunt's previously scornful face turned incredibly dark. This all looked real. The receipts were real, and the Alipay records were real too. Together, the two receipts added up to 84,000 yuan. This brat Jiang Jinli actually made it big? Did he really develop some app and make hundreds of thousands? Otherwise, why would he spend over 80,000 yuan on luxury clothes and bags for his family? Jiang Jinyu stared at the receipt total and the Alipay statement on her brother's phone, dumbfounded. Wait, bro, are you for real? My dress actually cost over 10,000? And mom's bag really over 20,000? Jiang Jinli shrugged. I already showed you the receipts and payment records. If you still don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do. Dad suddenly felt a pang in his heart. You little brat, did you forget you still have a father? Jiang Jinli looked at second aunt, who had gone silent, and said, Don't worry, Dad. I have a big surprise for you. That old Volkswagen you've been driving for years should be scrapped. Oldie from the building next door has been bragging about how his son bought him a Benzie 300 that cost 400 to 500,000, right? So I plan to buy you a new car that costs more than 500,000. Since you like the 80M9, I'll pre-order one for you now. When you see Oldly, you can show off that your son is so filial, bought you an 80M9 with advanced smart driving, and make him green with envy. Dad wanted to look cool like that too, but he knew his son was just talking big this time, so he didn't take it seriously and said, You should save that money. You'll need it for college, or to buy a car or house later. No need to splurge on the family just because you made some money. Second aunt, thinking Jiang Jinli was definitely bragging again, sarcastically said, Jinli is right, that old Volkswagen should be replaced, but the 80M9 isn't cheap. No need to spend all your savings just for face. Looks like aunt still doesn't believe me, thinks I'm just putting on a show. As he spoke, Jiang Jinli deliberately opened his bank app in front of second aunt, showing off the glaring 900,000 plus yuan balance, and helplessly said, So I have to show my bank balance just for you two to believe I didn't earn 1,000,000 fun beans? Instantly, second aunt froze. Zhang Haoyu, sitting beside her, was also stunned. Both of them looked like they had seen a ghost. They hadn't expected that not only did Jiang Jinli's mom not exaggerate, she had actually understated it and gave a lower number. Now it wasn't just second aunt and her son who were dumbfounded, Jiang Jinli's parents and younger sister were also stunned. They had agreed he only made a few tens of thousands. How did it suddenly become 1,000,000? Jiang's mom was stunned, but also proud and pleased. She never expected that when she bragged about her son making a few 100,000, not only would it turn out to be true, but it even went from a few 100,000 to a full million. Jiang's dad took a deep breath, pretending he had always known his son made 1,000,000, and deliberately said with sarcasm, Alright, don't flaunt your wealth. Don't show off this 1,000,000 you earned, and don't waste money just to slap your second aunt in the face. His blunt words were like a louder slap in second aunt's face, smack. Jiang Jinli also responded with sarcasm, Dad, you're judging a gentleman with a petty heart. I never intended to slap second aunt in the face. When I spent tens of thousands on a dress for my sister and a name brand bag for mom, second aunt hadn't even come to visit us yet. So, second aunt, don't get the wrong idea, I'm really not trying to show off or target you, or slap you in the face. Second aunt's mouth twitched. I wouldn't have thought you did it on purpose if you hadn't said that, but now that you've said it, I can't help but suspect you did it on purpose. Second aunt forced herself to hold back her anger, smiling without warmth as she said, I know you're not targeting me. This kind of high-spending behavior is just a classic nouveau riche mentality. That mentality comes from being poor for too long and feeling inferior, so when you suddenly come into money, you start spending recklessly to satisfy your vanity. Jiang Jinli replied along her line, Second aunt knows so much. Looks like you've experienced it yourself. So when you bought a BMW back then to show off, your mindset was probably the same as mine now. This brat really has a mouth that begs for a beating. Second aunt's face was already about to fall apart. She regretted coming to fact-check him and even more regretted mocking and comparing herself to Jiang Jinli. Jiang Jinli continued, BMWs are no longer cool now. Dad, I'll order you a top-tier 80M9. Give me your info. Jiang's dad immediately responded seriously, enough. Making money isn't easy. You should save more instead of being so extravagant. One day you might end up back to square one, and people will laugh at you for being a spendthrift. Seeing his dad's serious face, Jiang Jinli had to give up the idea of buying him an 80M9. Fine. If you don't want a top-tier 80M9, then I'll just buy 4 top-tier triple-fold phones instead. Right in front of second aunt, Jiang Jinli opened JD.com and bought 4 Huawei triple-fold phones without hesitation. Each phone cost 23,999 yuan. Buying 4 came to a total of 95,996 yuan, which made second aunt feel sick with envy. Her son Zhang Haoyu looked at Jiang Jinli with jealousy and longing, hoping Jiang Jinli would glance at him, read the desire in his eyes, and buy one of those phones for him too. Let's go, Xiaoyu still has an extracurricular class this afternoon. Second aunt couldn't take it anymore. She didn't want to keep watching Jiang Jinli show off his wealth. Jiang Jinli said regretfully, "That's a shame. I was planning to go out and buy some big lobsters and king crabs to treat you to a nice meal. Since Haoyu has to go to class, I guess I'll treat you next time." Second aunt walked away with an unhappy face. John's mom politely saw them to the elevator, then came back and patted her son on the shoulder, urgently asking, "Where did you get over 900,000? Didn't you say you only made a few tens of thousands?" Jiang Jinli complained, "Since you knew I only made a few tens of thousands, how could you shamelessly brag and say I made hundreds of thousands?" John's mom was instantly embarrassed and awkwardly explained, "I exaggerated on purpose to get them to question it, and then I'd humbly say you only made a few tens of thousands. Who knew they wouldn't even question it openly? And your second aunt even came over in person to expose you." Jiang Jinli said, annoyed, "Learn from this. Mom, you really need to stop bragging. Most people don't flaunt their wealth, but you, the moment your son earns a bit, you go and show off to the relatives that he made hundreds of thousands. If it weren't for my software project being bought out today for exactly 1 million, second aunt would have embarrassed you." Hearing that, Jiang Jinyu got excited and waved her arms. "Bro, you really earned $1 million? Jiang Jinli responded, "Didn't you see the bank balance? Surely you're not going to say the balance in my bank account is fake?" John's dad felt frustrated. "I've worked hard for over 20 years, and the most I ever saved in my account was 300,000. And you just one winter vacation working part-time, and you made $1 million. John's mom was both overwhelmed and proud. She quickly said, "Now that your aunt is gone, hurry and return those luxury bags and the 4 phones." Jiang Jili, "Fine, I'll return the clothes and that other Gucci bag. But I won't return the phones. I need a new good phone for college, and your phones have been lagging for years. It's time you both got better ones." John's mom said painfully, "But those phones are too expensive. 23,999 yuan each, 4 of them cost almost 100,000, that's enough to buy a car." John's dad agreed it was too expensive. Over the years, he had only used budget phones, and even phones costing a few thousand were too much for him, let alone ones over 20,000. Jiang Jili had to say, "Just think of it as me making only a few 100,000, or imagine I won a 1,000,000 yuan lottery prize and paid 100,000 in taxes." Hearing that, his parents didn't say much more, but they still felt like it was all a dream, unreal. Which relatives would understand this? "My son just turned 18, and he's already a millionaire." Jiang Jili was sometimes speechless about his mom's bad habit of bragging and showing off in front of relatives. Among all the relatives' kids, Jiang Jinli and his sister had always had the best grades, so their mom used to love bragging about their academic performance. Now that Jiang Jinli had earned so much money during winter break, his mom naturally couldn't hold back and wanted to show off in the family group chat, so those relatives who used to look down on them would feel jealous and envious. Seeing his mom pick up her phone and take pictures of the Gucci bag, Jiang Jinli immediately knew that she wanted to show off in the WeChat group again. He quickly stated his position, "Mom, if you want to show off, fine. But if any relatives come asking to borrow money or learn my success secrets because of it, I won't bother with them. You'll have to deal with the mess yourself." Upon hearing this, Jiang's dad also warned her, telling his wife to watch her mouth from now on, stop showing off and exaggerating things. Jiang's mom pursed her lips in frustration and silently complained in her heart, "My son is finally successful, and as a mom, I can't even brag a little with some exaggerated wording?" The next morning, 8 a.m. Jiang Jili got into Li Yongxing's Mercedes, and Li Yongxing drove to the driving school to pick up 4 other students who were also going to take the test. 3 were taking Subject 1, and 2 were taking Subject 2. Because the daily task Live and Learn gave 1 extra memory point every day it was completed, after completing the task for 6 days straight and gaining 6 memory points, Jiang Jili found his memory had clearly improved. As a result, during the test, he remembered every question clearly. Just one look, and he immediately knew the correct answer. Very quickly, Jiang Jinli finished all the questions. Since Subject 1's score appears on the computer right after submission, Jiang Jinli felt a little nervous and excited as he moved the mouse to submit. When the result appeared, and it was a perfect score of 100, he stood up excitedly and left the exam room early. Outside, Li Yongsheng, who had brought them there and was waiting outside the gate, saw Jiang Jinli come out so soon. He immediately took the phone out of his bag and returned it to him, asking, "How was it? Did you pass?" Jiang Jinli smiled, took the phone, and proudly said, "Perfect score." As he spoke, he somehow opened WeChat and tapped on the chat with Tong Jiaying. Weird. Why do I suddenly want to share the good news with Tong Jiaying? Looking at the encouraging sticker she sent an hour ago, Jiang Jinli still took the initiative to send her a message. Totally failed, didn't pass Subject 1. He even deliberately sent a crying cat emoji. Tong Jiaying quickly sent back a comforting reply, this exam was too rushed. You didn't have time to do enough practice. You'll definitely pass next time. Jiang Jinli didn't reply right away. Sure enough, Tong Jiaying got anxious, thinking he was heartbroken over failing, and kept sending messages, are you back? I'll take you out for something delicious. Let's turn grief into appetite. Failure is the mother of success, don't be sad. When are you coming back? I'll come find you. Where are you? If you don't reply, I'm calling the police. Only then did Jiang Jinli reply, just kidding. I actually got a perfect score. Really? Here, look at my score. You jerk, Jiang Jinli. You lied and said you failed, made me worry for nothing. Tong Jiaying sent an emoji showing disgust, big liar. I'm ignoring you. Jiang Jinli replied, even better. Looks like today's a lucky day, double blessings. Men really are all big jerks. At that moment, the other two students who took subject 1 also came out. Li Yongsheng, as usual, asked if they passed. One male student scored 91, just passing. The other, an overweight female student, came out with a miserable look, it was obvious she failed. When she said she only scored 82 and had already failed at the easiest subject 1, Li Yongsheng was speechless, look at him. He signed up yesterday, only spent 1 day doing practice questions, and got a perfect score. But you've been signed up for 10 days, doing questions every day, and you still can't even score above 90. The female student said gloomily, I passed all the practice tests on my phone. Who knew the questions here would be so hard? Some of them weren't even in the app. Li Yongsheng said unhappily, the questions are the same. There's no way they didn't show up. Stop making excuses for yourself. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for not studying seriously. When a student fails, it means they have to stay in driving school for at least 7 more days and need to be driven to the test site again, so of course he hopes everyone passes the first time. Li Yongsheng brought Jiang Jili and the others to the subject 2 test site. The other 2 students were still waiting in line. Jiang Jili didn't want to waste time waiting for them to finish and said goodbye to Li Yongsheng. Brother Sheng, I'm heading back first. I won't wait. Okay. Li Yongsheng replied, and the other 2 subject 1 students didn't want to wait either. The 3 of them split the cost and took a taxi back to the county driving school. It was still early, so Jiang Jinli spent an hour learning to drive, then Tong Jiaying took a cab to come find him. She was dressed super casually today, black sweatpants on the bottom, a gray hoodie on top, giving off a youthful and sporty vibe. Jiang Jinli. Tong Jiaying rolled down the window and called out his name. Ha, women. Didn't she say she was ignoring me? Jiang Jinli walked over, and Tong Jiaying casually opened the car door and had him sit in the back with her. What did you come find me for? Jiang Jinli asked knowingly. Tong Jiaying seemed to have forgotten she said she wouldn't talk to him and replied, of course to treat you to something tasty, to celebrate you getting a perfect score in subject 1. Then I want grilled fish. Okay. The car headed to Wanda Plaza. Unknowingly, Wanda Plaza seemed to have become their secret weekend meetup spot. Jiang Jili couldn't help wondering, coming to Wanda Plaza with Tong Jiaying again, would they run into the so-called ex-wife or ex-wife's best friend and trigger some kind of mission storyline? Unfortunately, after eating and hanging around for half an hour, the system didn't pop up with any task prompts. Let's go, time to head back. Jiang Jili didn't want to waste time and hinted, this afternoon I plan to go back to school early to review English. Tong Jiaying immediately said, then I'll go back early too and help you review. Jiang Jinli politely replied, thanks for your help, Teacher Tong. Tong Jiaying giggled, no need to thank me. Mom, don't make dinner for me tonight, I'm going to school later for an English tutoring class. At 2 p.m., Jiang Jinli returned home and opened the Huawei triple-fold phone he had ordered yesterday, which had just arrived. His sister couldn't put it down, quickly put in her SIM card, connected to Wi-Fi, and kept folding and unfolding the screen, experiencing the fun of triple-fold technology. His mom recorded an unboxing video and posted it on her Moments feed, showing off that her son made money and insisted on buying such expensive phones for his parents. His dad couldn't resist and also posted on his Moments feed, subtly showing off, phones these days are getting more and more advanced. Then, old colleagues and classmates got jealous. This phone must be over 20,000 yuan, Boljiang, you actually spent that much on a phone? Old classmate is doing well, huh? Using such expensive phones now. John's dad replied, I work hard all month and only earn 6 or 7,000. How could I bear to buy such an expensive phone? It's my son who made money and insisted on buying them for me and my wife. Immediately, the old colleagues and classmates became even more envious, all curious about how Jiang Jinli, who was still in school and would take the college entrance exam in 2 or 3 months, made so much money. John's dad vaguely replied, saying his son made money from some kind of programming project, though he didn't understand the details. Anyway, his son was awesome, and that was all that mattered. Let them be jealous. Jiang Jinli inserted his SIM card, transferred all the data from his old phone, then packed his things and prepared to head to school. Mom, I'm heading out. He changed shoes, grabbed his backpack, slung it over one shoulder, and walked out to go to school. John's mom gave a look to her husband, then tiptoed to the door and peeked through the peephole to observe the direction their son was heading. Seeing her son enter the elevator, she immediately gave another signal to her husband, and the couple, like thieves, quickly opened the door and went downstairs to follow him. Jiang Jinyu was speechless at her two sneaky parents. But since her brother had bought her a dress worth over 10,000 yuan and a new phone worth over 20,000 yuan, she quickly sent him a heads up. Dad and Mom are following you downstairs. They definitely suspect you're going to meet up with Sister Jia Ying for a date, and that's why you left for school so early. Inside the elevator, upon receiving the message from his sister, Jiang Jinli was speechless. His parents really missed their calling as paparazzi. He had just sent a WeChat message to Tong Jiaying, telling her he was heading out. Now, after getting the warning from his sister, he quickly recalled the message and typed, "I'm not going to school yet, I'm taking the dog for a walk first." Who gets it? My parents are more like paparazzi than actual paparazzi. Meanwhile, trying to keep their steps quiet on the stairs, John's mom whispered her analysis. Our son has never gone to school this early, so he must be using this English class as an excuse to go on a date with Tong Tong. John's dad agreed, no doubt about it, this little brat is definitely dating Tong Tong. I clearly saw the receipt he used to slap second aunt's face yesterday. On the receipt for the dress he bought your daughter, it showed 2 dresses and a pair of high heels. And the receipt for your Gucci bag showed he bought 2 shoulder bags. Although he said the rest were pre-orders and would arrive later, that explanation doesn't hold water. So the extra dress, high heels, and bag must have been for Tong Tong. Last time Tong Tong came over to give him a birthday gift, and then the next day he went out with her. It's clear their relationship isn't ordinary. He's just too shy to admit it. John's mom suddenly understood. That makes sense. And to think I actually believed his excuse and told him to return the pre-ordered items. No one knows a son better than his father. All we have to do is see if Tong Tong goes to school with him, and we'll know for sure they're together. Shoo, keep your voice down. The couple, as if catching someone cheating, quietly followed the stairs from the 3rd floor to the 1st. Then they poked their heads out, watching their son who had already walked several meters away. Seeing him walking alone without looking back, heading straight for the neighborhood entrance, John's mom said in confusion, "Something's off. Why isn't he waiting for Tong Tong downstairs across the building? Did we guess wrong? Maybe he's dating someone else and not Tong Tong?" John's dad guessed, maybe Tong Tong left earlier and is waiting at the neighborhood entrance or bus stop. Let's go, follow him and see. The couple sneakily followed him at a distance, trying to confirm if he was dating Tong Tong and, if so, lock in this childhood sweetheart match. Then after college, they could arrange for them to get married. At that moment, Tong Jiaying received Jiang Jinli's WeChat message and curiously asked, "You got a dog again? Is it a golden retriever?" When they were kids, Jiang Jinli's family had a golden retriever. Every time she visited, she loved playing with the gentle and cute dog. She still remembered how, when she was in 1st grade, she cried her eyes out at Jiang's house upon learning that the dog had died of old age. Since then, Jiang's family hadn't kept any pets. Jiang Jinli replied, "Not a golden retriever. It's a black-haired dog." Tong Jiaying asked curiously, "What kind of dog is a black-haired dog? Are you walking it downstairs? I want to come down and pet it." Jiang Jinli asked, "Are you sure you want to pet it?" Tong Jiaying really wanted to. "You know I've loved cats and dogs since I was little, but my mom always disliked the shedding and smell, so she never let me have a golden retriever even though I really wanted one." Jiang Jinli then asked, "What if I told you that the dog I mentioned is actually paparazzi, and the 2 dogs are actually my parents? Do you still want to pet them?" "Are you crazy, Jiang Jinli? And here I thought your family got another dog. I was so eager to go down and pet it. But you're saying the dogs are your parents? I think you're the real dog here." Tong Jiaying was speechless. Jiang Jinli quickly explained, "My parents think my mock exam scores dropped because I'm dating the girl next door, so when they saw me leaving for school early, they secretly followed me." Seeing the message, Tong Jiaying instantly got jealous and quickly typed, "Who's the girl next door?" Jiang Jinli replied, "Look in the mirror and you'll know." "Look in the mirror?" Tong Jiaying suddenly got it, so the girl next door is me. Phew, false alarm, scared myself for nothing. Jiang Jinli then tricked her again. "You know, my parents have always had high expectations for me. They think my drop in mock scores must be because of the girl next door. Even though I explained that nothing's going on between us, they still don't believe it. So now they're following me like paparazzi, trying to catch me in the act." Tong Jiaying replied, the girl next door is being wronged. Her existence has nothing to do with your score dropping. Zhang Jili, that's what I said too, but they don't believe it. What can I do? My family has always been strict. My parents won't allow any girl next door to distract me before the college entrance exam. So I have to shake them off first to clear up their doubts, so they won't suspect you and blame you unfairly. Tong Jiaying, then, should I wait 10 more minutes before leaving? Zhang Jili, no need. You can leave now. Just go through the back gate of the neighborhood, and we'll meet at the next bus stop. Hee hee, so clever. Zhang Jili suddenly felt a wave of nervous excitement. Wait a second, something's off. Why does this suddenly feel like I'm sneaking around, having an affair with Tong Jiaying behind my parents' backs? That's not right, honey. Our son didn't go with Tong Tong. Could it be that we really overthought it? Tong Tong and he are actually innocent? That day he went out with Tong Tong really was just to thank her for the birthday gift and treat her to a meal? Is it possible Tong Tong left earlier and is waiting at the bus stop? The couple were still not giving up and continued following him for several hundred meters, until they saw that Tong Jiaying wasn't at the bus stop and watched their son get on the bus alone, at which point they returned home, frustrated. Straight man cancer. Your son's just like you, straight man cancer. Tong Tong has always liked sticking close to him, even gave him a birthday gift last week. That obviously means she likes him, secretly has a crush, and yet he doesn't know how to cherish such a good girl. Maybe it's because they're too close, so even if our son knows Tong Tong likes him, he feels too embarrassed to make a move. Tong Tong has good grades, is pretty. If that brat doesn't cherish her, and someone else snatches her away, he'll regret it. Forget it, let things take their course. The college entrance exam is just over 2 months away. It's actually good that our son's not thinking about this stuff now. After the exam, if their scores are similar, we can still try to match them up. Moments later, bus number 13 slowly braked, getting ready to stop at the next station. Zhang Jinli was sitting in the back near the door, originally planning to get off at this stop and wait for Tong Jiaying, but then he saw Tong Jiaying arriving at the stop riding a shared electric bike. Tong Jiaying, get on the bus. Zhang Jinli walked to the back door, and the moment the bus stopped and opened the door, he called out to Tong Jiaying who had just parked. Coming! Hearing Zhang Jinli's voice, Tong Jiaying was surprised and quickly ran toward the bus. Beep, student card. She swiped her card at the front door, panting lightly, and walked toward the back to where Zhang Jinli was sitting. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 1 yuan, triggered a 6x cashback on intimacy spending, 6 yuan received. Tong Jiaying walked over to sit next to Zhang Jinli and said, I thought I was going to miss this bus. On the WeChat mini program, she could see the real-time bus tracking. She had spent a bit of time scanning and unlocking the shared e-bike earlier and nearly missed the bus. Zhang Jinli let her sit inside and said, I was thinking of getting off to wait for you, but you came charging over on that e-bike. Tong Jiaying sat down, and some of her windswept hair brushed across Zhang Jinli's cheek as she passed, making it tickle and making his heart itch too. I checked the real-time bus info. When I left home, the bus still had 6 minutes before reaching your stop, and about 14 minutes to the next stop. So I calculated that riding the e-bike from the back of the neighborhood to the next stop was about 2 kilometers. It should be just in time. That way you wouldn't have to get off to wait for me. Zhang Jinli praised, nice one, Tong Jiaying. I'd call you the most detail-oriented woman in the world. Tong Jiaying smiled proudly, returned the e-bike on her phone, and paid the 2 yuan fee. Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 2 yuan, triggered a 1x cashback on intimacy spending, 2 yuan received. Damn, just finished praising her for being detailed, and this cashback really was detailed, only 1x. It was the first time a 1x cashback had appeared. Zhang Jinli thought to himself, then got back to the topic. Tong Jiaying, your English grades have always been good, right? Tong Jiaying said proudly, in my 3 years of high school, I've never scored below 100 on any English test. Usually it's over 120. Zhang Jinli was jealous and asked, if I managed to memorize most of the vocabulary before the college entrance exam, do you think I have a chance of scoring 100? Tong Jiaying said, if you've mastered the pronunciation and grammar, and memorized most of the words, then you should easily be able to get 100. Hearing that, Zhang Jinli humbly asked for help. Then I'll be counting on you, Teacher Tong. I'm fine with memorizing words, but pronunciation and grammar are all on you. No problem. The corners of Tong Jiaying's lips curled up into a smile, and the gentle bounce of the bus made her smile seem even sweeter and softer. Actually, apart from English, Zhang Jinli's other subjects weren't far behind Tong Jiaying's. If he hadn't messed up his math on the mock exam this time, and if he wrote a better essay to gain some more points, and now improved his English to over 100, then his total score could easily reach 550.
So now his main goal was to strengthen math while improving his English as much as possible. Otherwise, getting into a regular university would be really hard, and he didn't want the college entrance exam failure shown in the system's future prediction to become reality. Once they arrived at school, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying returned to the dorm briefly, then went to their class to grab their textbooks and notes and headed up to the top floor of the teaching building. The door to the rooftop was locked, so they couldn't go out there. They sat on the highest step of the stairwell to study in secret. Tong Jiaying started teaching from the basics. After figuring out what level Zhang Jinli's English was at, she turned into a serious and gentle English teacher, patiently explaining everything to her one and only student. Maybe because their regular English teacher was old and unattractive, Zhang Jinli could never focus in class and always dozed off. But now, with Tong Jiaying teaching him, her sweet voice in his ears, the fresh and pleasant scent from her body, and her fair and beautiful profile in front of him, he was full of motivation. So, the problem isn't me, it's the English teacher's fault. Unknowingly, the sky outside the stairwell began to darken. More and more noise rose from the students arriving downstairs, and feeling that he had learned a lot, Zhang Jinli said, "It's almost 6. Let's stop here for today." Instantly, Tong Jiaying's cheeks turned red. Zhang Jinli smartly said, "You help me study English, I help you clean the dust off your clothes. Nothing wrong with that, right?" And no, what else could Tong Jiaying say? Zhang Jinli also patted the dust off his own pants and walked down the stairs like nothing happened. As they came down from the top floor, the freshmen hanging around on the 6th floor, whether on the balconies or just arriving, all gave them curious, gossipy looks. Tong Jiaying shyly lowered her head. As a girl who secretly read romantic smut from the female section, she knew all too well what those looks meant. If it were her seeing a boy and girl come down alone from the rooftop, she'd suspect the same. Were they sneaking off for something? Thinking that, she looked at Zhang Jinli's back and felt a strange, shy sense of anticipation in her heart. In that moment, her blushing face was brighter than the rosy clouds of the western sunset. Tong Jiaying, are you hungry? Want to go to the cafeteria for something to eat, then take a walk? Zhang Jinli had been so focused on studying with Tong Jiaying that he'd completely forgotten they hadn't eaten dinner yet. It was still early, not even 6 o'clock. Tong Jiaying nodded, went back to the classroom to put away her books, and immediately went downstairs with Zhang Jinli to eat. There weren't many people in the cafeteria on Sunday. Most students ate at home before coming to school. Only a few, like Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying, who came early to review, would visit the cafeteria on Sunday evenings. The school cafeteria, under closed management, also prepared dinner for the small number of students. On the way to the cafeteria, Zhang Jinli politely said, "Thanks for your hard work, Teacher Tong. Let me treat you to a chicken leg later." "Okay." Tong Jiaying cheerfully walked beside him, her high ponytail swinging behind her, her soft, pink lips slightly upturned. Who said Tong Jiaying was cold and aloof? Isn't she just a sweet smiling, approachable, pure girl? Ding! Tong Jiaying spent 30 yuan, triggered 4x cashback on intimacy spending, 120 yuan received. "I said I'd treat you to a chicken leg, why did you swipe your card first?" Zhang Jinli not only saved 30 yuan but earned 120 yuan cashback. Tong Jiaying had clearly planned this, putting her meal card back into her pocket and saying, "You treat your guest, I pay my own bill. What's the problem with that?" "Fine, as long as you're happy." Zhang Jinli was speechless. Tong Jiaying giggled and carried her tray over to sit down. She didn't eat like those girls who deliberately took small bites and chewed slowly. She ate heartily and looked like she really enjoyed her food. Watching her eat made Zhang Jinli hungrier too, and he couldn't help teasing, "Tong Jiaying, if you were a mukbang host, you'd definitely go viral." Tong Jiaying puffed up her cheeks and asked, "Why?" Zhang Jinli joked, "Because you look like Lin Dayu but eat like Lu Zhishan." Tong Jiaying pouted, displeased. "Are you saying I eat ugly?" Zhang Jinli played with fire and said, "Did I make it that obvious?" Tong Jiaying glared at him and bared her teeth like a little puppy, showing her small canine teeth in mock threat, "If you dare laugh at me, be careful or I'll bite you." Zhang Jinli casually teased, "Not afraid of your bite, just afraid if you separate the syllables." After all, tiger teeth hurt D. But he didn't dare finish the sentence, worried she might really bite him. Still, Zhang Jinli underestimated Tong Jiaying, thinking she didn't get his naughty joke. Little did he know, besides being a top student, she also secretly watched anime and read racy romance novels from the female section. So Tong Jiaying's face blushed red, and she quietly muttered, "Zhang perv." Wait, she understood instantly? Who knew she was secretly dirty-minded? Zhang Jinli coughed awkwardly and quickly took a couple of bites of rice to ease the tension. The atmosphere turned a bit awkward and ambiguous. Tong Jiaying focused on eating.
When she saw Jung Jinli almost done, she said, "I can't finish my food. Want some?" Jung Jinli said with disgust, "Wow, now you ask me? Only after you've eaten most of it?" Tong Jiaying said, "When we were kids, you even tricked me into giving you the lollipop from my mouth. Weren't you shameless then?" Jung Jinli pretended not to remember. "Did I? I don't recall." Tong Jiaying snorted, "You even drank from my soda and ate snacks straight from my mouth." Jung Jinli quickly stopped her. "Alright, fine. I'm not grossed out by your leftovers, just stop digging up my dark past." Tong Jiaying smiled triumphantly, scooped a third of her leftover rice into his plate, and added some meat too. Though Jung Jinli talked like he minded, he still ate it all without hesitation. Maybe it was because he had shared food with her since they were little, or maybe because she was good-looking. Either way, he didn't feel disgusted. After eating their fill, the sky outside grew darker. The sunset in the west became more brilliant and beautiful. Jung Jinli went to the track to take a walk, completing his daily task of 30 minutes walk after a meal, and earned 1 point of health value again. At 6:50 p.m., he and Tong Jiaying slowly left the track and returned to class for evening self-study. As the countdown to the college entrance exam displayed on the blackboard got closer, the atmosphere in class grew tenser and more stressful. After the evening study period, everyone focused on reviewing textbooks or doing practice questions. Jung Jinli was seriously working on exercises. These were the birthday gift that Tong Jiaying had randomly decided to give him that day. Crazy Tong Jiaying. While solving problems, Jung Jinli couldn't help grumbling. Next morning, as usual, Jung Jinli got up early for a morning run. Tong Jiaying had also gotten into the habit of running with him for over half an hour. With the continued daily runs and the daily 1-point health boost, Jung Jinli's physical condition had improved a lot. Now he could easily run 5 or 6 kilometers in the morning without any soreness or fatigue in his legs. That same day, Jung Jinli completed the goji berries in a thermos daily task for the 10th time. Ding! Daily task, goji berries in a thermos 1/1 completed. Reward of 100 yuan granted. Task completed 10 days in a row, double bonus triggered, extra reward, 1000 yuan. Host, Jung Jinli. Age, 48 years. Height, 174 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Health value, 39. Charm value, 26. Marital status, divorced. Personal status, weak and frail. Reversal fund, 2,498 yuan. Jung Jinli ignored the 48 age, divorced marital status, and the change from on the verge of death to weak and frail status. Since the personal attributes matched his 48-year-old future self, he only cared about the final amount displayed. Unknowingly saved up over 2,000 again. Jung Jinli finished his goji tea and secretly withdrew the 2,498 yuan into his bank account for interest. In the last PE class of the morning, Jung Jinli put his arm around Lin Huaiwen as they walked downstairs and asked, "I remember you went to Chunhua Middle School in junior high, right?" Lin Huaiwen asked curiously, "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" Jung Jinli asked, "I'm asking about someone. Do you know a girl named Reninging? She's a year younger than you, currently in her second year at number 4 high school." Lin Huaiwen said, "That name sounds familiar. Why are you asking?" Jung Jinli said, "Zhong Manan also went to Chunhua Middle School in junior high. That girl Reninging was his classmate. I ran into them at Wanda Plaza on Saturday. I embarrassed Zhong Manan in front of her and made Reninging cry. So now I want to know if you know her, like does she have strong backing or not? I just want to be sure she won't hold a grudge and come after me." In reality, Jung Jinli was curious who Reninging's best friends were, and which one might be his future ex-wife. Zhong Manan, Reninging? Lin Huaiwen remembered, the Reninging you're talking about, is she the one who's pretty good looking? Also really knows how to dress up, gives off a flirty vibe? That's right, Jung Jinli responded. Then that's definitely her. Reninging was quite well known at Chunhua Middle School during junior high, because a bunch of rich boys were after her, and Zhong Manan was one of them. So her simps are actually pretty influential. If you made her cry, it wouldn't be surprising if one of those guys trying to get with her stepped in to teach you a lesson. Then Lin Huaiwen curiously asked, "But how exactly did you slap Zhong Manan's face and make her cry?" Long story short. Even the short version was long. Zhong Manan wanted to hit on her, took her shopping at Wanda, and they ran into me. He tried to show off in front of me, took her to buy name-brand clothes and bags. But I didn't even take him seriously. I just spent over 80,000 yuan on the spot and totally slapped him in the face. Then I purposely humiliated him, and right in front of him, I poached Reninging, told her to pick any designer bag she wanted. She got all excited and asked me if I was serious.
I then publicly mocked her and said I was just messing with her, that only an idiot would spend money on a gold digger like her. That's how I humiliated her in public, and she ran off crying. Lin Huaiwen was dumbfounded. Dude, are you seriously a rich second gen? You just casually dropped 80k like that. How many mines does your family own? Zhang Jinli gossiped. Let's not talk about how many mines my family owns. Since you know Reningyi, do you know who her close friends are? That I don't remember. Lin Huaiwen asked suspiciously, wait, are you asking this because you've fallen for someone else? Not interested in your childhood sweetheart anymore? No way. Zhang Jinli said disdainfully, birds of a feather flock together. Reningyi is clearly a gold digger type, sooner or later she's gonna go sell herself. How good could her besties be? I'd have to be brain dead to be interested in someone like that. Then why are you asking? Obviously, I want to discuss that gold digger on purpose. Since Lin Huaiwen didn't know who Reningyi's best friends were, Zhang Jinli dropped the topic. Time flew, 1 week passed. March 22nd, Saturday morning. Zhang Jinli was learning to drive. His skills had improved a lot, both reverse parking and side parking were perfect. Li Yongsheng walked over and asked, do you want to take Tuesday off to take the Subject 2 test? If you don't take the day off, I can only schedule you for next Saturday. If that's the case, even if you pass on the first try, you won't be able to get your license within a month. Zhang Jinli thought about it and said, I'll take the day off. The test is Tuesday morning, right? Li Yongxing nodded. If you're sure you've got time, I'll schedule your test for Tuesday. Okay. Zhang Jinli had no problem, he'd just ask his homeroom teacher for a sick day, or get his dad to call in with an excuse. Sunday. That afternoon, Zhang Jinli once again went early to school to study English with teacher Tong. His skeptical parents secretly followed him again, but once again he left the neighborhood alone and took the bus alone. Tong Jiaying also exited through the back gate of the neighborhood and met him at the next stop, felt a lot like sneaking around in a secret relationship behind their parents' backs. Monday evening. On the way back to the dorm after dinner and a walk, Zhang Jinli told Tong Jiaying, who had been sticking to him like glue lately, I won't go for a morning run tomorrow, I have to take the Subject 2 test in the morning. Tong Jiaying replied, then I'll sleep in an extra hour tomorrow. After evening self-study, Tong Jiaying came to find Zhang Jinli and suddenly handed him a Lucky Charm pouch. What is this? Zhang Jinli looked at the red pouch, unsure what was inside. Tong Jiaying said, it's a good luck charm. My mom and I got it during the new year at the city god temple. I'm lending it to you so your luck will be great and you'll pass Subject 2 smoothly tomorrow. You make it sound like my driving skills aren't good enough and I need luck to pass. Though he teased her, Zhang Jinli still accepted the lucky charm. But the next morning, even though the forecast had only predicted cloudy weather, it started raining lightly as he took a cab to the DMV test center. Could this lucky charm from Tong Jiaying have transferred my good luck to her? Rain makes it harder to see, definitely increases the difficulty of Subject 2. Zhang Jinli seriously suspected that the charm had drained his luck and transferred it to Tong Jiaying, which is why his test day started out with bad weather. However, after waiting an hour and just as it was almost his turn to take the test, the medium rain turned to light rain, the sun came out, the rain stopped, and a beautiful rainbow appeared in the sky. So now Zhang Jinli thought the charm actually might have some magical effect, maybe it really boosted his luck. When the screen in broadcast showed his name and candidate number, Zhang Jinli grabbed his ID and hurried to register and take the Subject 2 test. The test site was full of puddles after the rain. Zhang Jinli drove with full focus, completing one test item after another as prompted by the system. Finally, during the hill start, Zhang Jinli noticed the test car was clearly having issues, and despite performing the maneuver correctly, the car stalled and he lost 10 points. Luckily, he quickly recovered and successfully completed the hill start, passing the Subject 2 test with a score of 90. After leaving the test site, Zhang Jinli pulled the red charm pouch from his pocket and kissed it. Guess I'll count that as your lucky blessing. Having finished Subject 2, he got his phone back from Li Yongxing and took a cab straight back to school. Passed Subject 2. I'm heading back now. What do you want for lunch? I'll go get food for you from the cafeteria ahead of time. But after the final class ended, Zhang Jinli still hadn't received a reply from Tong Jiaying and figured she must have left her phone in the dorm and didn't bring it to class. He got lunch for too early, then sat in the cafeteria staring out at the students arriving one after another, like a man staring longingly at the horizon. Soon, he saw familiar faces from his class, and even several girls from Tong Jiaying's class, but still no sign of her. Finally, he saw Qin Yuan, who often hung out with Tong Jiaying. Zhang Jinli quickly went over and asked, Hey, where's Tong Jiaying? Is she on duty cleaning today? Why hasn't she come to the cafeteria? Chen Yuan replied, Jiaying had a high fever this morning. I went with her to the hospital to get in for. She's resting in the dorm now.
Wait, so the lucky charm actually transferred Tong Jiaying's luck to me? Coincidence. It must be a coincidence. We have to believe in science, not superstition. Wait, no, the system already appeared, and I'm still believing in science? Zhang Jinli had no appetite to eat anymore. All he wanted was to return the lucky charm to Tong Jiaying as soon as possible. I took the morning off, didn't know Tong Jiaying was sick with a fever this morning, so I got her lunch in advance. She probably doesn't have any appetite now, so you eat it instead to avoid wasting it. Oh, okay, then I won't be polite. Chen Yuanyuan sat down and began eating the hearty lunch Zhang Jinli had bought earlier for Tong Jiaying, then reminded him, Jiaying had a 40-degree fever this morning and didn't eat much. What are you going to pack for her later? Zhang Jinli said, I'll pack her some lean meat congee. Please help take it back to her. Okay, sure. Chen Yuanyuan felt a bit envious. This is the benefit of having a boyfriend. And one who's a childhood sweetheart at that. Though envious, she also felt a little annoyed at Zhang Jinli. Because of him, her dear Jiaying had been sticking to him lately and not spending time with her. It was basically like someone stole her wife, an irreconcilable grudge. Zhang Jinli, unaware that Chen Yuanyuan had already labeled him a love rival, absent-mindedly ate his lunch. With Tong Jiaying not around and nothing pretty to look at, the cafeteria food suddenly tasted bland and lifeless. Even though Chen Yuanyuan was quite cute herself. Lin Huaiwen had just arrived at the cafeteria and, upon seeing Zhang Jinli sitting across from Chen Yuanyuan eating together, felt jealous and resentful. He suspected Zhang Jinli had gotten bored of his childhood sweetheart and was now going after her best friend. Originally, Lin Huaiwen had planned to finish getting his food quickly and go sit with Zhang Jinli, so he could try chatting up the pretty girl from class 1. But just as he got his food, Zhang Jinli had already finished eating, and Lin was too shy to go sit with Chen Yuanyuan alone. Soon, Zhang Jinli had packed the lean meat congee for Tong Jiaying and brought it to the waiting Chen Yuanyuan. Sorry for the wait, please take this congee back to Tong Jiaying. Zhang Jinli said politely, then suddenly remembered something and added, by the way, did she forget to bring her phone to the hospital and you paid for her? Chen Yuanyuan was surprised. How did you know? Because I didn't get a cashback notification from her. Zhang Jinli made up an excuse. I sent her messages earlier and got no reply, so I figured she didn't bring her phone. If it's convenient, you can add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer you the medical expenses. Chen Yuanyuan teased, if I add you, won't Jiaying get mad? Zhang Jinli rolled his eyes, then just show me a payment QR code. Chen Yuanyuan didn't tease him any further and said, it's fine, just a few dozen yuan, it's not a big deal. Zhang Jinli replied seriously, it's not about the amount. Just show me the code, I'll transfer it now. Alright then. Chen Yuanyuan reluctantly pulled out her phone, opened her WeChat QR code, and said, just send me 60 yuan. Zhang Jinli sent her 600. Chen Yuanyuan said, you added an extra zero. Zhang Jinli said, no, I meant to. It's just a small token of appreciation. Later, if Jiaying wants to eat anything, please help her buy it. Alright, she likes eating pears. If she feels up to it, you can buy her some. Get extra fruits for the dorm too, just think of it as me treating you all to some fruit. So thanks in advance for taking care of her these next couple of days. Also, please return this lucky charm pouch to her for me and tell her, thanks to her charm, I passed subject 2. Chen Yuanyuan was deeply envious. What a generous and sweet boyfriend. She wanted one too. She knew Zhang Jinli had money. The 2 giant teddy bears over a meter tall on Tong Jiaying's bed were caught from claw machines by Zhang Jinli for 500 yuan. And Jiaying once bragged to her that Zhang Jinli had earned 20,000 yuan during winter break and gave her 10,000, but she turned it down. So Chen Yuanyuan didn't refuse anymore and accepted with a smile. Then I'll take the 600. Just say it's a treat from you 2 lovebirds for the dorm. Lovebirds, my ass. Zhang Jinli complained in his head but didn't bother explaining. Chen Yuanyuan immediately brought the congee back to the dorm. Nearby, Lin Huaiwen, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, finally understood, so Zhang Jinli wasn't ditching his old flame for her best friend. He quickly shoveled down the last bites of his lunch, caught up with Zhang Jinli, and put his arm around his shoulder. Bro, share your girlfriend's bestie's WeChat with me. Let me experience the sour stench of love too. Zhang Jinli replied, problem is, I don't even have her WeChat. And I don't have a girlfriend either. Lin Huaiwen scoffed, yeah, right. Come on, just share that girl's contact. I like girls that are petite and cute like her. Zhang Jinli had no choice but to open WeChat and show him, I'm serious, I don't have her WeChat. She just showed me her payment code. Lin Huaiwen gave up, fine, I was just talking big anyway. With her looks, she probably wouldn't be into an average guy like me. Zhang Jinli patted him on the shoulder and said, don't sell yourself short. They say beauties go with beasts. What if Chen Yuan's just into your type? Lin Huaiwen grumbled. I feel like you're not comforting me, you're roasting me. Be confident. Drop the doubt. Damn you. Back at the dorm not long after, Tong Jiaying finally replied on WeChat. You're spending money like crazy again. Yuan already told me. Jiang Jinli didn't want to talk money and typed. Has your fever gone down? Feeling any better? Tong Jiaying sent a voice message. I'm fine, just caught a chill at night. After the 4 and a nap, I'm feeling much better. Jiang Jinli replied with a voice message. I think when you gave me that lucky charm, you transferred your luck to me. That's why I passed subject 2 and you almost burned up with fever. Tong Jiaying shot back. Superstition. Jiang Jinli argued. If you don't believe in superstition, why give me a lucky charm? Tong Jiaying had no comeback. Jiang Jinli didn't press further and reminded her. Alright, enough chatting. Go eat your kanji while it's hot. If you don't have an appetite, just tell Chen Yuan to go buy whatever you want, she's already on my payroll. She'll get you anything. Tong Jiaying put down her phone, her face still a bit flushed from the fever and just waking up. She ate the kanji while it was warm, then said to Chen Yuan, Jiang Jinli only knows I like pears. He doesn't know it's because when we were little, he used to dislike me and bully me. Every time he made me cry or upset, I'd pretend the pear was him and bite it hard. In the afternoon, Tong Jiaying didn't continue her sick leave and chose to attend class. As Jiang Jinli was coming down from the dorm and heading to the teaching building, he happened to run into Tong Jiaying walking with Chen Yuan. Look, your husband. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up, her voice a bit loud, drawing the attention of nearby boys and girls. Tong Jiaying's face, already slightly flushed from her cold and fever, turned even redder, and she instinctively retorted, your husband. Right after saying that, she added, I mean the guy next to Jiang Jinli. Chen Yuan instantly showed a disgusted look. No way. My husband would never be that ugly. Good thing Lin Huaiwen didn't hear that savage line, or he'd have wanted to crawl into a hole. When Jiang Jinli turned and saw Tong Jiaying, he deliberately slowed his pace. As she came over, he asked, why aren't you still resting in the dorm? Tong Jiaying replied, I got in 4 in the morning, and after taking medicine at noon, I already feel much better. But your face is still red, it looks like the fever hasn't gone down yet. As he spoke, Jiang Jinli reached out and touched her forehead to feel her temperature. Still feels a little warm. Being touched on the forehead in public made Tong Jiaying's already pink face flush even more. Caught off guard by a mouthful of dog food, Chen Yuan muttered. Even Lin Huaiwen couldn't bear to watch, burning with envy and jealousy inside. Jiang Jinli calmly said, drink more hot water. Tong Jiaying hummed in agreement, walking shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Jinli. Chen Yuan knowingly stepped back a few paces, silently munching on the dog food behind them. Lin Huaiwen also slowed his steps and walked behind them with her. Maybe it was because of the earlier joke where Tong Jiaying teased that Lin Huaiwen was her husband, but Chen Yuan glanced at him walking next to her, found him ugly, and immediately strode past Jiang Jinli and Tong Jiaying with big steps, leaving Lin Huaiwen awkwardly behind. Evening. Tong Jiaying looked much better and had her appetite back. While eating together in the cafeteria, Jiang Jinli touched her forehead again to confirm her fever had subsided and felt reassured. A 30-minute post-meal walk earned Jiang Jinli another 1 point of health. Now his personal stats showed his health value had reached 45. As long as he kept it up for 55 more days, completing 55 more walk after meal, lived to 99 tasks, his health value would max out, and any excess could be allocated to his family. On the way back to the dorm after the walk, Jiang Jinli reminded her, don't get up for a morning run tomorrow. Don't sweat and catch a chill again. Don't let the fever come back, got it? Fine. Tong Jiaying reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, her fever came quickly but healed just as fast. By the next day, she basically felt no discomfort. She even began to suspect that her sudden fever might really have been caused by giving her lucky charm to Jiang Jinli and transferring her luck. Before they knew it, Friday came again. March was about to end, and the second mock exam was coming next week. Time was flying faster and faster. Only 69 days left until the college entrance exam. On the way to school at noon, Tong Jiaying asked, are you still going to driving school this weekend? Jiang Jinli replied, I passed subject 2 already. I can drive. Nothing much left to learn. Tong Jiaying immediately said, then how about we go to the library this weekend to do practice tests? The second mock is next Wednesday. I'll check if your English has improved. Sure. Jiang Jinli agreed. Reading for 1 hour daily and completing the task, live and learn, would increase memory by 1 point. 16 days had passed, meaning his memory increased by 16 points, from an initial 57 to 73. Although still 27 days away from full memory and unlocking the photographic memory skill, Zhang Jinli already felt his memory had greatly improved. Lately, many English words that used to give him headaches were now memorized so well that he could recite them backward. Plus, with Tong Jiaying tutoring his English, he believed his score in the second mock would hit a new record. Maybe he'd even pass English for the first time in his high school life. Saturday, 8 a.m. After breakfast, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying headed to the nearby county library to do practice tests. Tong Jiaying had specially bought 2 English mock exams. After entering the library, they found a quiet corner, sat face to face, and quietly started the tests. When they finished, they exchanged papers and corrected them using the answer keys. Except for listening sections, the rest were standard questions. While grading, Zhang Jinli saw how amazing Tong Jiaying's English was. She got all the multiple choice questions correct. He didn't know how to grade the essay, but looking at her neat and full English composition, he could tell she'd score high. Not long after, Tong Jiaying finished grading his test and marked it with a 96. She gave him a thumbs up and wrote on a scratch paper, "Your English has improved. You finally passed." Zhang Jinli also wrote a reply, "All thanks to teacher Tong." Still not satisfied, Tong Jiaying wrote, "I also brought 2 math tests. Want to finish those before heading back?" "Okay." Zhang Jinli made a hand gesture. Tong Jiaying immediately pulled out 2 math test papers, and they buried their heads in questions again. The quiet library was filled with the rustle of pages and the sound of pencils scratching paper. Occasionally there were coughs and the sound of footsteps coming and going. In less than 2 hours, they finished the tests and graded each other's papers again. In the end, Tong Jiaying gave him a 113, while he gave her a 129. "Freak, not playing with you anymore," Zhang Jinli wrote on the scratch paper. It was bad enough that he couldn't beat her in English, now even in math, he was a bit behind. So much for the stereotype that big boobs mean no brains. Tong Jiaying, how could you have both looks and brains? Catching up to her was going to be tough. Thankfully, there were still more than 60 days before the college entrance exam. By then, his memory would be maxed out, and with photographic memory, his scores would definitely improve even more. He probably couldn't surpass Tong Jiaying in the second mock yet, but in the third one in May, he'd definitely crush her. Zhang Jinli might not have confidence in himself, but he had complete faith in the powers granted by the system. "Zhang Jinli, do you want me to help you with math? I feel like your math isn't very solid." On the way out of the library, Tong Jiaying's blunt honesty deeply hurt the self-esteem of the cheerful and sunny boy. "No," Zhang Jinli said gloomily, "you're making me sound dumb." "Well, you are kind of dumb." Tong Jiaying told the truth and mumbled to herself in her heart, "That's why it took you all these years to realize I like you." Suddenly, Zhang Jinli reached out, just like when he used to bully Tong Jiaying as a kid, and pinched her smooth, fair little face. "I'm giving you a chance to rephrase that." Pinched on her left cheek, Tong Jiaying showed a few teeth, including a little sharp canine tooth. Her cold and beautiful face suddenly looked much cuter. She didn't resist and let Zhang Jinli lift her cheek slightly as she mumbled, "Not dumb, I'm dumb, I'm dumb." Only then did Zhang Jinli let go of his salty pig hand, satisfied. Tong Jiaying's pretty face was left with a small red mark from the pinch, and the red area just happened to be shaped like a heart. "Tong Jiaying, look. Even the way I pinch your face is in the shape of a heart. It means I'm not just pinching you, I love you." As Zhang Jinli secretly joked in his mind, the unruly Tong Jiaying suddenly grabbed his right hand and, like an angry little puppy, bit him through his sleeve. While biting him, she said, "You're not allowed to pinch me. Tong Jiaying, are you part dog or what? You bite whenever you're mad." Zhang Jinli was helpless and let the childish Tong Jiaying retaliate like when they were kids. Only, back then she cried when she bit him. Now, something was missing. That made Zhang Jinli suddenly get an evil urge to make her cry again. No, she's grown up now. If I make her cry, it won't be easy to coax her anymore. Seeing that Zhang Jinli didn't react at all to her bite, Tong Jiaying felt it wasn't fun and said, "Why didn't you react?" Zhang Jinli replied annoyed, "You didn't even bite hard, how could I react?" "Unless you bite." "Wait. This is Tong Jiaying, how could I be thinking something so inappropriate about her?" "Oh no, my willpower is being crushed by Tong Jiaying. Boring, I'm done biting you." Tong Jiaying let go of Zhang Jinli's hand and skipped forward, her signature high ponytail bouncing in the back, making Zhang Jinli's thoughts swirl. Looking at the damp bite mark on his sleeve, Zhang Jinli walked up and wiped it on her shoulder. "Ew, Tong Jiaying, you're so gross. It's all saliva. You're the gross one." "Ha, trying to bite me again? No chance." "Zhang Jinli, stop right there. This time I'll bite you for real."
On the sidewalk outside the library, the setting sun filtered through the sycamore leaves, scattering golden light onto the green and red bricks like spilled glass full of light and shadow. The wind rustled the new leaves as Tong Jiaying chased Zhang Jinli, laughing and playing, running into the spots of light beneath the sycamore trees. March's spring breeze, like scissors, cut off the days of March and brought in a brand new April. April 1st, Tuesday, April Fool's Day. Early morning on the track, two figures ran, one ahead, one behind. Suddenly, Tong Jiaying stopped, sat down on the ground, and shouted, "Zhang Jinli, I twisted my ankle." Hearing this, Zhang Jinli stopped and looked back at her bad acting, complaining, "Tong Jiaying, your acting is so fake. You think I don't know it's April Fool's today? Not fun." Tong Jiaying got up, annoyed, and continued running. After a while, she said, "Zhang Jinli, your shoelace is untied." Zhang Jinli wasn't buying it. "Tong Jiaying, you can't fool me," she said, "I'm not lying. Your shoelace really is untied." Zhang Jinli replied seriously, "Doesn't matter. Whatever you say today, I won't believe it." Tong Jiaying felt April Fool's was boring, not fun at all. She thought for a moment, then slowed down and said, "Zhang Jinli, I'm hungry. I don't want to keep running." Zhang Jinli saw that the morning run task showed 362 kilometers and had earned 362 yuan, so he said, "Then let's go eat breakfast and head back to the dorm to change." Tong Jiaying instantly cheered, "Got you. I'm not hungry yet." Hee, little Zhang Jinli, fooled you just like that. Where there's a will, there's a way, and Tong Jiaying always wins. Zhang Jinli smiled dryly, "I let you fool me on purpose. No way your brain could have outsmarted me otherwise." Tong Jiaying snorted, "I don't care. I tricked you on April Fool's. Childish." Zhang Jinli walked toward the cafeteria and turned to ask, "You still coming?" "Coming." Tong Jiaying quickly caught up. Then Zhang Jinli tricked her, "Your shoelace is untied. You're the one with the untied shoelace." "I'm serious. Your shoelace really is untied. Watch out or you'll trip and fall flat on your face." Tong Jiaying still fell for it and looked down. Then she complained, "Big liar. I knew you were lying." Zhang Jinli laughed, "If you knew, why'd you still look? Big dummy. You're the dummy." The two of them teased each other as they entered the cafeteria. After finishing a hot breakfast, it was just past 6 a.m. Back at the dorm, they changed out of their running clothes, cleaned off the sweat, and left with their roommates who had just gotten up and were heading to breakfast. Downstairs at the girls' dorm, Tong Jiaying reminded Chen Yuanyuan, who came down with her, "Your shoelace is untied." Chen Yuanyuan looked down and realized she'd been tricked. "Dang it, Tong Jiaying, I forgot it's April Fool's." Tong Jiaying felt proud, "You're still so easy to trick. Not like Zhang Jinli, he can't be fooled by stuff like that." Chen Yuanyuan had a sudden idea and said, "I've got a great plan that'll definitely fool Zhang Jinli." Tong Jiaying asked eagerly, "What plan?" "Wait a sec." Chen Yuanyuan pulled out her phone, found a picture of a pregnancy test, and said, "Send him this picture and tell him you threw up this morning. After checking, turns out you're pregnant." Tong Jiaying, both embarrassed and speechless, muttered, "We haven't even kissed, how could I be pregnant?" Chen Yuanyuan, seeing she wasn't lying, teased her, "Haven't even kissed? You two are in a virtual soul bond relationship or something." The arrival of April Fool's Day slightly eased the pressure among the third-year high school students, whose study atmosphere had become increasingly tense and oppressive. Grade 12, Class 3. The bell for the third period rang. Mr. Zhou, already balding in his 30s or 40s and prematurely entering middle age, walked in through the back door of the classroom with his hands behind his back, holding a thermos in his right hand. The students were silently reviewing. No one was whispering or sneaking out their phone to play. As long as you didn't enter through the back door and got into first high based on your ability, you were considered a proper academic top student, the kind of other people's child that many parents spoke of. So they didn't need a teacher to supervise. Once the bell rang, the students would return to class and bury themselves in review. Mr. Zhou suddenly said, "Tomorrow is the second mock exam. Today's 2 math classes will be changed to PE. Go out and play however you like. Just relax a bit." Immediately, many students cheered. But then Mr. Zhou walked up to the podium, raised his hand to signal silence, and said with a mischievous smile, "I was kidding. Happy April Fool's Day." However, boys like Zhang Jinli, who were naturally rebellious, had already gotten up and slipped away, encouraging others to join and go out to play, completely ignoring whether Mr. Zhou was serious or not. Seeing this group of rebellious students out of control, running out of the classroom like wild horses, Mr. Zhou could only helplessly shout, "Just one class, okay?" In the end, watching these unusually cheerful students, Mr. Zhou chose to sacrifice 2 math classes, allowing them to let loose and relax once. During the last class in the afternoon,
All senior students began arranging the examination rooms. Then the exam seating chart was posted. Tong Jiaying came over especially to ask Zhang Jinli, "Which class are you assigned to?" Zhang Jinli replied, "Class 5. You?" Tong Jiaying's face immediately lit up with joy. "Me too. Class 5. What a coincidence." Seeing how happy she was, Zhang Jinli could tell she wasn't using April Fools as an excuse to trick him, so he said, "Let's go check out Class 5 and see if we might be seated front and back." With a happy face, Tong Jiaying followed Zhang Jinli to grade 12, Class 5, and they stood in front of the posted exam list on the classroom wall. "Zhang Jinli, here you are." Tong Jiaying quickly spotted his name among the dozens listed and pointed to it. Then she found her own name in front left of his. Not seated front and back, Tong Jiaying was a bit disappointed. "You're in Group 2, Seat 6. I'm in Group 3, Seat 4. Zhang Jinli nodded slightly. "Not bad, still pretty close." Thinking about it, just being in the same exam room was good enough. A joyful smile returned to her cool and pretty face. April 2nd, Wednesday. The second mock exam was about to begin. The procedures for mock exams followed the same format as the National College Entrance Exam. Both Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying were science students, so this morning they took Chinese, and in the afternoon, math. Then the next morning was science composite, and English in the afternoon. Since completing the live and learn daily task every day, which boosted memory, Zhang Jinli had managed to memorize all the classic poems and texts in the textbooks through continuous morning and evening reading. His Chinese had always been solid, usually scoring around 100. To break through and get above 120, he'd have to hope the reading and writing questions matched his thinking. Because of the exam today, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying didn't get up at 5 a.m. to run but slept in. They got up after 6, went for a 30-minute jog, then had breakfast together before returning to the dorms to prepare. At 8:30, Zhang Jinli and Tong Jiaying headed out. Since mock exams also required metal detector checks, Zhang Jinli messaged Tong Jiaying before leaving, locked his phone in his locker, and went downstairs to wait for her so they could head to the exam room together. 8:55 a.m. The invigilators handed out the test papers early. Zhang Jinli received version A. Based on those seated around him having version B, he guessed Tong Jiaying must have also gotten version A. After receiving the paper, he immediately turned to the last page to check the essay prompt and spark some writing inspiration. In Greek mythology, Prometheus stole fire for mankind, bringing the dawn of civilization. In today's AI revolution, humans are creating new fire together with artificial intelligence. Some worry that this fire may eventually burn its creator, while others believe it will light a brighter future. One of the essay prompts in this second mock was about the currently hot topic AI. Zhang Jinli was instantly inspired and decided to write on this topic. Turning back to the first page, Zhang Jinli wrote his school, class, and name with a black pen, then filled in the version A bubble with a 2B pencil and officially began the exam. Total time, 2.5 hours. After finishing all the questions and writing his essay, Zhang Jinli found he still had 30 minutes left, so he patiently reviewed his answers and checked for any mistakes or typos. He felt this Chinese exam might score high. Zhang Jinli was mysteriously confident. Finally, time was up. The invigilator asked the last row to begin collecting papers. After submitting hers, Tong Jiaying immediately picked up her stationery pouch, stood up, and turned to look at Zhang Jinli. Her turn and smile instantly caught the attention of many boys. But when she walked over to Zhang Jinli and casually rolled up his stationery pouch and put it into her own, the boys who had just been admiring her suddenly lost interest and were filled with jealousy toward Zhang Jinli. Tong Jiaying asked, "How did your Chinese go this time?" Zhang Jinli stood up and replied, "It was pretty easy. I think I might get above 120. Tong Jiaying asked, "Which essay did you write?" Zhang Jinli replied, "The AI one." Tong Jiaying said, "I chose that one too, but I didn't write it well. I'll probably only get around 110 this time." Versailles Tong. Zhang Jinli didn't believe her. Students like her were classic examples of humble braggers. They always said they didn't do well but then got top scores. Tong Jiaying pouted, "I'm not humble bragging, this time I really didn't write it well." As they walked, Zhang Jinli said, "Mr. Zhou said we shouldn't dwell on scores after an exam, or obsess over doing badly, or it'll mess up our mindset for the next subject. So let's stop talking about it and go eat before the freshmen and sophomores get out of class." After lunch, back in the dorm, Zhang Jinli checked his phone and saw a missed call and an unread message. Turns out the missed call was from the Yangwang 4S dealership. They couldn't reach him, so they sent a text saying the Yangwang U9 he ordered would be delivered this Friday and to prepare for pickup. Unknowingly, 20 days had passed already. The system rewarded Yangwang U9 was finally out of the factory. "Too bad I still don't have a license." Looks like I'll have to ask Li Yongsheng to help drive it back. Perfect chance to flex on Li Yongsheng, who thinks he's hot stuff driving that old Benz. Afternoon, math exam. Compared to the first mock exam, the second mock math exam was slightly easier.
In the first mock exam, Zhang Jinli did poorly in math because the last few math problems were very difficult, especially the final two key problems. As a result, although he usually scored over 100 in math, he only got 78 in the first mock. Tong Jiaying also didn't do well in the first mock math exam, but at least she scored 102. So even though the math was hard, and her Chinese essay wasn't written well, she still performed steadily and scored 546. In the quiet classroom, the sound of students writing filled the air. A voice prompt came from the corner speaker, announcing that there were 15 minutes left in the exam. Immediately, the slower students began to feel nervous and anxious. Zhang Jili had just finished the last big question and couldn't help but glance toward Tong Jiaying at the front left. She also looked back at him. In that moment their eyes met, and her cold, serious little face slowly blossomed into a sweet smile. Zhang Jili gave her a slight smile in return, then turned his paper over and began carefully checking it to avoid careless mistakes that would cost him points he should have gotten. Tong Jiaying also focused on checking her paper, using the last 15 minutes to repeatedly verify her calculations on scratch paper. The final bell rang, time to collect the papers. Tong Jiaying immediately left her seat and walked toward Zhang Jinli. While cheerfully talking, she naturally packed Zhang Jinli's stationery into her own pencil bag. The math questions this time were so easy. That last proof question was similar to the one in the birthday test I made for you. You should have been able to solve it, right? Zhang Jinli replied, except for 2 questions at the beginning that I wasn't confident about. The rest felt fine. I should be able to get at least 120 this time. Tong Jiaying said proudly. Then I should be able to get at least 130. Show off. Zhang Jinli pinched Tong Jiaying's cheek in disgust. Tong Jiaying slapped his arm and grumbled, pinch me again, and if I drool in my sleep later, I'll blame you. Zhang Jinli said, then if I get rabies in the future, I'll blame you too, always biting me out of nowhere. Tong Jiaying snapped, I'm not a dog, how could I give you rabies? Zhang Jinli reminded, did you forget you're a single dog? Tong Jiaying huffed, if I'm a single dog, then so are you. The students around them watched this bickering couple walking toward the stairwell, feeling all kinds of complicated emotions. Especially those who didn't do well in math, seeing these two confidently boasting about scoring at least 120 and 130 made them feel even worse. The next day, after finishing the science composite exam in the morning, Zhang Jinli wasn't cheerful anymore. He was confident about yesterday's Chinese and math and thought he could get a combined score of around 250. But this science exam was even harder than the first mock, so he felt that scoring 200 out of 300 would already be an achievement. Tong Jiaying also thought the science big questions were tough, but she was confident she could get around 240. Only English left now. You have to take it seriously. Even if you can't write the essay well, remember the grammar templates I taught you. Use keywords from the question and write more, you'll definitely get some points. Got it? On the way to the exam room, Tong Jiaying nagged like a mother.
Zhang Jinli impatiently said, got it. You're even more naggy than my mom. Tong Jiaying gave him a resentful glare, pinched his arm, and said, if you don't pass English, Teacher Tong will be angry. And the consequences of that are serious. Of course, if you do pass English this time, Teacher Tong will be very happy and give you a big reward.
Calling her Teacher Tong in jest, and she's actually taking it seriously.
Drama Queen Tong.
Zhang Jinli muttered in his heart, then curiously asked, what reward?
Tell me first.
If your reward turns out to be a punishment for me, I'd rather hand in a blank test.
Tong Jiaying mysteriously said, anyway, you'll definitely like it, but only if you pass. If not, I won't give it to you. Fine. Zhang Jinli thought to himself, could Tong Jiaying's reward be offering herself to make me feel good? Otherwise, how can she be so sure I'll like it? No wait, I don't like that. Damn Tong Jiaying, trying to seduce me and ruin my cultivation. Good luck, try to pass.
In the classroom, Tong Jiaying placed the stationery she had carried for Zhang Jinli on his desk, softly cheering him on, making the nearby boys envious. Especially those boys who were in the same class as either Tong Jiaying or Zhang Jinli. Every time they saw the two going in and out together during exams, laughing and chatting, it left a bad taste in their mouths. As the English test papers were handed out, Zhang Jinli immediately sat up straight and carefully checked the test. The listening section came first. In the past, Zhang Jinli could only understand about half of the listening part, mostly guessing based on keywords. If lucky, he could guess a bunch right and score around 60 or 70. But if unlucky, he'd only get 30 or 40.
so English was his only weak subject. If he wanted to catch up to Tong Jiaying in total score, he had to make big improvements in English. Otherwise, even if he performed exceptionally in other subjects, the best he could score was around 550. No way he could hit over 600. Time quietly slipped by under the pen. The final 15-minute countdown announcement echoed through the classroom. In his 3 years of high school, this was the first time Jiang Jinli had answered an English test so thoroughly. In the past, his English essays were just a few messy grammar sentences forced out of him. But with teacher Tong's detailed guidance, after mastering grammar and essay templates, he wrote a long, fluent essay this time. This was also thanks to his improved memory, which helped him memorize many words. Whether I can finally break the curse of never passing English in 3 years of high school, it all depends on today. Papers collected. Exam over. Jiang Jili was full of spirit. Seeing how proud he looked, Tong Jiaying knew he must have done well. Even if he didn't pass, he probably scored 70 or 80. After all, in the past, he could guess his way to the 60s. If he didn't improve under her teaching, she'd be too ashamed to keep tutoring him. Evening self-study. The Chinese paper from yesterday morning had already been graded and returned. Other students were getting their papers one after another, but Jiang Jinli hadn't received his yet, which made him excited. Because the top 10 scorers are praised publicly as role models, 10 papers were still on the teacher's desk. The Chinese teacher said, this time in the second mock exam, overall performance has improved noticeably compared to the first. Some students improved greatly. Starting from 10th place, the teacher announced. 10th, Zhou Jinson, 119 points. 9th, Sun Yali, 121 points. 8th, Zhao Su, 122 points. Jiang Jinli got more and more excited. He didn't just make it into the top 10, he ranked quite high. 7th, Luo Jinxia, 124 points. 6th, Yang Hong, 126 points. Jiang Jinli's excitement was visible. He actually made it into the top 5. 5th, Jiang Jinli, 128 points. Hearing his name, he quickly stood up and went to the podium to get his paper. After the half-hearted clapping from classmates ended, the teacher said, Jiang Jinli has made great progress in this second mock exam. If I remember correctly, this is your first time in the top 10. I suggest you read more full-score college entrance exam essays and aim to write high or full-scoring essays in the real exam. Okay. Jiang Jinli returned to his seat and flipped to the essay section. The essay was worth 50 points, but the teacher only gave him 35. If he had gotten full marks, he would have scored 143 in Chinese. Just thinking about it made him feel incredibly strong. After the first evening study period ended, Jiang Jinli hurried to class 1. Chen Yuanyuan nudged Tong Jiaying's leg and reminded her, your boyfriend's here to see you. Tong Jiaying blushed and gave Chen Yuanyuan a glare before leaving her seat. Jiang Jinli asked, did you guys get your Chinese papers back too? Tong Jiaying nodded, just got them. What about you? Jiang Jinli didn't answer and continued, how much did you score? Tong Jiaying replied regretfully, only 118. My essay wasn't good, only got 30 points. Jiang Jinli proudly pulled out his answer sheet from his coat and showed off the bright red 128 points. Trashy Tong. My essay wasn't good either, but I still beat you by 10 points. Just you wait, Jiang Jinli. When the math papers are handed out, let's see if you're still so cocky. Last evening's self-study period. The math papers had also been graded and handed out. When the homeroom teacher, old Zhou, walked in, he gave Jiang Jinli a strange look, then began announcing the top 10 scores for the second mock math exam. This time, the second mock math test was a bit easier than the first, so most people performed steadily, and a few even did exceptionally well and made great progress. Old Zhou started from 10th place and announced down to 5th. Jiang Jinli was quite excited inside but kept a particularly calm expression. 4th place, Jiang Jinli, 137 points. Jiang Jinli walked up to the podium with a blank face, then stared intently at old Zhou, making him feel uneasy. Old Zhou handed him the test paper, saying, good job this time, keep it up. But Jiang Jinli didn't take it. Facing old Zhou directly, he calmly asked, is that all you have to say? Old Zhou. Good kid, so you're here to settle old scores. Seeing old Zhou's stern face, Jiang Jinli continued, last time in the first mock, I messed up the math exam. A lot of students in class did too, but you only singled me out and publicly criticized me. You even used me as a negative example of how early love caused a drop in performance. I didn't respond to that at all. I just quietly endured the false accusation and waited for the second mock to prove myself with results. So, Teacher Zhou, don't you think you owe me a public apology? Immediately, the classroom fell dead silent. All the students looked at Jiang Jinli in surprise and admiration.
Alright. Considering that Jiang Jinli was 5th in Chinese and 4th in math this time, old Joe solemnly said in front of all the students, regarding the matter of publicly criticizing Jiang Jinli last time, I hereby apologize to Jiang Jinli and hope to receive his forgiveness.
I have also reflected on it. I now realize that my actions were inappropriate and excessive.
It's normal for high school students to fall in love. Some might fall behind because of it, but others improve together and get into the same ideal university. I shouldn't have condemned all early relationships with one stroke, and I especially shouldn't have criticized students publicly in class without considering their feelings.
I was wrong.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me this time, for the sake of my good intentions as your teacher. Only then did Jiang Jinli reach out and take the paper, grinning as he said, Okay, old Joe, I forgive you.
Damn, bro, you've got guts.
Lin Huaiwen truly admired him. Jiang Jinli forcing old Joe to apologize today would definitely go down as a memorable event in old Joe's teaching career. Although old Joe was annoyed and really wanted to discipline Jiang Jinli, considering how fiercely he had performed in the second mock, he let it go.
Don't get arrogant.
If you can't keep it up in next month's third mock, you'll still get criticized. Jiang Jinli returned to his seat with the test paper and replied, If my total score in the third mock is even 1 point lower than this time, feel free to drag me out as a bad example.
Alright, let's hope your confidence matches your results. Old Joe continued to announce the top 3.
Third place, 139 points.
Second place, 142 points.
First place, 146 points. Although this math exam was easier than the first, no one in the class scored full marks. Still, the overall results were quite good for Class 3.
Finally, the bell rang.
Lin Huaiwen came over and said admiringly, Bro, you're seriously awesome.
You actually dared to confront Joe the Skinner and made him apologize to you.
Jiang Jinli shrugged. I was right, so why be afraid?
Damn.
Lin Huaiwen praised him, then spotted Tong Jiaying waiting eagerly outside the window and said, Your childhood sweetheart is here for you. Jiang Jinli didn't even need to think to know that Tong Jiaying must have come with her math paper to reclaim her pride. Earlier, he had scored 10 points higher in Chinese and called her trashy Tong. Thinking about how he had overperformed this time and scored 137 in math, Jiang Jinli stood tall and confidently walked out holding his answer sheet.
How many points did you get in math? Tong Jiaying got straight to the point.
Jiang Jinli countered, You say yours first.
Tong Jiaying cleverly said, No way.
If I show mine first and you find you lost, you'll just run off.
As expected of you, Tong Jiaying.
You really know me well. With the power of 137 points giving him courage, Jiang Jinli pulled out his answer sheet and said, I got 137.
I don't believe you scored higher.
Yesterday afternoon after the math exam, Tong Jiaying said she could score at least 130, so Jiang Jinli bet she couldn't beat 137. But then Tong Jiaying suddenly smiled, pulled out her own answer sheet and mocked him, Trashy Jiang Jinli.
I got 145. Are you convinced now? Damn, Tong Jiaying, are you cheating? How did you score 145? Damn it.
Next time someone says big boobs mean no brains, I'll use Tong Jiaying to slap them in the face.
Jiang Jinli protested, Humph. So what if your math score is higher? Add in Chinese and you're still 2 points lower than me. Seeing Jiang Jinli unwilling to concede, Tong Jiaying snorted, Wanna compare total scores? Then let's wait for the science and English papers.
I'll see what you've got then. Jiang Jinli dodged, I'm only comparing Chinese and math scores, nothing else.
Tong Jiaying gave him a disgusted look, Trashy Jiang Jinli, can't even play fair.
Seeing Tong Jiaying suffer a loss, Jiang Jinli felt oddly happy and said, My total score this time definitely won't beat yours, so I won't embarrass myself by comparing. But if you really want to compare, let's wait for next month's third mock.
Whoever loses must unconditionally fulfill one request from the winner. Deal? You said it. Tong Jiaying's eyes lit up in anticipation.
She already had a request in mind for Jiang Jinli. And Jiang Jinli had also planned his request for Tong Jiaying. Just thinking about it made them both excited, wishing a month would pass in a blink.
Next morning, the science test papers were handed out. Jiang Jinli's performance was average this time.
The total score was 300, and he scored 217. Adding 128 in Chinese and 137 in math, his total score in the second mock was now 482. The English score wasn't out yet, but this already surpassed his first mock by 35 points. If he scored just 90 in English, he'd hit 572 total, only about 20 points short of the 600 mark. At noon, Jiang Jinli couldn't even sleep, desperate to know how he did in English. Oh right, he almost forgot he had to pick up his car today.
He quickly messaged Li Yongxing on WeChat, "Brother Shang, I bought a car and need to pick it up today. Can you help drive it back for me?" "You bought a car before even getting your driver's license?" Li Yongxing roasted him, then typed, "Where are you picking it up?" Since there was no Yangwang dealership in his hometown, his Yangwang U9 was delivered to the local BYD center. Jiang Jinli sent the address to Li Yongxing. Seeing that it was in the city center, Li Yongxing agreed. "Alright, what time do you finish school? I'll drive over with Coach Yong to pick you up and take you to get your car." Jiang Jinli replied with the time and suddenly felt incredibly excited. He wondered how Li Yongxing would react when he saw that the car he bought was a Yangwang U9 worth over $1 million. Afternoon, English class. Jiang Jinli suddenly felt as nervous and expectant as a husband waiting outside the delivery room. The English teacher was a short, chubby middle-aged woman. Because she always liked to drag class overtime and was extremely strict, students with poor English grades, often kept after class to write vocabulary by her, secretly gave her the nickname Old Witch. The Old Witch walked into the class holding a thick stack of papers, her expression serious as if she had just lost a lot of money. She placed the test papers on the podium, then took out a small portion and instructed the English class monitor to come up and help distribute the rest. "I'm very disappointed with your class's performance on this second mock exam," the Old Witch said sternly. Obviously, the overall English results for the class were worse than in the first mock exam. The college entrance exam is only 2 months away. At this rate, how can you achieve your desired scores? How can you get into your dream universities? I'm too lazy to criticize you this time. After you get your papers, reflect on it yourself. But this time, there's one student worth praising. Also, I owe him an apology, because while grading his paper I suspected he cheated, and specially checked the surveillance. It was confirmed he didn't cheat. Actually, the Old Witch didn't have to confess or apologize. But when she raised doubts with the homeroom teacher Old Zhou and asked to check the surveillance, Old Zhou told her how Jiang Jinli had previously made him apologize in front of the whole class. So the Old Witch thought about it and decided to be honest about suspecting Jiang Jinli and checking the surveillance. After hearing this, all the students became curious. No one knew who the student suspected of cheating was. The only thing certain was that this student's English used to be very poor, so the Old Witch definitely wasn't talking about someone who regularly passed or excelled. And hearing that the Old Witch was openly apologizing, everyone couldn't help but think of Jiang Jinli. After all, Jiang Jinli had just forced Old Zhou to apologize in front of everyone. At that moment, the Old Witch announced, "Jiang Jinli, sorry, I apologize for doubting you. I really didn't expect your English to improve so much in just 1 month." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at Jiang Jinli. His roommates like Lin Huaiwen were dumbfounded. Jiang Jinli had never passed English before, and they hadn't seen him study English in the dorm. So, he really did well in this second mock exam? Otherwise, why would the Old Witch suspect him of cheating and then publicly praise him? Facing everyone's astonished gaze, Jiang Jinli stood up. The Old Witch nodded with satisfaction. Although Jiang Jinli only scored 103 this time and didn't even make the top 20 in class, his improvement is the most remarkable. I hope other students with very poor English can learn from Jiang Jinli and achieve a turnaround in the next exam. The Old Witch led the applause, and Jiang Jinli, enjoying the clapping, proudly walked to the podium to collect his paper. Seeing the bright red 103 in the score box, Jiang Jinli was so excited he wanted to cheer. "Teacher Tong is awesome." Jiang Jinli didn't credit all of his English progress to his own efforts or the improved memory from the system. Because his English foundation was weak, the major reason for such progress was thanks to Tong Jiaying's morning runs and weekend private English tutoring. Thinking of Tong Jiaying, Jiang Jinli was full of expectation and curiosity. Tong Jiaying had said that if he passed English this time, she'd give him a reward. She also said he'd definitely like the reward. So Jiang Jinli couldn't wait to find out what Tong Jiaying would give him. After the first English class ended, before Jiang Jinli could go share the good news, Tong Jiaying walked to the corridor outside class 3, becoming the most beautiful sight in the hallway, drawing the attention of many boys. "Your wife is here for you again." Lin Huaiwen no longer called her childhood sweetheart, but directly said your wife. "Don't talk nonsense. We're just childhood friends." Jiang Jinli argued, picked up his answer sheet, and walked out. Knowing class 3 had 2 English classes this afternoon, Tong Jiaying figured the papers must have been handed out, so she eagerly asked, "How much did you score in English?" Jiang Jinli rolled the answer sheet and teased, "Guess." "Not guessing." Tong Jiaying directly snatched the answer sheet from his hand. "Straightforward girl, Tong. No wonder you're single." Jiang Jinli looked at her with a disgusted expression as she checked the score. "Wow. As expected of my student. Not only did you pass English, You even scored over 100. Tong Jiaying was genuinely happy for him, handed back the sheet, and said, "You got 128 in Chinese, 137 in math, 217 in science, 103 in English. Total score." Tong Jiaying did a quick calculation and continued, 585 points. Not bad. If you did a bit better in science, or worked harder in English and gained another 15 points, you could hit 600. Jiang Jinli was already satisfied with this score. After all, his goal for the college entrance exam was 550. Passing English and scoring 103 this time was all thanks to Tong Jiaying's dedicated tutoring. Jiang Jinli asked, "I passed English, so what's my reward?" Tong Jiaying said mysteriously, "Not telling you yet." Jiang Jinli could only let her keep it secret and asked, "How much did you score in English? What's your total score?" Tong Jiaying proudly replied, "I got 138 in English, 622 in total." Jiang Jinli said confidently, "You only beat me by 37 points. If I work a little harder in the third mock, I can surpass you." Tong Jiaying said casually, "Then good luck. If you don't beat me in the third mock, you must fulfill one of my requests unconditionally." "You too." Jiang Jinli was full of confidence, because before the third mock, he could use his daily task learned till old age to max out his memory, unlocking a photographic memory. Then, his English would definitely improve further, and in science, if he drilled question types and answers like crazy, he'd improve there too. By then, surpassing Tong Jiaying would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Tong Jiaying said, "By the way, go home by yourself after school, no need to wait for me." Jiang Jinli was about to tell her he needed to pick up the car and that she should go home alone, but she beat into it. He asked curiously, "You're not going back with me? Where are you going?" "Not telling you." Tong Jiaying replied playfully, then turned around gracefully. Her long ponytail traced a beautiful arc in the air as she hopped back to class. Seeing this, Jiang Jinli guessed she must be going to buy him a reward. Soon, the second English class ended, and students rushed out of class, jogging toward the school gate. The old witch, as always, delayed the class by 1 or 2 minutes, which annoyed the students. While heading downstairs, Jiang Jinli took out his phone. 2 minutes ago, Li Yongsheng had sent a message saying he was already at the school gate. Jiang Jinli replied that he was coming out now. At the same time, Tong Jiaying ran out of the school gate. On the roadside by the gate, Li Yongsheng, with slick back hair, was leaning on a black Mercedes E300, smoking. Next to him stood a man in his 20s, the youngest and closest instructor from the driving school. "Brother Shang, cough, cough, there's a pretty girl." Coach Yang, like someone who'd never seen a pretty girl before, choked on his cigarette at the sight. Li Yongsheng looked over. At the school gate in the twilight, a girl wearing a gray hoodie and black sports pants was jogging out. Her outfit was simple, but because of her good figure and delicate, beautiful features, she easily caught attention. Li Yongsheng recognized her at a glance. She was the beautiful, cool girl who lived next door in his neighborhood. "The pretty girl you're talking about, I know her. She lives next to me," Li Yongsheng said calmly. Coach Yang was surprised. "It's rare to see such a beautiful student at number 1 high. Didn't expect her to be your neighbor. No wonder she looked familiar, I might have seen her near your place before?" Li Yongsheng said, "She's visited the driving school to find Jiang Jinli before. You probably saw her from afar back then, that's why she seemed familiar." Coach Yang suddenly understood and asked gossipingly, "So she's that kid Jiang Jinli's girlfriend?" Li Yongsheng tossed his cigarette and said, "Can't say for sure. They grew up together, so maybe she went to find him for something, or they were going out as friends. Besides, if they were a couple, they'd go home together after school." While they were gossiping, Tong Jiaying had already hailed a taxi and left. Not long after, Jiang Jinli came out. "Brother Shang, Brother Yang, sorry to trouble you." Jiang Jinli greeted them politely, then said, "No choice, my dad gets off work at 6, and he probably wouldn't dare drive the new car, so I have to trouble you guys to help me drive it home." Li Yongsheng opened the car door and joked, "You bought a BYD, not a Bugatti. What's there to be afraid of?" Jiang Jinli baited him, "That's what I thought too. BYD isn't some luxury car, even if it gets scratched, no one would feel bad." While driving, Li Yongsheng said, "Lots of people buy a BYD as their first car because it's cheap. Even if new drivers scratch it, it's no big deal, and repairs aren't expensive." No lies there. Jiang Jinli nodded slightly. In their minds, Jiang Jinli must have bought a 60 to 70k BYD, but for a high schooler who hadn't graduated yet, having a BYD already meant he was ahead of most peers. Soon, Li Yongsheng drove his Mercedes E300 to the BYD delivery center downtown. They saw many people gathered to the left of the center's main entrance, all taking photos and videos with their phones.
The sales manager led staff to maintain order, keeping onlookers away from the supercar delivered earlier today from the provincial capital that had drawn a crowd.
Li Yongqing parked and asked curiously, "What's going on? Why so many people?" Walking closer, he finally understood, and Coach Yang beside him exclaimed excitedly, "Holy crap, it's a Yangwon U9. First time seeing one in real life, it looks way better than online." "Not bad, the car's really cool." Zhang Jinli walked through the crowd, ready to touch his beloved car. Li Yongqing grabbed him and said speechlessly, "Don't touch it recklessly. This car costs 1.68 million. If you scratch it, you won't be able to pay for it." Zhang Jinli gave a casual "oh" and called out, "Is Manager Lu here?" "I'm Zhang Jinli, here to pick up my car." Zhang Jinli? Upon hearing this name, Manager Lu, who was maintaining order at the scene and preventing onlookers from touching the young Wang Yunai, hurriedly shouted, "The car owner is here. Everyone please disperse, stop gathering and taking photos." The car owner? Was Manager Lu referring to the owner of this young Wang Yunai? They followed the voice and looked toward Zhang Jinli, who had just stated his name. Seeing how young he was, still carrying a school bag and obviously looking like a high school student, they immediately thought it was impossible for him to be the owner of the Yangwang U9. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. This Yangwang U9 was bought in the provincial capital and then transported here." Manager Lu had come along with the car, and according to the identity information on the purchase contract, he already knew that the car's owner was an 18-year-old rich second generation. He guessed this Yangwang U9 was likely a gift for the young man's 18th birthday. So when Zhang Jinli stated his name, he wasn't surprised or skeptical at all due to Zhang Jinli's young age. Zhang Jinli said calmly, "Just call me Xiao Jiang, no need to be so formal." Manager Lu gave an awkward smile. "I think being formal is better." He said to himself, "Unless my brain gets slammed in a door, even if I had the guts of a bear, I wouldn't dare call you Xiao Jiang." This guy paid in full for the car. The base price of the car was 1.68 million yuan. With purchase tax and insurance, the total cost of the Yangwang U9 was 1.8366 million yuan. And according to the contract, the car was fully paid for by Zhang Jinli. So for such a wealthy big shot, Manager Lu was trying to curry favor. How could he dare call him Xiao Jiang? Zhang Jinli said, "I don't like high-profile, noisy scenes. Manager Lu, please disperse the crowd, don't let people gather around the entrance to watch." Li Yongsheng, hearing this, was speechless and said, "Just mind your own business, go get your car, don't worry about others watching." Manager Lu looked at Li Yongsheng, who came together with Zhang Jinli, and was slightly confused. He thought, "Isn't this guy here with Mr. Zhang? Why does it seem like he doesn't know the Yangwang U9 is the car Zhang just bought?" Zhang Jinli sighed, "The problem is, with them all standing here, I feel too embarrassed to pick up the car." Li Yongsheng was exasperated. "Relax. No one's going to compare your new BYD with this Yangwang U9. Manager Lu shook his head and shouted, "Considering the owner's personal privacy, please stop watching. We need to conduct vehicle inspection and handover procedures with the owner. Thank you for your understanding." Other staff also came over to disperse the BYD customers who had come to buy, view, or service their cars and were crowding around the Yangwang U9. But many still stayed, watching this 1.68 million yuan BYD Yangwang U9, wondering who the heck was rich enough or dumb enough to spend that much money on a BYD supercar. Li Yongqing saw Zhang Jinli still dawdling outside and urged, "It's getting late. Hurry up and pick up the car, then go home for dinner." Okay. Zhang Jinli needed to confirm the car, receive related documents, complete the handover ceremony, and drive the car away. Seeing Zhang Jinli walk toward the nearby Yangwang U9, Li Yongsheng was speechless. "Don't you understand human language? That car is expensive, don't touch someone else's car randomly or you'll get scolded." Manager Lu couldn't watch anymore and said directly, "Mr. Jiang is inspecting his own car, how is that touching someone else's car?" Hearing that, Li Yongsheng was stunned. Mr. Jiang inspecting his own car? Was he implying that this Yangwang U9 was the new car Zhang Jinli bought? What kind of international joke is this? Zhang Jinli isn't a rich second gen, how could he afford a car worth over $1 million? Li Yongsheng warned, "Don't get it wrong. He's here to pick up a car, but he bought a BYD, not a Yangwang U9. Manager Lu laughed and didn't bother explaining to Li Yongsheng. He walked over to Zhang Jinli and handed him the car key. "Please check the exterior and interior. If everything looks fine, you can take it for a test drive. Once confirmed, I'll bring the delivery contract." Zhang Jinli took the car key, walked around the car once, opened the door, and said, "No problem with the exterior or interior. As for test driving, I haven't gotten my license yet." Then he looked at the stunned Li Yongsheng and Coach Yang. "Brother Sheng, Brother Yang, Which one of you will test drive the car for me to check if there are any issues? Li Yongxing said in disbelief, this Yangwan U9 is your new car? Where did you get the money to buy such an expensive car?
Jiang Jinli replied, don't worry about where the money came from. Just help me test drive it and see if there's anything wrong. Li Yongsheng recalled how earlier he had said smugly that Jiang bought a BYD, not a Bugatti, and that his dad wouldn't be scared to drive it. And he also remembered how he had just told Jiang not to touch someone else's car. His face instantly felt hot, like he had been slapped hard. Coach Yang was also stunned. He had come because Li Yongsheng asked him to help drive Jiang Jinli's car back. He originally thought Jiang bought a cheap, common BYD. But now Jiang said it was a BYD Yangwan U9. Coach Yang was dazed and said with a bitter smile, I don't dare drive it. I'm afraid I'm not used to the handling, and if I scratch it, I won't be able to afford the damage. Jiang Jinli said sarcastically, it's just a BYD, not a Bugatti. What's there to be afraid of? Li Yongxing's mouth twitched. He could tell Jiang was mocking him using his own words. At that moment, Manager Lu said, if they don't want to drive it, I can act as a driver and help you drive the car back. Jiang Jinli replied, alright, then go get the delivery contract. Manager Lu quickly went to retrieve the contract and other documents. Li Yongxing stood there, stunned, still unable to believe it. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Jinli had the money to buy such an expensive luxury car. The surrounding onlookers were also surprised to learn that the owner of the Yangwan U9 was a high school student still wearing a backpack. Especially since Jiang Jinli wasn't wearing a single luxury item that would indicate wealth. Soon, Manager Lu brought over the delivery contract. After Jiang signed and completed the delivery ceremony, he asked Manager Lu to help drive the car home. Brother Shang, you're heading straight home for dinner, right? Then just follow Manager Lu's Mercedes back. Jiang Jinli said, but Li Yongxing replied bitterly, it's still early, I'll go back to the driving school to handle some work. Jiang Jinli said regretfully, alright then. Sorry for the trouble today. I'll treat you to dinner another time. Li Yongxing looked very upset. He left the BYD delivery center in his now dim-looking Mercedes E300, taking Coach Yang with him. In the passenger seat, Coach Yang asked in shock and curiosity, what does Jiang Jinli's family do? His parents were actually willing to buy him such an expensive car? I fucking want to know too. Li Yongxing's nerves were fraying. His dad works in electric construction, makes at most 7 or 8,000 a month. His mom works in a telecom office, probably earns even less. So I really can't figure out where he got the money to buy a Yangwan U9 worth over $1 million. What made Li Yongxing feel even worse was that once Jiang Jinli drove this Yangwan U9 into their neighborhood, it would definitely cause a sensation. By then, Jiang would become the coolest guy in the entire neighborhood, and he would fade into the background. Even his Mercedes E300 would lose its prestige and he'd no longer feel superior or flashy in front of the neighbors. Sure enough, when Manager Lu drove the Yangwan U9 with Jiang Jinli back to the neighborhood, it instantly attracted a lot of attention from the neighbors. Jiang Jinli couldn't help but reflect. Outstanding people are like fireflies in the dark, wherever they go, they shine. I also want to keep a low profile. But the system won't allow it. Thanks for the trouble. Manager Lu parked the car, and Jiang Jinli politely expressed his thanks. This is my business card. Mr. Jiang, if you don't mind, you can add me on WeChat. If you have any issues later, feel free to contact me directly. Manager Lu handed over his card. Jiang Jinli accepted it, got out from the passenger seat, and felt the surprised gazes from several neighbors nearby, and his sense of vanity grew stronger. He could finally understand why Li Yongxing bought a Mercedes and liked to show off in front of the neighbors. Take care, I won't see you off. A BYD song that had followed them also came along. Manager Lu said goodbye to Jiang Jinli, got in the car, and made a U-turn to leave the community. The staff member driving the BYD song spoke in disbelief. I didn't expect a rich second-gen who fully paid for a Yangwan U9 would be living in such an ordinary neighborhood. Manager Lu guessed, there's a saying rich as not returned home are like wearing fine clothes at night. I think this must be the neighborhood his family used to live in, so after buying a luxury car, he came back to show the neighbors to make them envious and jealous. Probably that's it. If I bought such an expensive supercar, I'd also take it back to the village to show off. Sadly, I don't have that fate. Keep trying. One must have dreams, what if they come true one day? Jiang Jinli pocketed the car key and walked into the building entrance under the gaze of the neighborhood onlookers. Immediately, the surrounding neighbors began gossiping. What brand is that car? Looks pretty expensive. U9, I know it. It's a high-end sports car made by BYD. I've seen it on Douyin, it can turn in place, jump in place, even dance. If you add a spoiler, the on-road price is around $2 million. Isn't BYD known as a cheap and cost-effective domestic brand?
And they made such an expensive sports car? Times have changed. Domestic cars are rising. BYD has launched 2 million level luxury models. There's also the Yangwang U8 that can float and drive in water. Sounds impressive, but it's still BYD. If I spent 1 or 2 million on a BYD, people would just laugh at me for being stupid with money. But if I bought a Porsche or a BMW or Benz for the same price, people would call me a boss and suck up to me. Let me put it this way, those who spend $1 million or $2 million on a Porsche or BMW/Mercedes are considered pretty rich. But those who dare spend that much on a BYD Yangwang are absolutely filthy rich. I'm just curious, who in our community is so wealthy to buy such an expensive car? Did any of you see who that schoolboy with the backpack getting out of the car was? Didn't get a clear look. But if the car really belongs to someone in our community, the owner's identity will be exposed soon enough. Jiang Jinli took the elevator back home. His sister, who had come back from school earlier, was busy in the kitchen. Bro, why are you only getting back now? Jiang Jinyu complained. Usually, her brother came back shortly after 5 p.m., but today he didn't return until nearly 6. So she didn't wait and just cooked. If it didn't taste good, it would be his fault for being late. Jiang Jinli replied, your brother went to pick up a car from the dealership, that's why I came back late. Jiang Jinyu didn't believe it. Liar. You haven't even passed your driving test, how could you pick up a car? I bet you were just on a date with Sister Jiaying after school. Jiang Jinli rolled his eyes. Date your head. And who said you can't buy or pick up a car without a license? Seeing how serious her brother sounded, Jiang Jinyu was surprised. Bro, you really bought a car? If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. So what did you buy? Audi? BMW? Benz? Bid. Okay, pretend I didn't ask. Clearly, even his little sister thought driving a BYD had no cool factor. Mainly because many BYD cars are cheap, there are several models under 100,000 yuan, so lots of rideshare drivers use them. Many people think of BYD as a budget brand. Jiang Jinli said sarcastically. What do you mean by that? You're looking down on your brother for buying a BYD? Jiang Jinyu replied. It's not that I look down on BYD, it's that the neighbors look down on BYD. Especially that show-off Oldly. He'll definitely mock you for buying BYD and compare it to his son's Mercedes. Jiang Jinli said with excitement, I'm just waiting for Oldly to hear I bought a BYD and come downstairs to show off and compare. Jiang Jinyu suddenly asked, Bro, are you a masochist? Jiang Jinli scoffed, you're the one who's twisted. Stop reading those spicy girl web novels or I'll tell mom and dad, they'll definitely beat the crap out of you together. Jiang Jinyu retorted, you're slandering me. I only read serious novels. Jiang Jinli grinned, serious novels, huh? Give me your phone and unlock it now. If they're really all serious, I'll send you 10,000 yuan as pocket money. I'm not interested in money. Jiang Jinyu said guiltily. Jiang Jinli sneered, not interested, or too scared to expose those steamy novels you read? You're just making stuff up. Jiang Jinyu scowled, I need to focus on cooking, stop bothering me. Jiang Jinli didn't press her, after all, back in middle school, he also loved reading novels, including inappropriate ones. Just then, Tong Jiaying messaged. Jiang Jinli, come downstairs. What for? Jiang Jinli typed back, though he already guessed Tong Jiaying had bought a gift as his reward. He had received 2 cashback alerts from her spending earlier, one for 1,598 yuan. With 5x cashback, he earned 7,990 yuan. He wondered what kind of gift she bought for that much money. At that moment, Tong Jiaying, who also secretly read steamy girl web novels, could no longer see the word what for without blushing, and instinctively replied not doing it. And then she started wondering, was the doing in those novels really as painful and joyful as described? She typed, anyway, just come down quickly. I'm waiting downstairs. Okay. Jiang Jinli had no choice but to head down. Seeing his reply, Tong Jiaying also couldn't look directly at the word okay anymore. She walked toward Building 3 in the community and saw several neighbors crowding around a purple supercar, snapping photos. She wasn't into cars and didn't know the brand, but glancing at it up close, she could tell it wasn't cheap. She didn't stop and went straight into Building 3, waiting by the elevator for Jiang Jinli. The elevator arrived on the first floor from the third. As the door opened, Tong Jiaying said, like narrating a scene, Tada! These running shoes and the 2 sets of sportswear are your reward. If your English scores 120 next time, there'll be more rewards. Only then did Jiang Jinli realize. So the 1,599 yuan she spent was on 2 pairs of running shoes. It also looked like she bought 2 sets of sportswear, so Jiang Jinli seriously suspected they were couple outfits, couple shoes. Jiang Jinli took the 2 bags from her and asked, do you still have money? If not, just tell me. Okay. Tong Jiaying beamed and said, if I run out of money, I'll let you support me. Jiang Jinli grumbled, Tong Jiaying, since when did your skin get so thick? I was just being polite and you took it seriously. You made it thicker. Tong Jiaying giggled, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm heading back.
Jiang Jinli watched her bouncing figure as she ran off, her high ponytail swaying with every step, and couldn't help but smile like a proud auntie.
He turned to press the elevator button. Not long after getting home, his parents came back from work. As soon as Dad Jiang entered, he said, Son, did you see that supercar parked downstairs? That Yangwan U9 you mentioned before that costs over $1 million. Jiang Jinli replied with a counter question. How did you know that Yangwan U9 downstairs is my car? What do you mean? That Yangwan U9 downstairs is the car you bought? Dad Jiang was dumbfounded. That car was said to cost nearly 2 million yuan on the road. Jiang Jinli acted dramatically. Huh? Dad, didn't you hear the neighbors say anything? Or did the neighbors not see me come home in that car and don't know that's the new car I picked up today? Mom Jiang was stunned. Wait, son, didn't you say you haven't gotten your driver's license yet? Sister Jiang Jinyu was also shocked. Bro, didn't you say you bought a BYD? Jiang Jili said, Yangwan U9 is a high-end brand under BYD, so saying it's BYD isn't wrong. Dad Jiang responded to his wife's confusion. You can still buy a car even without a license. I just want to know, did our son pay for this Yangwan U9, or was it like he said that day, a gift from the car company? Jiang Jinli replied, you could say it was a gift, or you could say I bought it. Anyway, this Yangwan U9 was fully paid for in cash, no car loan. Hiss. Dad Jiang gasped. Just a few days ago, his son showed off in front of second aunt, claiming he was going to buy a Wenji M9 worth several 100,000 yuan for him, which he refused. Now today, his son directly brought home a Yangwan U9 worth nearly 2 million. He felt his heart racing and quickly asked, where's the car key? Hurry and give it to me, I want to go downstairs and show off. Jiang Jili pulled the car key out of his pocket and offered a suggestion. Dad, you should first send a message to Old Lee and tell him your son bought a BYD. He'll definitely look down on it and think BYD is some cheap junk. Then, when he finds out this BYD costs nearly 2 million, and gets publicly slapped in the face by you, now that's a satisfying flex. Dad John's eyes lit up. He took the key and immediately pulled out his phone to call Old Lee. Hey Old Lee. You haven't had dinner yet, right? My son just bought a new car today and brought it home. Come downstairs and have a look.
On the other end, Old Lee frowned. He thought, if old Jiang was calling specifically to show off his son's new car, then it probably wasn't cheap, otherwise he wouldn't bother calling to brag. He asked, your son hasn't gotten his license yet, has he? He bought a new car already? Dad Jiang replied, couldn't help it. When my son was practicing for the license, he got the itch to drive, so he went and bought a new car with full payment and just picked it up today. Old Lee asked, nice. So what kind of car did he buy? Bid. Hearing these 3 letters, Old Lee chuckled to himself. He thought it was a Mercedes or BMW, but turns out it's just a BYD. And you're actually proud enough to brag about that? Old Lee laughed and said, BYD is good. Great value. These days a lot of young people pick BYD as their first car. I heard with the subsidies, the cheapest BYD EVs can be had for 60 or 70,000. Dad Jiang said, my son's BYD isn't that cheap. Alright, enough talk. If you've got time, come down and take a look. After hanging up, Dad Jiang walked out full of pride, holding the Yangwan U9's key, leading his wife and kids downstairs to show off. Before, the biggest show-off in the community was Old Lee, especially before Spring Festival, when his son bought a Mercedes E300 and he showed off every day. Now it was old Jiang's turn to shine. As Dad Jiang exited the elevator, the neighbors who had just come back from work were still gathered around the flashy-looking Yangwan U9. Don't you guys know whose car this Yangwan U9 is? Someone in our community suddenly turned into a millionaire. To afford a Yangwan U9, you must have at least a few million in the bank, right? A few days ago, I saw a video on Douyin of a Yangwan U9 dancing at a red light. Never thought I'd see one in our neighborhood today. Too bad this one doesn't have the spoiler installed, feels like it's missing something. Seeing the neighbors gathered around his son's new car, Dad John's vanity was fully satisfied. Across the street, Old Lee came downstairs. Seeing so many neighbors crowded by the roadside, Old Lee quickly walked over, and then his eyes were drawn to the clearly high-value Yangwan U9 parked nearby. He asked the onlookers, what brand is this sports car? Seeing that it was Old Lee asking, a young man who'd long been annoyed by how Old Lee and his son constantly showed off their Mercedes replied, this is a Yangwan U9. The base price is 1.68 million. On the road it's nearly 2 million, basically worth 4 of your son's Mercedes E300. Old Lee's face twitched, clearly, he knew the guy was mocking him.
Then he saw Jiang Jinli's family also among the crowd and said, "Old Jiang, you just told me your son bought a BYD. I'll go check it out with you. If it drives well, I'll get one for my wife to use for grocery runs. BYDs are cheap anyway." Dad Jiang laughed. Old Lee still liked to act like a show-off. Too bad today he was walking right into a face slap. Dad Jiang countered, "Old Lee, that's not quite right. Most BYDs are cheap, yes, but some are very expensive, not something just anyone can afford." Then the young man who'd mocked Old Lee chimed in, "Exactly. Like this Yangwon U9 here, it costs 1 to 2 million and it's still a BYD. If you don't have a few million on hand, don't even think about buying such an expensive BYD." Only now did Old Lee realize the Yangwon U9 was actually a BYD. He scoffed, "BYD has cars that expensive? I can't understand why anyone would spend $1 million or $2 million on a BYD, that's just plain dumb." After complaining, Old Lee said, "Come on, old Jiang, let's not crowd around this sucker car. Let's go check out your son's new ride." At that moment, Dad Jiang said, "Hey sucker son, Old Lee wants to know what you were thinking, spending $2 million to buy a BYD? Don't ask. Just say, rich and willful." Jiang Jinli coolly flexed, then added, "Alright, earlier I asked Li Yongxing to help drive the car back. But when he got to the BYD delivery center and found out I bought the Yangwon U9, not a regular BYD, he didn't even dare drive it. So Dad, will you also not dare drive it because it's too expensive? Good kid. Worthy of being my son." Not only did he slap show-off Old Lee, he even slapped Old Lee's son while at it. Even Yongsheng, a driving school coach, didn't dare drive this car. Then I won't either. I'll just check out the interior, sit inside for a bit, then head home for dinner. As Dad Jiang spoke, he pulled out the car key and pressed a button. The lights on the Yangwang U9 lit up instantly, and all the neighbors' eyes lit up too. Night had fallen. The streetlights in the neighborhood cast a dim yellow glow, reflecting off the brand new Yangwon U9. The headlights suddenly turned on, and seeing the proud expressions of Jiang Jinli and his father, Old Lee froze on the spot. He had just been mocking BYD earlier, saying their cars were cheap, planning to test drive Jiang Jinli's new BYD. If it felt good, he'd buy one for his wife to use for grocery shopping. Thinking about it now, Old Lee's face burned as if the Jiang father and son had just slapped him twice. He stared at the two in disbelief, unable to understand where they got the money to buy such an expensive car. As an older employee in the same electric construction unit, he was senior to Jiang's father and had a longer work history, so his salary and position were naturally higher. Knowing the Jiang family's situation, he just couldn't figure out where they got the 1 to 2 million yuan for such an expensive car. Did they win the lottery? Was their old house demolished? Or did they find some antique and sell it for millions? Otherwise, how could such an ordinary, average-income family suddenly afford such a costly sports car? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Old Lee became. No wonder old Jiang had suddenly called him down to see the car. It was to slap him in the face and provoke him by showing off this expensive car. Wow, these headlights are really cool. John's father's voice interrupted Old Lee's thoughts. He was smiling brightly as he looked at Old Lee's red face, beaming with joy inside. They say this car can even dance. John's father asked excitedly, "Son, where do I press to make it dance? Let your dad see something new." Jiang Jinli took out his phone and said, "You can control it from inside the car or use your phone remotely. The Yangwang U9 supports mobile remote control. Besides dancing using the phone's gyroscope, it can also do automatic parking and autonomous driving." He handed the phone to his dad and said, "Tilt the phone up, down, left, or right, and the U9 will move accordingly." John's dad took the phone and curiously tilted it side to side. The Yangwang U9 immediately started swaying along, like a huge remote-controlled toy, drawing gasps from the surrounding crowd. Tap here to make it dance, jump in place, or turn on the spot. It must be said, the flashy features of the Yangwang U9 were quite amusing. If it weren't a BYD, based on looks and tech alone, it would be even more popular and could sell for a higher price. But because it is a BYD, many people mocked and criticized it, thinking BYD was crazy for even daring to make and price a sports car so high. If the Yangwang U9 had a Porsche or Ferrari logo, the base price would start at 2 to 3 million easily. As the saying goes, prejudice is like a mountain, no matter how hard you try, you can't move it. BYD was previously known for high value for money cars, so people think of it as a low-end brand, and sneer at its attempt to produce million-level luxury models. Old Lee was the same. He scoffed, "All show and no substance. What's the use of these gimmicks?" John's father shot back, "You don't get it. Young people nowadays like flashy stuff. Whether it's useful or not doesn't matter, as long as it looks cool, it's great." Jiang Jinli added, "Exactly. Think about it, while waiting at a red light, if the car dances, it livens up the mood and turns heads.
Plus, jumping in place or turning on the spot is actually very practical, especially jumping to overcome obstacles while driving. Other cars don't have these functions. Oldly still insisted, domestic cars add these gimmicks because they lack real technology, just trying to grab attention. Then the young man who had earlier mocked Oldly couldn't help but butt in and said sarcastically, "If you think Chinese cars lack tech, why not compare your son's Benz to this? This car costs 1 to 2 million. Your son's Benz E300 is only 400 to 500k. This one can turn on the spot, jump in place, smart drive, auto park. Can your son's Benz do all that?" Oldly was left speechless, face turning green and pale. The man continued attacking, "You're just a typical foreign worshipper. You've knelt for foreign brands so long you forgot how to stand. If your son's Benz had these features, you'd be showing off every day in the community. Nice one, bro." Jiang Jinli gave the guy a thumbs up. Jiang's father was delighted. Oldly blushed with anger and snapped, "I'm just stating facts. Besides, these aren't even the same price range, you don't need to compare it to my son's Benz." Jiang's dad quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, we're all neighbors, no need to argue over this. Whether it's BYD or Benz, each has its strengths. No need to attack each other." Just then, an upstairs neighbor uncle asked, "Old Jiang, did you strike it rich recently? You spent so much on this car for your son." Jiang's dad sighed, "I'm just a poor worker, where would I get rich? I didn't spend a cent. My son earned the money himself and paid in full for the car." Hearing that, the crowd exploded. Jinli's still in school, how did he earn that kind of money? Maybe he's a big influencer? Lots of young people make TikTok videos and earn hundreds of thousands or even millions. Must be. I always thought Jinli was a smart kid, never thought he'd succeed so big before even graduating high school. Jiang's dad smiled proudly and vaguely explained, "Not a big influencer. My son learned programming and joined some project, got a few million out of it." Wow, dad's better at boasting than mom. If Jiang Jinli didn't have nearly $1 million in his bank account, he'd be too embarrassed to stay. "Dad, you enjoy the car. I'm hungry, going home to eat." Feeling guilty, Jiang Jinli slipped away before someone knowledgeable asked him tech questions and exposed him. After all, the system's explanation for his wealth was that he's a programmer and stock identities he unlocked through self-learning in the future. Right now, he had no programming skills at all, so fooling family was fine, but fooling real techies would instantly expose him. A moment later, dad and sister came home. While eating, Jiang Jinli asked, "Where's mom? Still downstairs bragging?" Dad replied, "She's worried some kid or jealous person might scratch your car, so she stayed down to watch it while we eat." Jiang Jinli was speechless. What's there to be scared of? There's surveillance, and the car has sentry mode. Unless someone snipes it remotely, they'll be caught for sure. Dad nodded, "That's what I said too." "But your mom saw all the people watching and still felt uneasy." Jiang Jinli teased, "I think mom just wants to be like Oldly, showing off that her son bought a fancy sports car." Sister Jiang Jinyu chimed in, "Exactly. Mom already posted in the WeChat group and her moments. Tomorrow the house will be packed. Like that saying, no one cares if you're poor in the city, but when you're rich in the mountains, distant relatives come. What's meant to come will come. Now I really can't keep a low profile anymore." Jiang Jinli took a bite of rice, smirked, and sighed, "Nothing I can do. Blame it on being too outstanding." Jiang Jinyu rolled her eyes, "Bro, you're asking for a beating." Elsewhere, at Tong Jiaying's home, mom had just gotten back from work. Dad was cooking in the kitchen. Tong Jiaying brought out the freshly stir-fried green pepper beef. Tong, have you been hanging out with Jiang Jinli lately?" The sudden question from her mom startled her. She shook, and the plate in her hands dropped on the table, spilling peppers and some sauce. She grew nervous, trying to stay calm, and replied coldly, "And no." She thought her mom had noticed her being unusually close with Jiang Jinli lately and was afraid she'd start nagging. Mom followed up, "Aren't you two quite close?" Tong Jiaying vaguely said, "We were, when we were little." Then mom got to the point, "So do you know what Jiang Jinli's been up to? He apparently made a few million and just bought a nearly 2 million sports car." "Ha?" Tong Jiaying was shocked, but also relieved. She muttered, "Who said he made millions? And when did he buy a 2 million sports car? Why don't I know about it?" Mom said, "When I came back, I saw lots of people gathered by the road near his building. I thought something happened, but they were all looking at a young Wan Yu9. They said it costs nearly 2 million and that Jiang Jinli just picked it up today. The neighbors said he made millions from some software project. Not sure if it's true, so I wanted to ask you." Dad, still cooking in the kitchen, was stunned. "We saw him on the past 2 weekends during morning runs, and he never mentioned anything. If it's true, that Jiang kid is impressive." At that moment, Tong Jiaying remembered the flashy car she saw when delivering the couple outfits and couple shoes to Jiang Jinli.
She didn't expect that expensive-looking car to be his. Then she remembered how Jiang Jinli had once mocked Zhong Manan after school, saying that if he had his license, he'd buy a million-yuan supercar on the spot to put Zhong in his place. Everyone thought he was bluffing, but he hadn't even gotten his license yet, and now he really bought a supercar worth over $1 million. Of course, that wasn't the point to Tong Jiaying. The point was Jiang Jinli bought such an expensive car today and didn't even tell her. "I'll ask him." Tong Jiaying quickly took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Jiang Jinli. "I heard you bought a sports car worth $1 or $2 million. When Jiang Jinli received Tong Jiaying's message, he suddenly felt a bit nervous, like a husband whose secret stash of money was just discovered by his wife. He typed back, "Didn't expect you'd hear about it too. Sigh, I originally planned to keep it a secret for a while, wait until I got my driver's license, then surprise you and take you for a ride to school. But this car is just too eye-catching, no way to hide it, so it was meant to be a surprise. No wonder he didn't tell me." Tong Jiaying felt sweet inside and typed, "They said you earned several million from a programming project, is that true?" It's basically true. Technically, the system is a kind of program, so Jiang Jinli felt his answer wasn't wrong. After confirming that Jiang Jinli really had made a few million and even bought a 2 million yuan sports car, Tong Jiaying suddenly felt like she and Jiang Jinli weren't from the same world anymore. They were clearly getting closer, but now she suddenly felt as if the distance between them was growing. She absent-mindedly typed and sent, "Rich dog, don't forget old friends." Then she silently made a decision in her heart. "Once the college entrance exam is over, I'll find a way to make money too, and catch up with Jiang Jinli." She put down her phone, picked up the bowls and chopsticks, and replied to her mother's curiosity, "I asked Jiang Jinli. He really did earn a few million." Her mother was shocked. What kind of programming project did he do? How could he make that much money? And he's still in high school. Tong Jiaying said, "That I don't know, but he mentioned doing a part-time job during winter break. It was probably then that he got involved in some programming project." Even her dad was envious that Jiang Jinli kid became a millionaire without making a sound. Old Jiang and his wife must be laughing in their sleep now. Her mom shook her head. Earning so much money at such a young age isn't a good thing. If he gets corrupted by money too early, he'll definitely go down the wrong path. Then she asked her daughter, "At school, isn't Jiang Jinli's academic performance and reputation not that great?" Tong Jiaying had always disliked her mother's habit of judging people by grades. She frowned and said, "I don't know how others see him at school. I only know he was praised in this second mock exam as a model of progress in their class." Her mom was surprised. He focused so much on making money, and his grades weren't affected? Tong Jiaying said, "He did poorly in the first mock, only scored around 450. But he studied hard for the second mock and scored 585. Her mom hadn't expected that even though he made so much money, he still didn't fall behind in school or go astray. She asked, "What about you?" Tong Jiaying replied, "The second mock was easier than the first. I scored 622. Her mom was still dissatisfied. Which subject didn't go well this time? Tong Jiaying calmly said, "I didn't write the Chinese essay well, and some science questions were really hard." Her mom questioned, "You scored 640 to 650 last semester. Why are you slipping in your final semester?" Her dad interrupted, "All right, let's eat. Only 2 months left, don't pressure her anymore. I'm just doing this for her own good." Her mom glared at her husband. "Fine, I'll stop. Let's eat." Tong Jiaying ate without any ladylike manner, simply because she disliked her mom's constant nagging and tight control. So every night, she'd finish dinner quickly, then go for a walk alone. "Jiang Jinli, I want to walk a dog." Tong Jiaying hesitated for a moment, then still sent Jiang Jinli a WeChat message. She had never had many friends growing up. Her mom was strict and never allowed her to hang out with kids who had poor grades. When they were little, Jiang Jinli had pretty good grades, otherwise, she wouldn't have been allowed to be childhood friends with him. He was the only boy in their neighborhood she had played with since childhood. So at home, if she wanted to find someone to play with, it was always Jiang Jinli, there was no one else. Even when Jiang Jinli found her annoying and didn't want to play, she'd still happily follow him around. At that moment, Jiang Jinli had just finished dinner and come downstairs for a walk. He typed back, "There's only one single dog. Want to walk it?" "Yes." That's exactly what Tong Jiaying wanted, to walk Jiang Jinli, the single dog. "I'll wait for you at the community gate." Jiang Jinli didn't want to walk inside the neighborhood, afraid his parents might see him and Tong Jiaying together and get the wrong idea, which could affect their pure childhood bond. More importantly, his mom couldn't keep her mouth shut. Anything interesting or gossipy, she'd spread it around.
If word accidentally reached Tong Jiaying's mom, and she found out they were dating, she would definitely tighten her control and confront him.
Jiang Jinli was somewhat afraid of Tong Jiaying's mom.
She was too forceful, too strict, especially when it came to her daughter. Her control bordered on pathological.
So Tong Jiaying's cold, aloof demeanor had actually been shaped by her mom's strictness.
Soon, Tong Jiaying met up with Jiang Jinli at the gate.
"Shall we walk around the park and then come back?" Jiang Jinli asked for her opinion. "Okay," Tong Jiaying replied. Jiang Jinli noticed she seemed distracted and unhappy, and asked, "Did your mom see your second mock results and wasn't satisfied? Put pressure on you again? Arranged more tutoring?" Tong Jiaying nodded.
In truth, besides that, she also felt a lot of pressure because Jiang Jinli was so outstanding, just turned 18 and already earned millions. She felt like the gap between their lives had suddenly widened. She was afraid he would move into a higher circle and eventually abandon her. Jiang Jinli said sharply, "You're too obedient, that's why your mom gets stricter and stricter. If you had been rebellious a few times in middle or high school, she wouldn't have become so overbearing. Look at me, I scored 585 in the second mock, which isn't as good as you, but my parents were so thrilled by my progress, like I got into Tsinghua or Peking University." Tong Jiaying pressed her lips together, her cool and delicate face showing a trace of grievance. Suddenly, the system popped up a message. Due to long-term loneliness and low self-esteem, Tong Jiaying lacks a strong sense of security. So even if you explain the reason and clear up the misunderstanding, she'll still feel uneasy, thinking even if you don't dislike her flaws, you won't really like a girl like her.
Ding! Instant mission triggered. Confess to Tong Jiaying. Confess to Tong Jiaying? Was the system trying to indirectly push him to get married?
Jiang Jinli didn't know whether his future self, 30 years later, would complete this task, confess to Tong Jiaying, and then spend the rest of their lives together. But he did know that if he confessed to Tong Jiaying, they could no longer just be friends, they'd have to be lovers. What should he do? Should he complete this task? If he confessed to Tong Jiaying, she'd probably say yes, right? Mom's sixth sense was right. Tong Jiaying definitely had feelings for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him a birthday gift, wouldn't be sticking close to him these days, and wouldn't have let her guard down to the point of booking a hotel room with him and spending the night in the same bed. Alright. Even though he hadn't taken her first time, and hadn't even kissed her, technically, they had still slept together, so confessing and taking responsibility was only right and proper. Also, he had to emphasize this. It wasn't because Tong Jiaying was pretty, or had a baby face and big cough, nor because the mission rewards were tempting, that he decided to confess. Jiang Jinli wasn't that kind of person. He had grown up with Tong Jiaying, they knew each other deeply, so he was very familiar and satisfied with her personality. And after spending these past days so closely together, their childhood friendship had already begun rapidly transforming into something romantic. Thinking of the miserable future life shown by the system, marrying someone terrible, Jiang Jinli was even more convinced that Tong Jiaying was truly worth it, a rare gem in this world, beautiful, smart, and well-endowed, obedient, gentle, and emotionally stable. Even if she got mad, at most she'd just bite him once. Tong Jiaying. Jiang Jinli went for it, suddenly calling her name. Tong Jiaying was startled. She gathered her wandering thoughts, looked up at Jiang Jinli, and asked, "What?" "We'll do it later if there's a chance, right now there's something more important." Jiang Jinli cleared his throat, pretending to be calm as he asked, "What do you think of me as a person?" Tong Jiaying thought for a moment and replied, "Aside from liking to bully me and not being as good as me in grades, the rest is not bad." "Oops, I meant pretty good. I suspect you're doing this on purpose." He replied disdainfully, "I'm only temporarily behind in grades. I'll definitely beat you in the next mock exam and the college entrance exam. And I only bullied you when we were kids, now you're the one bullying me. You're slandering me," Tong Jiaying retorted. "When have I bullied you since we grew up?" Jiang Jinli said with clear reasoning, "Ask yourself, how many times have you bitten me recently?" Tong Jiaying huffed, "That's only because you provoked me first. And I didn't bite hard, so it doesn't count as bullying." Jiang Jinli began setting up for the confession. "Let's leave that aside. What I want to know now is, what kind of person do you think I am? Like, do you think I'm good looking?" Tong Jiaying turned her head and said with a guilty tone, "I have face blindness. I have no concept of what handsome means." In fact, she did think Jiang Jinli was very handsome, maybe because of that saying that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Jiang Jinli suddenly stepped in front of her, turned around, and gently held her face with both hands, making her look up at him. Face blindness, real or fake? With his hands cupping her cheeks, her lips naturally pouted, soft and pink, too adorable to resist kissing. "Real face blindness," she mumbled unclearly.
Jung Jinli asked again, then am I your type? With her cheeks cupped and lips pouting, she replied unclearly, I don't know. Jung Jinli let go of her face and asked, then if I said I like you and want you to be my girlfriend, would you say yes? Hearing this, the girl's flushed face and red ears gave everything away. Jung Jinli blushed a bit too and quickly added, I mean, just hypothetically. Tong Jiaying's heart was pounding wildly. If Jung Jinli had said this a few days ago, she would have been overjoyed and nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. Even now, she still felt happy and excited. But knowing Jung Jinli had earned millions and bought a 2 million yuan sports car, she suddenly felt unworthy of him, afraid he might not want her anymore in the future. So she was very conflicted inside. She recalled what her mother had said and mumbled shyly and nervously, my mom said, it's not a good thing for someone so young to earn so much. She said when men get rich, they go bad. So I don't know if I should agree. You don't know if you should agree, so that means you do like me. Jung Jinli replied helplessly, don't listen to your mom. She's way too stubborn and self-centered. She used to think kids with bad grades were all bad people, and now she thinks rich men will turn bad. So what next will she think all handsome guys cheat? If we follow her logic, her ideal son-in-law would be someone with a high degree, low income, and ugly face. Think about it, would you want to marry a guy like that? Someone highly educated but lazy, no ambition, just wasting his life away, and probably even uglier than Su Jisheng? No way. Just imagining that gave Tong Jiaying goosebumps. She shook her head immediately. Jung Jinli said earnestly, that's why you shouldn't always listen to your mom. Sometimes, you need to learn to rebel and talk back. Otherwise, she'll keep saying it's for your own good while actually taking away your freedom and choices. Tong Jiaying softly replied, she said during dinner that your reputation at school probably isn't good. I did talk back. Jung Jinli gently patted her head and said, comforted, that's more like it. That's what's most annoying about your mom, she always uses her rigid, biased thinking to judge others. Tong Jiaying didn't argue, because Jung Jinli had said exactly what she had been wanting to say, but never dared say in front of her mom. We're off topic again. Jung Jinli coughed and went straight to the point. Tong Jiaying, be my girlfriend. Dusk was deepening. Under the dim yellow streetlight, Tong Jiaying's beautiful, cool face turned even redder. She stood frozen in place, not knowing what to do. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Jung Jinli looked at her lovely face, reached out again and cupped her cheeks, making her lips pout once more. Come on, girlfriend, gimme a smooch. A pedestrian came toward them, and Tong Jiaying, embarrassed, quickly pinched Jung Jinli's arm. He let go in pain and rubbed it. Ah, fine, no kiss then. I'm afraid if I kiss you, you'll get addicted and want kisses every day. Damn it, Tong Jiaying, you bit me again. You're not a dog, you're a tigress. I'm taking back my confession, after all, you never actually said yes. Tong Jiaying hesitated for a moment, then finally opened her mouth, loosened her grip on Jung Jinli's arm, and softly said, I already said yes, in my heart. Ding! Instant mission, confess to Tong Jiaying, completed. Grow stronger with age reward, comprehensive physical enhancement. This reward will be automatically issued when the host falls asleep. Jung Jinli was really looking forward to it. This reward could make his 30 years later self reverse aging, becoming a strong, vigorous middle-aged man. So if his just turned 18 self got a comprehensive physical upgrade now, wouldn't that make him a Superman? Of course, what Jung Jinli wanted most was that the enhancement would help him grow a few centimeters taller. After all, he really longed for both 180 centimeters and 18 centimeters. Tong Jiaying, grant me good luck. Jung Jinli reached out and rubbed Tong Jiaying's head, thinking that if the reward could help him grow a few more centimeters and become a 180 centimeters tall and 18 centimeters long manly guy, then as his girlfriend, Tong Jiaying would definitely feel secure and satisfied. Are you dumb or something? Tong Jiaying couldn't help but feel that Jung Jinli was acting a bit odd tonight. Maybe it was a side effect of confessing, he was suddenly grinning like an idiot. Jung Jinli moved his hand from her head to pinch her soft, fair cheeks. You're the dumb one. Clearly, you like me but didn't dare say it, wasting so many years. He was referring to the Tong Jiaying from 30 years later. That version of her was already 47. According to the info revealed by the system, after graduating college, Tong Jiaying pursued graduate school, during which she was diagnosed with breast cancer. After surgery, she became self-abased and withdrawn. So according to the system's information, Tong Jiaying, who was almost a year younger than him, was still single at 47, and in the end, used up half a lifetime's worth of courage to confess to his 30 years later self after he got divorced. That meant she had always liked him. But after middle school and high school put them in different classes, they weren't as close as they were as kids. Add to that the system saying he failed the college entrance exam and only went to a regular college, while Tong Jiaying had good grades and clearly went to a better school. So based on the system's future scenario, after graduation, they met less and contacted even less. And since her mother had always been strict, even if she liked him, she'd know her mother wouldn't approve. After all, her mother believed that with such an excellent daughter, her son-in-law must also be equally excellent in academics and more. So Jiang Jinli didn't even need to guess, her attending grad school must have also been her mom's idea. But all that was the future shown by the system. The current Jiang Jinli wouldn't let himself repeat the same mistakes or let Tong Jiaying suffer again. Tong Jiaying, unaware he was talking about the 30 years later version of herself, scoffed at Jiang Jinli's vanity. "I wasn't as dramatic as you said. It was after that day at Wanda when you helped me win claw machine toys, said I was your only childhood friend, and that of course you'd spoil me. Then I twisted my ankle, and you carried me to the hospital, that's when I started liking you." Jiang Jinli objected. "Liar. You must have liked me since we were little, that's why you always stuck to me." Tong Jiaying snorted. "I didn't like you as a kid. You always found me annoying, wouldn't play with me, and sometimes even made me cry. I hated you the most when I was little." Jiang Jinli grabbed her left hand, swaying it as they walked toward the park. "Lies. If you hated me, why did you keep sticking to me even when I didn't want to play with you?" Tong Jiaying let him hold her hand and explained. "Because my mom didn't let me play with kids who had bad grades. You happened to have good grades and were in my class, so I could only play with you." Jiang Jinli swayed her little hand and said, "I don't believe you. You're lying. You definitely liked me back in elementary school. If I'm lying, I'm a little dog." Tong Jiaying suddenly asked, "That day you told Yuan I like eating pears, do you know why I like them?" Jiang Jinli guessed, "Because my name is Jiang Jinli, and you like me, so you also like Li pear?" Shameless. Tong Jiaying revealed, "It's because when we were kids, you never let me play with you. So whenever you rejected me and I felt upset, I'd eat a pear and pretend it was you biting it like crazy to vent. No wonder she keeps biting me lately. So this bad habit came from childhood." Jiang Jinli defended himself. "Impossible. You're lying. Sure, I sometimes bullied or made you cry, but I also often played with you and had lots of fun. And remember how you used to come to my house and fall asleep beside me? So clearly, even back then you already wanted me and liked me." Tong Jiaying said arrogantly, "I did not." Jiang Jinli insisted, "Yes, you did." Tong Jiaying snorted, "Even if I did, it was just a tiny little bit." Jiang Jinli teased, "I don't believe it unless you give me a kiss." He'd seen many kissing scenes in dramas and novels, but in real life, even though he was an adult now, he'd never kissed anyone. He imagined Tong Jiaying's lips must be soft and sweet like peaches. "Forget it if you don't believe me." Tong Jiaying was still shy. Jiang Jinli's dream of a kiss was shattered again. Mainly because there were people walking by who knew if they might run into someone from their neighborhood. Just letting him hold her hand was already brave enough, it meant she was prepared to be caught by her parents. She lowered her head slightly, speaking softly and shyly. If you beat me in next month's third mock exam, then I'll kiss you." "All right, I'll endure it." Jiang Jinli knew forced kisses weren't sweet. Besides, if the confession task hadn't popped up tonight, he would have waited until after the college entrance exam to confess. Just then, Tong Jiaying tiptoed and pecked Jiang Jinli on the cheek. Just one kiss for now." Like a dragonfly touching water, she kissed quickly and lowered her head, her red ears flushing all the way down her pale neck. Jiang Jinli felt a tingling numbness on his cheek and said, "That doesn't count, I wasn't ready." Tong Jiaying, having no way to deal with him, thought about how he was her only childhood friend, and decided to spoil him. She tiptoed again and kissed his other cheek. Jiang Jinli turned his head, "Now kiss this side too." "No." Tong Jiaying warned, "Someone's coming. If it's someone we know and they spread it, my mom will kill me and break us up." "Fine. Anyway, you're already mine. I'll definitely beat you in the third mock next month, just wait till then. I'll kiss your lips until they're swollen." Though Jiang Jinli was reluctant to stop, he genuinely feared his future fierce mother-in-law. Just imagining it made Tong Jiaying blush. She had been planning to hold back and lower her scores in the third mock. But now, to avoid a swollen kiss, she decided to go all out.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.